Welcome back to Cricket 8, another live watch-along with the Rooster, Rob Barron. Jarrod Kimber is here as well. We're going to go through both games. We will get all of our, whatever all these are, thingamabobbies ready throughout the day. But for right now, let's just keep it simple and go through, I don't know, some bets, Rob.
Yeah,
You interested in bets?
I quite like
let's
bets.
see what we have. Mumbai Indians, most sixes at evens, Rob. That seems overly ambitious. Are you betting against Nikhil Puran here?
Yeah, because they've only got one guy that six hits is, and Mumbai have got loads of them.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, Mumbai got loads of people that hit sixes, and like I have Puran and sort of Mitchell Marsh, who they said was struggling and then picked him. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But batting first is the big deal there, and one of the major betting sites in the UK left up the evens after the toss. So smash.
Maybe we can get Barron to have a look later how often the team batting first hits more sixes.
It's just basically in T20s, it moves just over 10% in favour of the team. You're basically 10% more likely if you bat first and 10% less likely if you bat second. Because obviously, theoretically, in the first innings, you should be trying to hit as many sixes as humanly possible. But in the second innings, all you're trying to do is get the first innings total. And so you can do that however you want. You can poodle along if they only score 150 and just make sure you win. You don't have to blast off from the start. So that is why there's quite a big edge batting first. Also, Mumbai should be favourites anyway.
Most sixes, Rohit Sharma, 7.5. I think we've had this dance before, you and I.
Yeah.
And it didn't quite come through.
So it's come through 3 of the last 6, maybe 4 of the last 6 now. So yeah, so it's just a stupid price. He's one of the best six hitters, if not the best six hitter of all time across the formats. He's a total gun. You know, Gale is him or Gale, isn't it? Who hits the most ever? Puran will catch him up at some point if he keeps going. But Rohit is amazing at hitting sixes. He's in very good form, which he wasn't previously. Let's just have a look at his numbers. He got, 70 last time, 70 the time before. So he's won it. Yeah, he's won it 3 of the last 4 top most Mumbai sixes. And he's won it each of the last 2 times. So no problem. It's a bad price. So 7.5 must be backed.
And then the last one that we have for pre-game is Suryakumar player of the match.
Yeah, he's really good. He was absolutely robbed of player of the match last weekend when we were on, if you remember. They gave it to Rohit.
Actually, if I remember correctly, he shouldn't have got it because you wanted him to have it.
So Sky is in even better form than Rohit, and Sky's lowest score this season, Rohit's had a load of low ones, Sky's lowest score this season is 26, so he hasn't failed once yet. But his last 2, I think he's 108 not out in the last 2 games off about 52 or something. He's an absolute jet at the moment, and he's in unbelievable form, and with the not out back to back, it just shows you that he's seeing everything. And 12 to 1, basically, man of the match is normally given to somebody on the winning team, like 9.8 out of 10. Someone on the winning team gets it. Mumbai are quite big favourites. And it's 7.5 out of 10 that it goes to a batsman. So who's the best batsman for the best team? It's Suryakumar Yadav. It can't be 12 to 1. So away you go.
Just on that as well, the Mumbai tax is certainly in play today. I think Mumbai should be favourites, but 1.65 seems like a very friendly start to me, especially with Rohit still and Rickleton still in, I would say iffy form, but not imperious form between the two of them. So there's a very big chance of a couple of wickets early on and Lucknow being favourites shortly if you're looking for that. So anyway, if you're looking for value, I think the most sixes for Mumbai makes the most sense. If you want some fun, Rohit most sixes, and of course Sky for player of the match, and you can get Lucknow at about 2.5 at the moment. The run line here is 200. So it'll be very interesting to see how the start of this game plays out.
So let me tell you something about Rickleton.
Is that photo Sky? Is that Sky in that photo?
Where?
It looks like him tattoo wise, but there's something with his forehead. Is his forehead usually look like that?
Which photo are you talking about?
The one that's on our screen?
Do
you even have our screen? Do you even look at me during this?
I'm watching our screen. Oh, that one.
It is him, isn't it?
But it's somebody squashed his head.
You don't see what I mean? Like there's something weird. His arms look normal.
It's done that. I need someone to do that to my head.
Okay.
Here's a price. Sorry, Rickleton to be bold. Rickleton to be bold 7.0 live betting. That's too big. Rickleton has a bit of a problem with the ball on his stumps at the moment, and we get to see Mayank Yadav, who is utterly great and is so much better than Shardul.
Are you saying he's a better bowler than Shardul Thakur?
He is.
Controversial.
That is breaking
big takes here.
Controversial hot takes all over the place. But Rickleton has a bit of a problem with the ball going on two stumps. He also has a problem getting past 25. He seems to get to 25 every game and then gets out. But
did you notice in our group chat, our friend Jake got very upset when I pointed that out. But it is true, isn't it? Like, how many times do you watch Rickleton and you go, "Ooh, he looks good today. Wow, he's really good." Then he's out. And then you look at it and he's like 25 off 18 or something. You're like, okay, what happened?
It's remarkable how often he does it. But this first ball, I mean, you haven't got time to back it, but wide is 12-1. And for somebody who is extreme gas and hasn't played for ages, I mean, a wide or wicket or six or anything's happened. Anything is possible this first ball. I would be unsurprised if he bowled it wide because he's so good and so fast. Here we go.
I think you've given people time to back that. So let's see how it goes. Mayank Yadav in first ball. Could not be more on the spot. So there's our first loser for the day. Wait. Oh my God, which is which? There we go.
Well blocked.
But we do have, to be fair, we do have, if you had, what did we say? They were 2.54, 2.56. If you put $1 million on, Rob, you've already made a small profit and you can get out.
If you put $1 million on. I do think the Mumbai tax is a thing. If Shardul was playing here and Mayank wasn't, I wouldn't say that Mumbai were too short, to be honest. But Mayank is a lot better than Shardul. Like, Shardul's already gone for 5 if he's bowling here.
Well, I tell you what, we haven't seen much sideways movement, but that could be the bowler. That last one was 141. I don't know if you saw the first one out. Bumrah is playing as the super sub or impact sub. Sorry, I went early 2000s there again. Mitch Santner is out and Vignesh is out. There's a lot of changes there. So
it's
Khan
a bit
is
like
in.
Corbin Bosch we have today.
Oh, the Bosch.
You love him, don't you?
He's a washing machine. He's a cricketer. He does all sorts of things. I don't know how many people. What else does Bosch make? Tools? Do they make tools?
Yeah, like drills and stuff, don't they?
Yeah. There you go. There's a lot of dad energy in the Bosch comments here from me and Rob at the moment. Remember, if you want to chat to us during the day, Super Chat's the best way, but if you put some comments in, we will, I say we'll remember them. I don't even have the chat thing open at the moment, but, you know, or we'll get to the chat thing again. But yeah, Corbin Bosch, for me, he's one of those players that he's either going to be spectacular or terrible. I don't think he has many middle grounds. 4 dots and a play and miss here as Ryan Rickleton swings along to deep mid wicket there, but misses it again. 141k. So Mayank isn't express at the moment.
It's a bit rusty in terms of his pace, but his line and length has been absolutely on the money. 4 out of 4 there. Really, really good.
And then for Lucknow, David Miller is out, but he could be the super sub. No, can he be the super sub in this team? Who've they got? Marsh, Markram, Puran. Yeah, he could be the super sub, I think, if I've read that correctly.
They've only got.
Out.
Oh, yeah, they've only got 3 overseas now, haven't they?
Yeah, that was a short wide there from Mike. That's stuck in the wicket a little bit, Rob.
Yeah, this is a pitch that you expect to always be good and everything's fine. But the one thing with the Wankhede is when it is big runs, it's big runs at the end. It's not big runs at the start. It's get people set and blast off. And Mumbai have built all their success that they've had at home. They kind of do like one good year every 3 where they're just unbelievable at home.
But dug out here.
All
it's
of
not
that
about ball by Mike.
Tonking loads of runs. 4 runs.
He's hit a 4.
By tonking loads of runs at the end.
So I just want to tell you just how weird it is betting against Mumbai here. If you have, we've had 4 dot balls. We had a wide. We then had a Yorker, which is dug down the ground. So they've scored 5 runs off the first 5 balls, which seems pretty fair, and with one very good shot and one bad shot. And yet somehow Mumbai have actually strengthened as favourites, despite the fact that nothing has really happened, Rob.
Yeah, this is it. I guess you could say they've got one of the good 4 overs out of the way. But yeah, it's pretty short as he goes down the ground. And basically they've got exactly what you would expect from that first over. 6 for none. That's basically what that over's in for.
If I'm remembering correctly, the first over in T20 goes at 5.7 runs per over. So they're 0.3 a run up there. And considering this is a high scoring wicket and the expected total is 200, I would say they're probably about a run behind where you would think even par is. So anyway, the Mumbai tax in full effect. They have shortened to 1.6. Run line still 201. The run line at the end of the power play there, Rob, I see is about 56, 57?
Yeah. Again, I couldn't bet there. Like, if you promised me Shardul, then I'd be playing, but he's not here. Who else have we got here that can potentially keep the runs down in the power play? Because I don't rate any of these guys that are going to bowl here in this power play other than Mayank. So you'd expect Prince Yadav, whilst he's been fine, you'd expect him to be targeted in his second over if he's to bowl 2 in this power play. It tends to be
I think...
Go on, mate.
If you have money at the moment, I think, on Mumbai, on Lucknow, I think you could probably keep it on if you want for a second. And just see what happens with Prince Yadav. First ball comes in the middle of Rickleton's bat and he hits it straight to point.
Oh,
geez, that would have been run out. What happened there, Rob?
So
I don't think Rohit moved, did he?
Rickleton took off. He did smash it straight to point, and Rickleton took off assuming that point wasn't there and didn't have the ball in his hands. Runs 4 yards down the pitch.
Oh, you're right.
Realizes it's gone straight to a fielder. He's just not looking at him. And he's got one stump to aim at, and he's missed by height. He's thrown it exactly in line and 2 inches over the top. That should probably have been... That's a really bad piece of running.
We'll get to that in a minute as Rickleton just smashes this for 6.
That's good.
Big hit there. It was a length ball on or just outside of stump, and he's launched that away for a very big 6.
Yeah, that's just a bit too short, isn't it? He's just erred on length, and Rickleton was very quickly onto that error in length.
I don't think it's short. I think it's fuller than you think. It was just sort of in the arc, wasn't it?
And he ended up slot and whack. But to be fair to Rickleton, he's onto it quickly. He didn't get it right out the middle, but he was onto it very, very quickly.
Prince Yadav comes in again, and this one's turned on the leg side, and there is no run. So Mumbai are 12 runs off 9 balls, and they're 1.47.
Yeah, and there should have definitely been a wicket, or there could have easily been a wicket with the madness from Rickleton there.
Yeah, just to get back to what you were saying before. So Rickleton hits that ball and assumes that the fielder isn't there. I think he just thought he hit it straight to the chop out man and took off. And instead, he's just hit it straight to point. And he's not even sprinting, was he? So it wasn't like he was stealing a quick run. He was just in the wrong spot. And this one is whacked down the ground. He almost kills Rohit here, does Rickleton, as he punches this down the ground. And he takes up another 4. So what's that? 2 boundaries in this over so far. And they are now 1.43 Mumbai.
Yeah, that's a bad fall. The trouble with Lucknow is other than Mayank, clearly amazing, they don't have anyone that's bowling well at all. Like, they keep changing their bowling attack every game. They were all injured coming into this tournament. Bisnoy has played well once, and Avesh Khan won them a game from nowhere. And he's been okay, Avesh Khan. But the rest, they're just chopping him around all the time. Like, it's simply like that ball there. It's just not good enough. It's too easy to hit away for 4, as we see at another boundary.
Just a fingernail away from being caught. But it was the same ball that was hit for 6, really. It was a sort of a foolish length ball outside off stump. And unfortunately for Rickleton, he did try and hit it over the tallest bloke on the ground in Mitch Marsh. And because of that, he barely got it over the top of his head. But he certainly had enough wood on that, and it flew away. Mumbai now 1.41. Oh, that went further over the top. It was than I thought, actually. It cleared him a little bit easier.
Yeah, this is a very friendly over from the Prince. Just looking to see what lines we can get on third over, but all the bookies I'm looking at are suspended at the moment. 9.5 is the right number, which is what I'm seeing. If anyone had gone up because this over is getting smacked, I'd
Yeah.
have bet under a higher line, but they haven't. So sitting on my hands.
Oh, he's almost got bowled there, Rickleton,
Ooh, that would have
for
been
Rob Barron.
nice if he chopped on. That would
It
have
wasn't
been
even.
lovely.
I don't even
Very
think that was
close
a
to the
chop on. I think that might have been the one where it gets caught in your pads and rolls back behind you. I'm not sure if he hit it in the end. We're not going to see it, of course, because the ad has come up straight away. But
it came off. It came off sort of his waist, his elbow, and then rolled down and nearly hit the start. So I'm watching it on. I've got it on Sky Telly in the UK and our Superfast stream, so I see everything in HD.
Twice.
15 seconds after we actually see it, but I'm seeing it again now. Short ball, well directed. He actually inside edges it, basically onto his belly button. Then it's gloves. Blimey, that is missed the stumps by 2 inches. Nearly got it onto leg stump. And here is my anchor Rohit, which is box office.
Yeah, just a reminder that Rob has a bet on a Rickleton at 7s.
To be bold, yeah. What a price. What a lovely price.
Well, would have been more lovely if he'd somehow managed to get that one back. Mayank in again to Rohit. Let's have a look what he does to the right-hander. That's the ball we expected him to start with. It's the wide.
Yeah, and if he bowls that ball again, it's 6 over square leg.
Well, to be fair, if he bowls that ball again, I think Rohit might miss it again just because it's so wide. But I get your theory. Have you got the speed on that one?
Let me see if it comes on TV. It's only just been bowled on TV.
He looks stiff to me, Mike, at the moment.
Yeah, and that's understandable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like the hard thing here with betting is when you're modelling things, it's how good do you put Mayank? Because
and Rohit gets inside this, flicks it for 6. That actually was a much better ball than the wide. It's just brilliant, but also our first of the Rohit 6s we need.
Oh yeah,
he just flicked that off the stumps there. I didn't even think it was that short. Oh, it was just above bail height when he hit it. It's a fantastic shot.
Yeah, and this Rohit, the Rohit of the last few games, has been getting the 6 off that ball, whereas the one in the first few games was sort of like a bit dozy, a bit sort of old school sleepy Rohit as he bowled.
And
the same
there's
ball
not
again,
old school here. He's gone again. This is a proper pull shot. The last one was he took a bit of a risk. This time he got inside the line and he flicked that away. I should say pulled that away perfectly. It wasn't a flick like the previous one. And that has gone a long way. Again, I'm not quite seeing the speeds here.
Not fast enough is the speed. It's just very good batting, but the pitch is true. Mayank is rusty. I mean, this looks like the Mayank that walked off last season. So last season, I think he played 4 times and he was man of the match in 2 and he walked off injured in the other 2. Like he's such a hard guy to put in your model as like, how good is he? As I was saying before, he got absolutely murdered in this over. Really good ball. The next one that Rohit defends. It's very difficult with a guy like him.
213.
Yeah. And again, I've just been sat on my hands when it comes to these run lines because it looks fine to me, 213, because like we said at Wankhede, normally all the runs come at the end. Like if you've got wickets in hand and set men towards the end of the innings here, particularly against this bowling attack that can't bowl death unless Avesh has a really good day, you'd expect loads at the end. So if you put a gun to my head and said I had to bet now, I'd back overs rather than unders. But I have to assume that line based on all the clever syndicate money is correct. So I'm not getting stuck in. I'm just looking at my 4th over run line here and seeing if anyone's daft enough to be 9.5.
Oh, he's gone for a big swing here. That doesn't carry, and I want to see if that was a slow ball. That we haven't, for some reason, 135. No, I just don't think he's bowling very fast. I don't think that's a slow ball. Because Sheras just said that every ball's coming up at 141 to 143.
Did that not get up, Jarrod, that last ball?
I thought it bounced before it got to the keeper.
Yeah. That turns me on towards unders.
So
I want to see it happen again, though.
Actually, I've lost the run line. I'll have a look at it after this ball. Rohit facing Mayank again. It's a slow ball outside of stump. He's out. Well, he's chased that and just dripped his bat out, I think, if we're being honest. It wasn't Mayank's best ball. It wasn't Rohit's best shot. And he's managed to just guide that to short third again. And so we have 2 6s for Rohit. And then Rob's going to be sweating the rest of the game on 2 6s. He probably won't be. Someone else should hit
2 6s will not be winning. But I'm quite happy with all these 6s that we've had already. It's a good
lot of
start as
sixes
far
so
as Mumbai getting the most sixes goes.
Just got himself into the wrong position there, did Rohit. I think he thought the ball was kind of going to be at him again, and Mike went wide, and he really hadn't bowled wide to him yet. And I think at the last minute he was like, oh, well, I should play a shot to this because it's wide and full. And he's ended up sort of just spooning that all the way through to short third there. So interesting start to this game. Mumbai got into 1.35, Rob. They've lost the wicket. They are 33 for 1 after 2.5 overs, and they are 1.56.
Yeah, fair. Like it's about par now, isn't it? With Rohit out, I think the market's fine. Interesting to see who comes out number 3. I think they've gone Jacks, who has been up and down the order, hasn't he? So they've gone Will Jacks number 3. I would like to see Jacks coming out as Sky is limbering up on the boundary, so he'll presumably be number 4. I'd like to see Jacks, the high intent Jacks, not the one that Noor had on toast for half an hour before he finally went absolutely mental for RCB last season, but the one that just comes in like he does in England at Surrey and just hoofs it from the start. That's what I want to see.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it, and also how long before we see spin now. Will be the other.
Would you go over 4 for spin?
I might. Oh, this is short and left alone by Jack's first ball. Didn't see the speed. Jack seems to be number 3, and they lose a wicket in the power play. Sky, if the openers last the power play. Yeah, I mean, there might be something for that. I also thought that they just had made a bit of a decision because earlier in the season the idea of Jacks was very low down the order, and I think they'd made a clear decision to just get him up as high as possible.
Well, I thought the original plan was Jacks would be their opener, and then Rickleton was quite good in between auction and now is what happened, and they're like, oh well, we're going to have to get both of them in. I think that's probably what it was, but Jacks isn't a 6, is he? He just doesn't look like a number 6, a guy that comes in and finishes or starts off bashing against spin, because he's not great against spin, is he? I'd much prefer him as a power play guy.
So the spin options are Bishnoi and Digvesh. So I think and we are going to see Digvesh, in fact.
Nice. This could be
coming
fun.
onto bowl now. So that will be fun.
Rickleton needs to be careful around his front pad because this is his danger time when he gets about 20 and looks good. This seems to be something in Rickleton's head in the IPL that stops him from going on. He's gone on once or twice. How good has Digvesh been at not getting whacked in this IPL? He's been very good at it. And it's a surprise because when you looked at their attack, you wouldn't have thought that he'd be the guy. You'd think that Bishnoi would be the one they'd throw the ball to chill things out, but Bishnoi's not been landing it this season for whatever reason.
Oh, this is a good ball. First, two top balls to start with. And if you've been on any of our watch-alongs before, you'll know that that's one thing I've been watching with Rickleton, especially in the power play. I think he's basically dot ball 6 in the power play and could cause himself a lot of trouble there. Gets himself into a bit of a tangle. So he's 19 off 14 again. He's got to get off strike here. He plays a big shot, to be fair, but unfortunately for him, he's hit it straight out to deep mid-wicket. Very interested to see how Jax plays Digvesh, because I think this is the big question mark with Jax, isn't it? It's against high-quality spin.
Yeah. He never looks good against spin early. I would like to see him smack, but I think it's more likely that he pushes it and tries to get off strike and waits for the pace, particularly early in his innings. They have so much batting in Mumbai, it would seem daft to waste power play overs, but I get it. You know, horses for courses. You'd probably want Rickleton to take more of it.
Just seeing the replay there, the slow ball of Gadav was one of the most obvious slow balls I've ever seen. It was Steve Harmison level obvious with his slow ball. Anyway, Steve Harmison is coming in to Will Jacks, and Will Jacks goes for the sweep and misses it by a foot and a half.
Yeah, no surprise there. Harmison basically didn't bowl slow balls apart from bowling one at the best time ever in the most important moment ever and executed against Michael Clarke.
Yep.
And I'm fine with that. If you're only going to do one good one in your whole career, make it at the biggest moment.
Yeah, with you, 100%. And one thing I like about Harmy is, compared to some other former players, this one's knocked on the head. They'll take a single down to long on. One thing I like about Harmy is, like, if you say to him, like, it would be very easy for a player like him to be like, I was always great at slow balls. Remember that Michael Clark one? Whereas he's a complete opposite. He's like, nah, you're right, Jarrod. I wasn't very good at slow balls. That one worked.
Yeah, it just happened that one was a good one.
Yep. All right. Interesting. Who bowls the next over here, mate, now? Because they got a couple of tricky overs. As Rickleton comes in again, no, just punches this down. Oh, no. Oh,
and,
dear.
The 750th misfield of this IPL causes another 4. Now, you really do have to have a strong temperament to be betting in this competition on things like unders and player runs unders, because no one can catch and no one can field anymore. Was that Corbin Bosch down there? It's a bad effort. Can't be Corbin Bosch. It's Markram.
I mean, just remarkable.
See, you'd expect Markram to be able to field there, wouldn't you? Like every time, and he's nowhere near it.
That's just a single. I mean, it was well struck by Rickleton, but it's just a single, isn't it? At worst, it should have been a 2.
I think they might have to go Avesh for an over in the power play here, because you can't go back to the Prince, can you?
No.
And Mayank is probably not the guy who you want to have bowled 3 in the power play.
Well, that's why I was sort of mentioning it, because I would have gone spinning this over as well.
They bowled Markram in this spot before, haven't they? They did it last time. They went early to Mark. They've gone Bishnoi, Jarrod. They're going Bishnoi here.
So that means Markram's going to bowl quite a bit today. No?
I would have thought Markram gets a roll again. He's got wickets in the last 3 games. He's got 1, 1 and 2 last 3 games. Let's see whether Bishnoi can land it. I think Bishnoi is a very good guy to bowl to an early jacks, isn't it?
So Varun's just put some stats up. So true O's and 6s. That just means, like, for the balls that you face, whether you're better against, scoring singles or 4s or 6s or whatever. Rickleton is only a plus on 4s. He's below par on everything else, which is basically what I said before. Bishnoi, this could be out LBW. In fact, Will Jackso's for a big slog sweep across the line. I think it's high, Rob. I think it's high.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it on the other screen and sound like a judge when I see it.
They are reviewing, though. They are reviewing.
No, that's hit him outside, and he is playing a shot. That's hit him outside off. I think this is outside the line. Get on with the game.
What about height?
Height was okay. Maybe top of the stumps. I don't think it's not out because of height, but I don't think that's hit him in line. I'd be surprised if this is out.
Yep,
it's a bad angle, but I'm pretty convinced that that's hit him outside the line. I hate the umpire's call on where it's hit him, which is an actual fact. Where the ball has hit somebody is a fact, so you can tell where the ball's hit someone. We don't need to use the umpire's eyes to make that decision if you're using technology.
All right, so we're just waiting at the moment. The technology is just taking a little while to warm up. It just doesn't look out to me.
No.
So Mumbai 1.66. What will they come into? About 1.56 again? 1.58?
I think they'll go shorter if this is out, but it's not out.
Not out.
It just doesn't look right.
You mean they'll go shorter if it's not out, Mumbai?
Sorry, yeah.
Because I reckon they were 1.7 when the review happened.
Okay, so the market...
And that was with the review, I should say. So that's the review coming in.
Sorry,
we're seeing a lot of replays of something that just looks miles outside the line of off stump here.
Yeah.
And yes,
that's one where, right, if you've got good eyes and you're like, well, I know that that's hit him outside the line, then you just hammer Mumbai for all you're worth and then give it back as soon as it's not out. And you make yourself 5 ticks or whatever that was. Because
do you want to know how much I made? 4 ticks.
Screens, that'll do. And it's just like, if you've got good eyes, so you've got to be honest with yourself. Some people are terrible at those. But if you're like, well, I know that he hasn't that hasn't hit him in line, then you made yourself a few quid. And if you've got good eyes for things like runouts, when or you're very fast with your rewind on the old Sky Plus or whatever the equivalent is, Vivo. If you're good at that, then happy days.
What's interesting here is that I got Mumbai down to about 1.62 there. They're back at 1.67. I think what people are now looking at this going, well, they've hit 1-4, which was a misfield off the spin. There's been a couple of plays and misses off the spin already. Both of these players look a little bit awkward. I think the market actually believes a wicket is imminent here, Roberto.
And I think when Rickleton is on a danger score of 24, I get it, as he smashes
this one
it
is hit
straight
down the ground for 6.
Half a dozen.
What did we say before? .6. Rickleton. He can
Keep doing the sixes, Rickleton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those. So yesterday was one where we only had half a game, but perhaps Imran looked like he was going to get out all the time. But the market factored it in too much. The market was like, well, he's going to get out right now. And it had almost given like half a wicket or 3/4 of a wicket. And he went on and got another 30 in very quick time after that point. So, yeah, sometimes if the market's already sort of given a wicket, then you don't have to be on expecting that it's going to happen. Because then if it doesn't, you're miles offside in terms of your trading.
Yeah. 9.5 runs and over here. So 1 ball to come. I'm assuming Avesh Khan bowls the next over, mate.
Yeah, I think he probably will. Unless you want to go back to Digvesh. If Jax is on strike, I would go spin again, mate.
I think they'll play the safer option. Anyway, it's Bushnoi. It's full and just whipped into the leg side. We'll see who's going to bowl in a moment. We've got all sorts of things. Just quickly, Raul says, I think Jarrod needs to explain why impact on Hawkeye is a guess. So essentially, it's a guess because we don't have a high enough frame rate on all of our cameras. And so when the technician, the Hawkeye technician, is actually going through it, what is happening at that stage is they are going, okay, well, we think this is the frame when the ball hits the pad. And so we think this is the case. And so it is. It's probably the least technical version of all of Hawkeye. So it really is. Impact really is more of a guess than anything else. And also, 2 or 3 frames in either direction can completely change the calculation the Hawkeye makes. So it can be massively off as well. Path has come up with super chat. Remember, anyone can super chat us today. Is Pareto principle do you know what the Pareto principle is, Rob? You were talking about it off air.
No,
actually.
Going to Google it and pretend like I do.
It is Digvesh, and it is a
principle.
6. Half volley, outside of stump,
Rickleton.
slog swept. Oh, geez, that's
Jarrod,
big.
I don't know why you don't know this, but the Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, suggests that approximately 80% of the effects in a situation come from 20% of the causes. In other words, a small percentage of inputs often produces the majority of outputs. Obviously, how did you not know that? AI is good, isn't it? It just tells you that in like half a second.
But he's saying Mumbai CSK have won the most IPLs. Madrid and Barcelona. Oh, wait, is this out? Caught? Oh, he sliced that, Rob. They'll come back for 1. Yeah. So Madrid, Barcelona, Lakers, Celtics, Patriots, Yankees, Australia. Well, I mean, you have in most sports, you should have a situation where the sport with the biggest market, with the most money, with the the best run franchise. So if you look at the Celtics had a super coach at the beginning of their time, as this one's knocked down to long on. And then that bred then this idea that the Boston Celtics is a very important team in basketball, whereas actually it should have been the Knicks, right? The Knicks should have been the other team. It should have been the Lakers and the Knicks to the 2 main sides. And so you can circumvent money and passion and everything else. I mean, New York's a much bigger basketball hub than Boston is, right? The Patriots is another one. This is short, wide cut, and another misfield. Digvesh is like, come on, guys. Just stop the ball when it's another overseas player as well. It's Pura, and there's a lot of money missing balls out in the field here for Lucknow at the moment. So again, if you put the Patriots there, right, you have another situation where you have another team who managed to just a partnership of a quarterback and a coach. And that has given you a lot of titles. But if you look at almost everyone else there, Mumbai, Chennai, Madrid, Barcelona, Los Angeles, another 6.
Come on, the 6s. Rickleton is on.
Yeah, I said .6. This could be the big Rickleton. This is the Rickleton that people like me and our friend Jake have been actually waiting for, which is the guy who just goes ballistic and doesn't slow down. 48 of 23. What's the run line up to? It's only 205. It's barely moved the run line, Rob, by the way. But anyway.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I thought it would be higher because the market is almost saying we really think Rickleton's going to get out in a minute, because which bowlers scare you now? They've had to run through a lot of the good bowling already. They've had to run through a lot of it, and they're miles offside. I'm going to have a small bet on 207, yes, because I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing... I mean, Rickleton, this is the time...
What's your bet on, sorry?
It'd be no surprise. No, I've got 206, so I'm on over 205.5 at evens. Only small. It's nothing to get carried away with. But how is this not a good start when they've had to roll through loads of good bowling? As long as there's not a wicket this ball, I think that run line is low. I'm going to ask somebody with a model. 1 second.
You don't mean someone who's dating a model. You mean an algorithm.
Obviously, I don't know anyone who's dating a model. It just feels low to me.
This is, Barron might be able to look this up. This must be one of Digvesh's biggest overs of the year.
Must be his biggest, 20 or 5.
We've got a bit of a stop in place. So we're going to have a look at the creepy dog again.
Is getting in the way. Are you as scared of that dog as I am?
It in no way scares me. It in no way interests me, and I hate it. Digvesh, last ball of the over. Will they go again? No, good batting by Rickleton. I think you take the win in this over. The ball's on the hip. He turns it around for 1. And that is 66 at the end of the power play, which is almost exactly par. We're going to have a quick timeout here. So we'll just finish pass question from before.
Right, so what I want to say about that,
20% of teams or people will take 80% of all the winnings. I think it's more than that, isn't it? Isn't it about 5% of society that takes about 95%?
US sports is different, though, because a lot of basketball, you're at the mercy of the draft system and the draw and all that sort of thing. US sports have that, whereas football football is easy for Real and Barcelona to be at the top, because even though they're in boatloads of debt, they've got all the money, so they're allowed. And the brands are huge for Barcelona and Real Madrid. They are worldwide mega brands. So when you occasionally get, Atletico winning the league from nowhere, which they did, 12 years ago or something, they were 100 to 1. They won the league. That is an unbelievable achievement, because as a club, they spend all their money on their manager, in actual fact. What's his name? Simeone. But they have to sell their best 2 players every season, or they did for 10 years, yet they still won the league. It's an incredible achievement. All the money in football in England is sewn up with the first 3 or 4 teams, which means that when you get Leicester winning the league, which is possibly the biggest price thing in sporting history of 4,000 to 1 or whatever they were, when you get Leicester winning the league, it's utterly incredible. And they pissed the league as well. They won it by 10 points. Cricket, Mumbai and Chennai, whilst they won the most titles, sure, cricket's very, very different, because there's loads of forces at play in cricket, and there is owners doing dodgy things, which is why Chennai were banned, and they roped in another team to basically have all the Chennai players for a couple of years while they took their slap on the wrist. There's the auction thing, which is funny. But also what you don't get with Real Madrid and Barcelona is they win the league and then they finish 17th, and then they win the league again and then they finish 14th. Look at Chennai; they're an absolute disgrace when they're throwing the towel in. Mumbai have finished bottom of the IPL in 2 of the last 4 years, Jarrod. They finished bottom of the IPL. How does that happen? Why is cricket so different?
Well, I think that's just because cricket is more like basketball in that I should say T20 is more like basketball in that each game. So Nuggets and Clippers are 2-2 at the moment, Rob. That series could be 4-0 or it could be 3-1 to the Nuggets, right? So it could be 4-0 Clippers or 3-1 Nuggets, because there's been 3 games that have basically come down. The game last night, you would have loved it. They basically spent about 20 minutes trying to work out if a fingertip was on the ball at the when the buzzer went off, or whether the finger had come off. And they, honestly, I'm still not sure. I looked at it 10 times and I was like, I have no idea. I don't know how the refs made the decision, right? And so I think T20 is a lot more like that. So you should get more variance in where CSK and Mumbai land year after year. But the fact that they have 10 of the 17 championships,
something like that,
I still think it comes back to the fact that in Chennai's case, I think it's more to do with the combination of Fleming and Dhoni and the pitch, probably. And in Mumbai's case, I think they've done a lot of smart things off the field, but also to just think that a lot of the trading and the recruitment. Anyway, it is Bishnoi back on. Straight away. Wow. They're going all in. They're putting their chips to the middle of the table here, Roberto.
I do think I'm on a delay here now, as my computer is being fixed by the clever people. But I do think the Bold and LB is very much in the game. Bishnoi to Rickleton. I think that, like, Bishnoi's, don't have my stats in front of me, but Bishnoi is one of the highest ever at getting bowled and LBs because he bowls stump to stump and he's always looking for them. He has a very low caught percentage, and Rickleton, this IPL particularly, has struggled with the ball on his stump. So I think now is the time to be looking around for good prices on that. I've seen, like I said, I'm already on Rickleton at 6-1 to be bowled, but you can probably get north of 10 on LBW here, and it's just a matchup thing, right? Bishnoi bowls on the stumps. Jax has been sweeping him early. I've just seen him prod that one to cover for none, probably half an hour after you saw it. Yeah, this is an interesting phase of the game because Jax hasn't got going, right? Jax stinks at the moment. He needs to get one out the middle very soon, or he might as well let somebody else have a go, because when you've got an incredibly in-form Suryakumar Yadav waiting, and Tilak and all the rest of the hitters, there is no point in somebody knocking it around who's not very good against spin. Like, you cannot waste 20 balls. This is really bad use of resources. And whilst it's fine to have Sky not out in a chase, if you've got Sky not out batting first, you've probably wasted your resources if he's coming in halfway through. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. So Bishnoi 1.1. And Rickleton's going to have a big swing at this through the covers. Well, they've got an interesting field here, and he's got away for 4. They had like a shortish point. Actually, maybe point was more normal, but like a shortish cover point, extra cover, and he's managed to find the gap between it. It was a little bit of a poor ball there from Bishnoi, but not anything horrendous, but just gave him a little bit too much room, and he freed his arms up there and slapped it away.
Doesn't Rickleton look awesome?
Yes.
Really good. He's playing very well.
This is the Rickleton I expected from the start of the season. I've been disappointed with what I've seen so far. This is the one I expect. He's coming round the wickets, and this is a beautiful shot by Rickleton. Fallen and outside of stump, and he leans back like, I don't know, Richie Richardson would, and smashes that to deep backward point, and they get 1.
Yeah, that's a quality shot for 1.
Just Muna says, do you think Virat is the greatest ODI cricketer of all time? No, I don't even think he's the greatest ODI batter of all time, if that makes you feel better. That's an easy one. Someone else also, Jax has been terrible for someone who comes in at number 3 in the power play. Yeah, I don't think he's had a good year. I wonder if Jax just needs to open. Like, that's just, as Rob was saying before, that was probably the plan when they bought him. I'm not sure about that. We've got a super chat as well. Rishabh Genius says, why is Glenn Maxwell so overrated in IPL? He's been a super failure all seasons except a couple of RCB. He's just playing an aura and Aussies coaches. He's not playing an aura and Aussie coaches. I can tell you exactly why he's playing. There isn't really another player like Glenn Maxwell. And I'll explain exactly what I mean after this ball is dug out and is not too long on for a run here. There isn't another player who has the ability of scoring at 2 runs a ball between overs 7 and 14 who can also bowl off spin and can also be the best fielder in your side, right? You are not just paying him for the power and the improvisation. You are also paying him for everything else. I think he has been a failure, all things considered. I don't think he's been a super failure, but I think he's certainly had more poor seasons in the IPL than someone who should be doing that. But who's the second player on that list of the player I just said? Is it Aiden Markram? Yeah, well, he can't score like Glenn Maxwell, can he?
I mean, it's kind of the poor man's Maxwell is Stoinis, who obviously doesn't bowl spin, but he bowls, overs.
Over the top here by Jax as Avesh Khan bowls his first over and just gets helped over mid-off. Yeah, Stoinis is an interesting one. But Stoinis, again, you're generally going to bat Stoinis further down, and he's not going to kill the spinners. That's what I'm saying. It's a very specific skill set that Maxwell has. And I think when people are saying, oh, he's failed, and look, he averages 24 with a strike rate of 155, that's about par. But as we all know, it's either everything or nothing. right? Like
Right.
some of those years are ridiculous.
But do you want So let's say you have a player, and you can call him Glenn Maxwell if you want. Let's say you have a player, and every season, how many games is good for him to win you out of nowhere, for him to be totally rubbish in all the others? Is he worth the money if he wins you 1 in 5? Definitely yes. Is he worth the money if he wins you 1 in 10? Maybe. Like Stark last season got paid an absolute boatload of cash, and he was totally rubbish until the knockouts, and then he was amazing. And he earned his money because he was awesome at the end when it really mattered. Knockout game, final, awesome. So if Maxwell, like let's say they manage to find their way into the final, and then Maxwell does an amazing one, even if he's not scored a run in the whole season, he's worth his cash. But that's the difficult one. And when you're looking at people in auctions, like you can look at Maxwell and go, well, he's rubbish the last season or whatever. But then you watch him playing in the World Cup, or you watch him playing against Afghanistan, and you're like, well, no one can do that. No one else in the whole world. And he can bowl, and he's your best fielder.
Yeah, and he's no longer the best fielder, although his bowling's got better, which quite often happens to older players, right? So if you look at his full career, 2014, he averaged 35 at 187. So the super chat we just had, as this is on the pads and 2 straight. I've actually just got this wrong, and it's been turned down to fine leg for 4 there. In 2014, he averages 35 with a strike rate of 187. That's a plus year, right? His next plus year is 2017, where he averages 31 with a strike rate of 173. So there's 2+ years. Then you've got the RCB years, which we just mentioned. So he's had 3. So out of, I'm just having a look how many full years he's had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And if we take this year out, although it's horrendous this year, it'd be hard for him to pull this back. But if we take this year out only because it's halfway done, he's had 10 years, and 5 of them have been plus years, and they've been great years, right? Yeah. But the other 5 years have been mostly horrendous years. That's what you get with Glenn Maxwell, right? That's the whole thing with Australia never quite understanding Glenn Maxwell is that is how he plays, and it allows you, as you said, to win games. But I think the thing that people forget is the bowling and the fielding actually brings you up a little bit. So it's not just Aussie coaches, because there isn't a second Glenn Maxwell. Like, is Glenn Phillips the closest thing to our backup Glenn Maxwell now? Right? And he's not even getting a game.
He's not close, is he? He's not close.
Right? And we love Glenn Phillips here. We're both huge Glenn Phillips fans. And Glenn Phillips might be that player. But it is actually very hard to score at the sorts of rates that Glenn Maxwell does. Varun just put up a stat and it disappeared. I don't know if you want to put that up again. He's very rarely going to have a negative impact on a match, even if he gets out early, because he usually gets out later in the innings when wickets matter less. That's quite interesting as well with Maxwell. What I would say is, though, he does sometimes have a negative impact on the season, because when he has a bad season, Rob, it is like horrendous, right? Like, it's like last year he played 10 games and made 52 runs. And I think there's another year where he makes, I'm trying to find it here. There's a couple of years where he makes like 145 runs, an average of 13. Another one where he makes 108. Slog sweep attempt. Oh, I thought he might have got that away. So we've got Digfesh back on.
Yeah, this is a bit right. I want to talk about a market here that's really fun, and more bookies should put it up. And it's top wicket taker live, and it is really fun, right? So anyone can win it here, and the thing to remember is that if it's a tie on wickets, then whoever has conceded the fewest runs is the winner of the market. So economy is important. Now, Prince Yadav is an unlikely winner here because he's bowled 1 over for 14. But he can still win because they might have to bowl him again. They've only used 5 bowlers here. So if they're going to use Markram, it's kind of got to be now, isn't it? Or somebody else. Yep. Sweeping all over the place here. Hard to see. So basically, what price is Mayank here? He's got 1 wicket, but he has gone for 19. He's got 2 overs left that are probably going to be towards the end. Is he odds on? Yeah, just about, maybe. But Bishnoi has only gone for 15, so he's winning on economy. You would expect Bishnoi to bowl 1 towards the end and 1 now, and then should be a wicket threat against this team. You can get Bishnoi at 10. Top bowler here. That's quite big for me. I think that's worth a look.
So Bishnoi at 10 for top bowler, and that's live wicket taker.
It's speculative, but I think they've just gone a bit too hard on Mayank, who's who got spanked a bit when he came on, and you can never trust Mayank to be fit and fine and everything. Do you know what I mean? So I think Bishnoi at that
And
price,
we've lost a wicket here. Rickleton backed away. Unfortunately, we've actually lost a bet as well because we needed Rickleton out bowled. He is not out bowled. Instead, he has backed away and he's tried to slash this on the offside, and he's just slightly missed it, unfortunately. And it is gone up to cover point. Where he tried to run himself out earlier, if we're being honest there, Rob. No issues with this, actually. I kind of like the thinking. It hasn't changed the odds all that much, interestingly enough. And so Sky's going to come out and play Digvesh now, and Mumbai are 1.5. 88 for 2 after 8.4 overs. But, as we've been saying, the vast majority of the best bowlers have bowled in the first 9 overs. So this is Digvesh's third over. Bushno's bowled 2, Mayank's bowled 2. And so Prince and Avesh are going to have to bowl quite a bit at the end, or they're going to have to try and slip an over of Aiden Markram in with Sky batting, which is not ideal.
Absolutely. So they've had big bowling issues the whole season. When they all got injured just before the season started, it didn't look good. But just looking at the scorecard, you go, well, they're doing all right. They've just got the set man out. But the set man is the guy that has never kicked on, Rickleton, like 58. What's that? His second best this season. What a great entry point this is for Sky, 88 for 2, for the guy that's 140 not out in his last 2 knocks. And they have so much insurance with the batting. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to finish up on Rishabh's thing, Varun's put a great stat on the screen that I think you'll like, Rob. Since 2024, Glenn Maxwell is a worse batter than Harshal Patel, but a better off spinner than Ashwin. I don't know what you do with those sorts of numbers, but if I have to know about it...
Sample size is what you do with them.
It's still 15 games, isn't it? 16 games.
Where's Harshal Patel got his runs? Because I do see on my stats that he was an opener for a team in the SMAT once, and I've never understood it because he's had quite a few opportunities in the IPL, and I always think, oh well, this is a guy that opened for his franchise, and he's never done it. He's always looked crap.
Yeah, he's one of those people that some people will still call him an all-rounder, and I'm like, I don't know. I think we're pushing the meaning of the word all-rounder a little bit here. He has opened before at domestic level. Next ball is full and just pushed out on the leg side. So there's a dot ball and not even a run-out chance. Oh, and then there was a super chat came up and then it disappeared. Another one from Rishabh. He says, Glenn Phillips never gets a match in the IPL after being picked every season. Could he have been better than Maxwell or at least on par? He's not as nearly. So when I was saying before, he's a very similar kind of player to Maxwell. I think he is, and I'll stand by that. And I think me and Rob, if we're going through it step by step, he's now a better fielder than Maxwell. His bowling probably still isn't at Maxwell's level. He might actually be a more consistent, better batter, but he's not specifically great at attacking the spin, right? And that's a very special skill that Maxwell has on top of everything else. So as we said, Stoinis and Phillips, but I think by now Phillips should have played a lot more in the IPL, but it just hasn't happened.
He got injured this season, didn't he? So I know he didn't get a go when he should have done, and some teams have elected not to pick overseas players, which seems nuts to me when the Indian guys aren't necessarily better. So here's an interesting development that Mayank has come back to try and get Sky out. And the thing is, a lot of bats here, if Joss Butler's in now, Butler just goes, all right, I'm not going to get out against him and we'll take the 5 or 6 off the over. Sky is not one of those people. Sky will see this as an opportunity to hit him for 6. So this is a massive over in the context of the game because Sky risks his wicket, even though he's amazing, a little bit too much.
He has risked his wicket. He's got a full one outside off stump, and he's just pushed that over mid-off for 4. A couple of times now, they've going with the idea of having mid-off up in the circle. Mayank and his incredible young Ben Affleck-like Buffon he's bouncing back to his mark. But I think if you're going to have mid-off up in the circle, that's fine. But Mayank needs to know he can't just bowl full outside off stump.
It's a gamble over. This is an absolute roll of the dice over this. It's saying
this is a Rob Barron.
Sky can give you chances early because, like we said there, a lot of bats just see that ball early in their innings and go, all right, 1, or I'll hit it along the floor. Whereas Sky's like, nope, boundary opportunity, definitely. And the form he's in, Sky, as he tucks that one off the pads, the form he is in, he's absolutely right to back himself. and just go, look, I am the best at this. I think that's your chance to get Sky, is this sort of over early in his innings, because he knows he's unbelievable. And the reason why he never tops the charts for run scoring in the IPL is because he backs himself so much that he takes risks that other guys don't. When you've got Siddharthan, who doesn't take any risks until he's got at least 50, just churning the 50 out over and over again, a guy like Sky is going to struggle to beat him no matter what form he's in, because he's looking to hit you for 6 and 4. And the question is,
Short,
if you want to win a competition... Good shot.
This is a good shot by Jax. We haven't talked much about Jax. He's been struggling for boundaries. He's nipple flicked this. Nipple guide, actually. Sorry, Rob.
Here we go.
A nipple guide between short third and backward point. Was that the first mention of a nipple today?
It was. It's the first of the season for you, I think, which is anybody that's selling Jarrod's nipple comment time has done their absolute pieces, but at least they're out of the death zone now, because that seems to be your favourite word, possibly because it's one of my least favourite words.
You're English, so you don't like anatomy or sex or bodies. Mine comes in again. This is on the pads. It's whipped away. Is it out? Is it caught? Oh, it's just gone through the hands, I think. My whole stream froze there, and it's gone for 6. Wow.
The ninth
not far away.
6 of this IPL.
Do you think he got his hands on that? I thought he did, but my screen glitched.
I'll tell you what happened. He stood 4 yards in from the rope. If he stood on the rope, it's an easy catch at his neck. And that is what IPL fielders cannot do, is the absolute basics. When you're playing against a Jax that's faced 16 balls and he's getting going, and Suryakumar Yadav, and they're trying to hit the ball on a good pitch, if you're a fielder, don't stand 4 yards in from the rope. What's the best case there? That he turns a 1 into a 1? And they have to run a tiny bit faster, because they're not going to run 2 to him down there anyway. So all you have to do is stand on the rope. And if he stands on the rope, he catches the ball here. All right, he'll probably drop it, but he should catch the ball here. Dead easy catch. But instead, he comes 4 yards in, flaps around because he doesn't know. He's still standing there now. I've just seen the camera go. He's still standing 4 yards in. Get on the rope and you can have an easy catch. Instead, it's a 6. And these things, right, are never picked up on commentary. They just go, good shot. Oh, another 6. Well done, everyone. Awesome. Isn't the IPL brilliant for hitting 6s? If one of these teams teaches its players how to field, they're going to win the IPL, because no one else does it. It's absolute crap from Avesh, that is, on the rope. Stand where you're meant to stand, and you get a set guy out. Instead, it's 6 and on he goes.
This one's down the leg side. It's not giving us a wide. Did he hit that?
I'm going to see it
Sky
again.
seemed to...
Yeah, he hit it off the middle of the bat.
He did hit it. Okay. Good keeping then. Well, it's all about Maxwell today. Maxwell's not even playing today, is he? Mansard says, great Maxi never wins trophies. Well, he has won trophies. He won the 2023 ODI World Cup, 2015 World Cup, 2021 T20 World Cup. Am I missing any others?
So he's won the absolute biggest trophies in white ball cricket multiple times. So I don't agree with that statement.
So Melbourne Stars probably should have won a title. The year I was playing for them, that would have been funny. They wouldn't have won a title if I was playing for them. The year I was working for them, they should have won the title. They absolutely botched that. That was certainly not down to Maxwell. That was Stoinis and Ben Dunk just got themselves into the wrong position there, and unfortunately, didn't come back. If you look at the teams he's been in, I'll get back. As Bishnoi is back again. Interesting.
Big over
really
again.
Pushing Bishnoi here. Huge over.
Yeah, this is a big over.
When you look at, when you say Dre, Ross and Polly are inconsistent as well, but plus years win you trophies, so you're willing to wear the poor ones. Yeah, I think if you took, I'm not saying it's a one for one, because Dre, Ross and Karen Pollard are different players than Maxwell, but look at the structures and the team environments they've been in compared to Maxwell. So it's a very, very different situation. And it's, we get this a lot in basketball, but in cricket, you are one of 11 players. Like, you could have a very big impact. It's probably pretty rare you're going to win a title on the back of one player in anything. You do need a structure around you a little bit more. It's a bit more like football. And this is slog swept, and it is 6 again. Is that? Oh,
I think that's gone straight through a fielder.
Rob Barron is just going to look at him. Look at Roberto at the moment.
Why can't they field, Jarrod? Why can't these professional, highly paid athletes field? It's really easy fielding. Again, he's 4 yards off the rope. How many times? Don't make me tap the sign, fielders. Just stand where you're meant to stand. Right, he's 4 yards off the rope. Ball goes over his head, 6. Stand on the rope, catches him. There was a clue, Badoni, 5 balls ago when the exact same thing happened to one of your colleagues. So this is where, why isn't the fielding coach running around and going, listen, lads, stand on the rope, you morons? Because that is such a massive wicket, Sky, at that point, isn't it? It's such a big wicket as he goes again.
He's almost been bowled here. He's going hard. So what are they? They're at 4s
so
now.
Stupid. It's so stupid.
Joel Edwards has just said that I was mentioned in a World War II podcast yesterday. Joel, I'm going to need more. I don't think I was an analyst for any of the teams in World War II. Are they having a look at the stumping here, mate?
Pant wants to look at something. But this is what they have lots of coaches here, fielding coaches and stuff. Why doesn't
okay? Sorry, the fielding coach. I want to get to that. So. Oh, I see what's happened here. He's knocked the ball off his glove onto the stumps, but his foot's definitely in from what I can tell.
Pant affects half his stumpings by dropping the ball because he's bad at wicket keeping onto the stumps. We've seen that a few times from him.
Yeah, I think he just said to the umpire, I don't know if it was me who hit the stumps or if it was the ball who I think he knew the ball hit the stumps, but he wasn't sure when it hit the stumps. It's not the best scene if your wicketkeeper doesn't see the ball so well that he has to ask the square leg umpire what has happened, bro. But that's a different conversation for another day. Is he going to go for another big one? He doesn't. He spoons his head. Okay, so fielders on the boundary. So when Mike Young took over as the Australian fielding coach and came from baseball, he basically said to Ricky Ponting, why are you walking in 15 meters every ball? And Ricky Ponting said, well, I'm walking in 15 meters every ball because I start out and then I come in and my momentum's coming forward and it means that the batter isn't 100% sure where I'm standing. And Mike Young, the fielding coach, went, but if you come in 15 meters every time, don't they know that that's exactly where you're going to end up, like over a period of time, like if they're great players? And what Mike Young was trying to say to them, and it's changed a little bit in modern cricket, is we don't actually have the big walk-ins anymore. Have you noticed? Right? Over the last 15 years, it's very rare to see a fielder walk in. And in fact, if in English club cricket, everyone's like walking with a bowler and we're like, no, let's stop wasting all of our energy on the bits in between the fielding. And also, it doesn't help. So I do think there is an element there of, I wonder if there's still the 4 steps, right? As he goes for the big one here, Sky, it's toe end of the bat, drags it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Rob really needed a wicket there. But hasn't got it. Do you know what I mean? Is there is there an element of, if you look at the people in the ring, it's easier to see it with the fielders in the ring if you're watching TV. There is still about a 4 or 5 steps that people do. Not every fielding position does it, but most fielding positions do. Is it just that?
There are fielding positions, right? Whenever you get a spare 20 minutes, watch the Ponting thing on YouTube, where it's just him running people out and taking catches at point. It's so good, and it is exactly what every fielder should do. The key is two or 3 things. 1, expect the ball to go to you every single time. 2, balls of your feet, not flat foot. Balls of your feet, very easy. Weight going forward, and you have the ability to take off on either foot. Then the other thing is really hard for a lot of fielders to do. So I don't expect fast bowlers to be able to do this, but good fielders like Ricky Ponting have an element of using the cues from the batsman to know where the ball's going to go or likely to go before it goes there, right? Most of fielding that you watch in the IPL is reactive. They're reacting to what happens, like, oh, look, he's hit it there, I better do something about it. Whereas the good fielder is like, well, if he's playing this shot, it cannot go to me, I can turn my brain off. But if it is going to go to me, it's going to go in this area. You do all your running or all your moving and get to the right place, and then you do your fielding. None of them do that. So Ricky Ponting was amazing at that. But what you shouldn't do, now Prince to Sky
did that reverse?
He blocks the first one. If it did, we must bet unders. I'm going to have to see it again. But what you're meant to do, when you're walking in, because a batsman's playing a certain type of shot, the non-aggressive shot, you can walk into that, right? But walking in is something that they used to tell you at school cricket, that people would shout out, walking in fielders, it's just to get everybody's brain moving, right? But when you're playing against people that are hitting sixes that are going over the rope by 7 or 8 feet, then you don't walk in, because you're then standing somewhere where they're going to score 6 instead of you getting them out, which is a huge difference as Sky tosses one. Yeah, not a good shot.
But it's a bad hook shot there. And it goes up in the middle of nowhere.
Middling my runs.
Are you because we had we told everyone to go overs before. What was that?
Yeah,
202,
so I backed
was
over
it?
20. So I've backed over
Over
201 and
205.
over 205, and I'm now closing off at under 212 and a half because I don't know whether that last one reversed, but whilst this scoreboard looks great and they're hitting sixes and everything looks rosy, both of these should have been out in the last 2 overs. And that first ball, Sky.
Oh, he's out,
look.
and that might be reversed, Rob Barron.
That was a good
It's
close,
full
wasn't
and
it?
straight to Will Jacks. We want to see that again, but he's bowled him straight through. Jacks has had a very weird innings here. He never really completely got going. He's ended up on 29 of 21, so he hasn't wasted his time, but he also hasn't really cashed in on the fact that he's faced 21 balls here at all. And I don't. It's not the best angle. I want to see whether that ball reversed.
I think it might have done
straight
a bit, you
before.
know. See, again, if you've got good eyes for reverse, go and ask anyone that's ever played cricket, what's the hardest thing to play? Reverse swing, because your brain can't process it. It goes the opposite of what your brain has taught itself to do for all these years. And so it's why whenever you, if you were really confident, Jarrod, that that first ball was reverse swinging, then you just go unders because the market wasn't awake to it yet. When it's seen him get bowled to a full ball that may or may not have deviated, now the market's waking up and it's not, 8 runs off for the wicket. Maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's
I don't think it has,
more
mate.
unders to be had here. So let's see if we can see that again. If it did tail, and I want them. So I've got my remote here. I can rewind and I have a look. And this is, when it comes to betting, this sort of thing is actually really important. So you watch it, obviously you have the fastest stream on, but what traders are doing is they're trying to do 50 different things for the bookies here. They don't pick up on reverse very often because they're trading all these markets. They've got a crappy little screen with a tiny stream on. I've got it on a nice big telly that is off camera here, and I can watch it behind just after I've seen a ball. I go, did it do that? And then I can watch it on a nice big HD screen going, actually it moved, or there was swing there or whatever. So I'm going to watch this ball again and decide whether it's tailed or not. Now, armchair fans, what are they looking for, Jarrod, when they're looking for reverse swing? What does the ball actually do? Mechanics-wise.
Mechanics-wise. And this one, he's gone for it again, and he's ended up with a full toss on leg stump until Varma's just whacked it away for 4. Okay, so you'd actually like this. We just did a podcast with the ECB scientist.
Oh, nice.
Who cuts cricket balls in half and made his own weather station to go down to grounds to see if the stand at Trent Bridge has actually changed the amount of swing that you get because of the wind patterns. It's very cool. It's a very cool podcast. Aaron is Aaron is the Australian way of saying it. How do you say Aaron, but in the English way? Aaron, is it?
I say Aaron. Do people say Aaron?
It might be Aaron.
People who can't pronounce it.
Well, let's call him Briggsy. Although Briggsy's also an Australian rapper, so that is slightly confusing. Dot ball, next ball. So reverse swing, and this is I've done 2 podcasts in the last week, and Robbie Utapa said that you use saliva to get the ball to you get saliva to come back to get the ball to load in to make it heavier on one side to swing, and Mr. Briggs just went, no, that is not a thing that it works, and he's like, you would need so much saliva to make it heavier on one side. Essentially, all you need to do is have it smooth on one side and rough on the other side. And you change the airflow pattern and it goes in the opposite direction. So the saliva or the sweat helps in the smoothing out one side of the ball, but the actual weighting side of it does not work at all. Anyway, it's a really good podcast if you want to go have a listen to that.
Did you ever see the NASA thing, Jarrod?
No.
So they commissioned NASA, not as in NASA Hussein, as in the space people, to tell us why a ball swings, and they used wind tunnels and all their space equipment and all this, and they nobody can put forward an argument to me that cloud cover doesn't aid swing in England, right? It just does. And there are times, the last Ashes, there was one where the clouds came over at lunch, I think, and then the session after lunch.
Well, we talk about that on this episode.
Right, okay.
And
however,
you know what we both think?
Go on.
When the clouds come in, people bowl full up because they think it affects it.
So you think it's purely psychosomatic? You think that
because there's nothing in any of the data that suggests that it should change anything.
NASA said they were all like, well, obviously when clouds come down, it swings more, and NASA said, horseshit. There's no scientific basis for you telling me that. And I just looked at numbers.
Wide. Yep.
And it was like, well, it definitely is a thing. Yeah, and you say, oh, it's hooping round corners. So you're saying the bowlers see the clouds and suddenly turn into good swing bowlers. Is
They
that what you
suddenly
think?
no,
Yeah.
I don't think they turn into good swing bowlers. I think they try and swing the ball. So this year, we have seen more reverse swing, right, than other
Yeah.
years. And everyone's like, well, the saliva must be making the ball reverse swing. What if it is that the bowlers believe that saliva makes the ball reverse swing, and so they're trying to get the ball to reverse more?
Well, it's the cricket bat or the cricket ball. It's the chicken or the egg, isn't it? I don't know what it is.
So basically, what Mr. Briggs talked about was the fact that the atmosphere, and the clouds and everything else is the least. Oh, this is slog six.
Smash. That's a big shot, isn't it?
Good shot over the top there. It's the least important part of the process anyway, right? The most
This is really interesting stuff, this.
Is wrist position. Wrist position is 100%. Like, if you don't have a good wrist position, you can't do it. And if you don't have the ball in the right situation, you can't do it. The clouds and the saliva and all these other things that people worry about are very, very less important. Saliva helps with a red ball a lot more than it does with a white ball. Only sweat helps a lot more with a red ball than it does with a white ball. It's very hard to patch over a white ball because of the painting, the dyed element of it. Anyway, great shot. You need a wicket for your man Bishnoi here, don't you?
I'm quite happy not to have one, to be honest.
It's full, it's swept, and that's going to be full.
Because I would much rather have the Sky man of the match come in and the Mumbai most sixes. So yeah, I had a small bet on Bishnoi at 10 because I think it was too big. But I'm very happy for that not to win in favour of the bigger bets winning. But so the questions are, so if teams have spent a lot of time doing this, trying to get balls to reverse swing. Now Pakistan did it with what we assume was tremendous skill. Waqar and Wasim, right? Tremendous skill. And they had it. And Rana Naved was unbelievable at doing it with white ball cricket at the end. He was amazing at getting the ball to reverse. Yeah. Australia obviously got the ball reverse swinging in recent times because they're massive cheats, right? You should know this. As an Australian, the first, you're a country is literally set up as a whole load of convicts that we sent away because we couldn't handle your skullduggery in this country.
He's got an outside edge for 4 here. Beautiful bowling.
Sent you to slowed
it down. Lovely.
Sent you to a much nicer climate and a much better country, which was stupid. We should have kept you all here, and we should have all gone to Australia. But anyway, so Australia did it through massive cheating, and then you get some people now. They're always trying to find ways. So England had this thing with jelly beans, and they did sweat testing on people.
It wasn't jelly beans. It was the Murray mints.
Murray mints. Sorry, jelly beans was to put somebody off. Zahir Khan, maybe.
It was one of the Indian players.
They were throwing jelly beans onto a good length or something, weren't they, when they were fielding close?
That's
anyway.
Allegedly what it was. That Pride did it. I don't know how you throw jelly beans with wicket-keeping gloves on, but I think it was another player. But anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so there's all that. How do you get the ball to reverse is a huge question. And when you get the scientists involved and they basically go, well, it's not all the stuff you think it is. It's like, well, tell us that. Obviously, having one side of the ball shiny and one side of the ball not is a big thing. And you get players throwing the ball in. So here's a really good ground to do it, Wankhede, right? That all the Lucknow fielders now should be throwing it in on those practice pitches or on those other strips on the bounce every time to rough up one side of the ball, right? That's what they should do every time until the umpires tell them not to.
This could be out. He's gone for it. This might bring Rob's wickets back in here as big slog sweep from Bish. I'm not even sure it was a slog sweep, but it was from way wide outside off stump. Bishnoi and Sky are having a discussion. I hope it's friendly. The fielder has taken the catch and is instantly eating a banana. I've got a lot of facts for you here. But yeah, it was the wrong and outside off stump. Was it the slog sweep? I'm not even sure it was, but he's got a top edge to it.
Proper reach for that. He's just gone wider and wider until he couldn't resist it. So Prince is saying that was a stunner of a catch because the sun was in my eyes. Please, can I have a banana? And he's been rewarded with one.
I don't think that was Prince because he looked about a foot short of it. Oh, it was Prince. You're right.
Yeah.
Geez, he looked short out on that boundary. Maybe he was just squatting down when he took the catch in the end. Essentially, the best way to explain it goes back to the original stories. You know, the great story about Pakistan and New Zealand when Chris Pringle just basically cracked the shits and took out a bottle top and started scratching it. And then he took, a 7 or 8 wicket haul or whatever it was. And then the PCB official came up to him and said, see, now we're all doing it. It's fine. Essentially, that's how you get it to reverse. You want one side to be incredibly rough and the other side not to be anywhere near as rough. It can still be rough on the other side. It doesn't have to be completely smooth. But that is how you get reverse swing. Everything else is not quite as important. If you don't have that, you will not get reverse swing. A couple of super chats. Well, what have we got? Mumbai at 1.41. And the run line is about 208. So good work from Rob to get out of that one before. Mansad says, sorry to circle back, but in the 2021 T20 World Cup, it's only T20 trophy. Maxey averaged 16 and a strike rate of 100, but it's a factual statement that a good Maxwell season has never won a trophy. Well, I mean, he has in other tournaments, though, Mansad.
Do 50 over World Cups not
also,
count?
why are we talking about fucking Maxwell today? Who gives a shit? I mean, thank you for the super chats, but what are we doing here? I've had 9 super chats about Maxwell. We've explained why teams pay him. There isn't another Maxwell.
Right? You can break this. You can break this down. I've seen a special on several UK bookmakers. They're obviously all paying the same firm for the prices. Just try and pluck a price out of your head because you can break it down and work it out. But Jasprit Bumrah to take the wickets of both Nicholas Pooran and walking IPL wicket Rishabh Pant, bowled, both of them bowled, gets both of them out. What price is that to have it?
33
So he must come on. It's a big price, isn't it? But what price is it?
33 to 1.
150 to 1 available. That has to be worth a dabble because the way it happens is Pooran is smacking it everywhere. Pooran has come in and is smacking it everywhere. Or Pooran isn't smacking it everywhere and they've seen him as the biggest threat, so they go to Bumrah, right? We've already seen one bowled in this innings, and we're thinking as Sky hits one up in the air beautifully over the backward point area for another 4. We've already seen bowled can happen on this deck, right? Bumrah's very good at aiming at the stumps. Pant is in utterly awful form, and actually Pooran has had a bit of a problem with balls hitting his leg stump in the last 3 innings. He hasn't scored any runs in the last 3. He's had an amazing tournament, but he's been LBW 2 of the last 3, and Stark got him out bowled when he chopped on in the last one, right? So the last 3, Pooran hasn't been caught. You'd say Pooran was a caught guy. And if Bumrah is on one, and Bumrah hasn't been very good. It wasn't very good last time, and he was a bit lucky the time before. If Bumrah's back, and he bowls Pooran, Pant could easily walk out just after Pooran, and he just got to bowl a quick one on his stumps bowled. 150s, that is well worth a tenner, or an interest bet for people. You can break it down and say, right, Pooran is 5 to be bowled, and Pant is 5 to be bowled, so that's 25. Then it's got to be, and you can make a case that it's bigger than 150, but I don't think it's much bigger. It's a very difficult one to price in that who's going to be bowling at what phases. But Pooran's the biggest threat for Lucknow, so when he's on, they're going to bowl Bumrah at him, aren't they? And Pant is a walking wicket, and he's going to
bowl his stumps. My only question there would be: has he been bowled or LBW in those?
Two LBWs and one bowled. So Stark, he chopped.
And do you need bowled in that? Do you need bowled?
You need bowled,
yeah. To be bowled.
Yeah, it's 150.
Maybe it's about 80 to 1 then.
Yeah, it probably is something like 100. But you've got to have a tenner, or you've got to have a rupee or a pound or whatever. If you're it's fun, isn't it? And then we can talk about it forever and ever and ever if it does happen.
Pooran has been dismissed 4 times when in his last 14 balls when the ball's been going on to hit the stumps. I think we've all seen that. We've got a good one here from Reinhardt, who says, Jarrod, isn't there a lot of Morgan and Ryan Rick? I will get to that in a moment. As Avesh Khan comes in again, it's full toss. He's looking for that reverse swing. I'll tell you something about reverse swing, as this one is hit out to deep cover. We've talked about bowling. So we talked about the ball. When I talk about the bowlers, most bowlers in the world, what delivery do they bowl when they're getting the ball to reverse swing?
Good question.
It's usually a Yorker, right?
It has to be. That's what they look for. Are you saying that they should pull it back a bit and give the ball more of a chance? The best ball
with reverse swing is actually the knee roll ball. It's tough to do in T20 cricket, but if you know the ball is actually swinging, it is actually a far more effective ball than the Yorker in that situation. Because the problem with the Yorker is you're going to miss the Yorker a lot and get half volleys and full tosses. So you're going to waste a lot of your reverse swing. Whereas if you pull it back a little bit, it's a much better ball. It's easier to do in one-day cricket and certainly in Test cricket. That's why you don't see a lot of reverse swing Yorkers. You usually see knee-length ball. Anyway, it's just a weird aside. The Rickleton question that Reinhardt said, isn't there a lot of Morgan in Ryan Rickleton? No, Morgan's a much better player of spin than Ryan Rickleton is. Much better manipulator of the strike. They have a similar sort of squat, I think. They're a little bit arsey when they squat, and they're both left-handers, but they're not very similar players for mine. Very different. I think Morgan's much more calculated. Rickleton's much more a vibes guy as well.
Yeah, they've got... I think Morgan was one of the best thinking cricketers you're going to see. And he was actually the first one to really crack the Rashid Khan code. And it's like, I've noticed that he really doesn't like it when I go full guns blazing after him. And in that World Cup when he got 16 sixes or whatever it was, that changed the course of Rashid Khan's career a bit. He's actually, are we watching Rashid Khan play later, or is that tomorrow? I think that's tomorrow.
There's another game?
There's another game today. There's another game in the IPL. Like, we haven't had them all yet, believe it or not. Oh, yeah, that's Monday, Rajasthan against Gujarat. He has amazing numbers at Jaipur, Rashid Khan, but it's RCB Delhi later on, isn't it?
I think he's got back into form anyway, though, hasn't he, a little bit?
He's after we were panning the hell out of him, he has looked a fair bit better, but I don't think he's the old Rashid Khan again yet. They're going Prince again here, and what Hardik are we going to see here? Because Hardik is a man that's very difficult to factor into your betting, because sometimes he comes out and he's the guy that can hit 50 off 20, and the other times he's 3 off 11, and you think, what are you doing, Hardik? With the insurance of Deere and Bosch behind him, he should be going. And you would think that with Prince into the attack, it should be mega high intent. But let's see what Hardik does. He might just turn the strike over to Sky.
So Sky's 35 off 18. Hardik gets a Yorker and defends this out on the offside.
Don't like the blocking, Jarrod. 6 wickets in hand and 36 balls left. I don't like the block. Would you back bold at 7.5 here with the ball reverse swinging? Because I would.
Okay.
I would, and I
bold.
have.
Is that bold next wicket? Either batter?
Yeah. Yeah, because of the tail, and Prince was the guy that got it, right? He did get that reverse swing.
Yep. Avesh didn't seem to get it on at all. No reverse for Avesh. Yeah, I didn't think he tried. It just didn't seem to go anywhere. This is short. Not exactly what Rob wants after pressing the button on the last bet.
He just knocked that one on the head, as they like to say. I'm thinking of next man out here, and as good as I think Sky is, when it's 50-50, I don't mind backing Sky small. See if we can get 50-50 somewhere, because he's definitely going to play aggressively, and Hardik is playing like a wuss boy at the moment. That's the technical term.
Paul is Prince Yadav.
Sorry? How tall?
Yeah. Does anyone...
I don't know the answer.
5'7", he is short. It says here. 5'7".
He's not 5'7", is he?
He is pretty short. Oh, this is going to be up in the air, and it's over fine leg. I believe Rob Barron will have to give us the official there, but I believe he was on the rope, but it didn't matter because it went over his head.
Yeah, and yeah, is he 5'7"? That's he was.
Well, I'm looking at one website online. They're not exactly, but just watching him come in there, he did look short as hell. And taking that catch before, do you remember? I was like, I don't know. I just think of bowlers as taller until I actually look it up. And now I'm looking it up, and he's not very tall.
Yeah, okay. It's very likely that Sky tries to hit him for 6 again. This is why the next man out is quite good here at 50-50, because he's doing his absolute best. What the hell is that price? Jesus Christ.
He's gone for the weird slower ball there, and it's got stuck in his fingers and has ended up as a wide for height. 153 after 4. So you have a middle. If anyone followed Rob before, they have a middle between about 205 and 212. The run line at the moment is 212. I'm not saying we're about to see it, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see 2 wickets in the next 3 overs.
Yeah. There's a betting company that's betting on man of the match at the moment, and who would you say is the most likely player to be man of the match at this second right now?
Sky.
Yeah. And they are 9-1, and that is. I just tried to back it, and they said, "Yeah, well, I would definitely back it more." Now it's a better bet.
Okay. Sky live man of the match.
Although I know somebody that just tried to back it and they said no thanks. So maybe they left it up by accident, but I'm not sure that's the case. So some firms do bet that live, and if you've got an account with firms that bet on man of the match live, pay attention to the market, because you are taking on, rather than us playing. That's a very good shot from Hardick straight down the ground for a couple. It was a full toss though. Rather than when you're betting on runs, you're taking on loads of really clever people, loads of them, and syndicates and modelers and algo guys and people that are so much better than me at maths that it blows my head away. But when you're betting on man of the match live in a game, you're taking on one guy. He's probably a guy. Sorry, ladies, but there aren't many female cricket traders I've heard of working for bookies. So you're taking on one bloke who is plucking the prices out of his backside, basically, and he's just coming up with an idea. And Sky is clearly the favourite to be man of the match here, because he's favourite as it stands to get the most runs for the team that are what are they? 1.38. So you're basically betting Sky to get another 20, 25, something like that. And he'll be in very good shape. 9 to 1's a mental price. They have that firm have since removed the opportunity to bet on it. So sorry, everyone. But yeah, if you see that, sometimes they there was a firm in that sponsor all the South African cricket, and they used to do that market live. I can't remember the last time I had an account with them, but they used to do that market live, and they would bet it until right at the very end. And you're like, well, I know they're going to give it to Rohit, and you can back Rohit at 1.4 or something. You're like, well, he got 80 and they won, and nobody got more than 2 wickets, so obviously he's going to win. Anyway, we have a 2-minute timeout. Mumbai in very good shape.
1.36. Any other team would be about 1.55. In fact, considering that they're barely above the expected runs and the wicket has looked pretty flat, I'd say it's a ridiculous price. So there's still plenty of value in Lucknow if you're feeling in that way. Parminder, though, has come up with Super Chat, says, who's your GOAT batter in T20 internationals? I've never really looked at T20 internationals because I'm not all that much more interested in them than I am normal T20 cricket. Just having a look at the numbers here. So Virat is an average of 48 with strike rate of 137. The other players that I really like are Maxwell, average of 30 with strike rate of 155. But I think Sky would be my guy at 38, 167 is ridiculous numbers for way more than 2,000 runs. He's made about half the runs that Kohli has. Him and Maxwell are both at about, 2,500. So they're a little bit further back. But those are the guys that I'd be looking at.
Chris Gale, please.
Also, Butler. But Butler just recently probably has dipped. But I reckon Butler would have been my number one a while back. He's at 35, 146 strike rate.
Chris Gale changed the whole course of the format.
Yeah, but is that international? Like, what's he done in internationals? Let's have a look.
Won 2 World Cups?
No. As a batter. He didn't win 2 World Cups as a batter. I was there when he failed in one game. 28 average, 137 strike rate in internationals. We're just talking internationals here. I'm not saying best T20 batters.
Okay. But Butler would have been mine, but England asked a bit too much of him, and I don't like how much he's changed batting position. I think if he'd have just been plugged in, sure, when he started for Lancashire, and there was this kid playing shots that we hadn't really seen before, the scoops and the ramps and the reverse ramps, coming down at number 7, that was a good place to start him off. But when they saw that, he became one of the very best ODI finishers as the guy that can play the innings and then go bananas coming in the middle. When they were saying, oh, we're going to open with Josh Butler, I didn't really agree with it at the time. I was like, well, he's the best at doing what he does, so leave him there. And then when it turned out that he was amazing at opening, I think that was probably the time for everyone to just go, okay, he's an opener, that's going to be that. But now he's 3 behind 2 absolute anchors. And he's kind of I don't know what the word for it is yet. Maybe you'll have one. One of those anchors that can then be completely explosive is what Butler is, like an all-round mega gun. And I would much prefer to see him opening than being a 3 if that's what he is.
No, it's quite interesting. I'm just having a look at some of the records here of the international players. Kevin O'Brien, 100, 550s, 12 ducks in 110 games. That's the most Kevin O'Brien stat I've ever seen. but Tilakaratne Dilshan, 80 T20 games for internationally, with 10 ducks. And we've got a
That looks
wicket
bit
here
like a
as
bold
Mike
to me.
Yadav comes in again with that slower ball that I
Like a
feel like
bold.
that's
It
the third
looks
slow ball that I
like a
think
bold.
someone. Oh, that was your bold. Sorry.
Like a bold, it was 7.5.
So another one to Roberto Barron there.
7.5, bold fans. Stop playing me 7.5. Actually,
Mayank
keep playing me
Yadav
7.5.
as that's I think we've said a couple of times now. You can have a look that his slower ball is quite it looks quite obvious to me, like just the way it comes out of his hand. But there is no doubt there that Hardik Pandya did not pick that up. I think I might have called it a sky a moment ago. Hardik Pandya didn't pick that up at all, and his hands were way in front of his body. So well done to Mayank. That's 2 wickets from his slow balls today, but it does mean your Bishnoi bet is dead. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm extremely happy about that. Mainly because of the bold, Jarrod. Like 7.5 is just a lovely pickup in the middle of a T20 innings. And now is the time to keep looking for that bold price, because you've got Namandir coming in here, who has a very clear role, doesn't he? Have a go. And I think Mayank is the guy as far as bold goes. So what I'm looking for now is to see what price I can get bold again, and run out price, because obviously we're getting towards run out time. And if anybody is like 17 or bigger for run out, now's the time to be backing it. You wouldn't believe how often you can get 18. Well, you could, because I always tell you, but 18, 20 in this sort of spot. And when there's 3 overs to go, the run out price should be 8. And when there's 1 over to go, it should be about 5. As we're waiting on the there are both bats having a long chat with the umpire. I think it's because he's bought out the cat flap thing for the size of Namandir's bat. So you have to be able to go through the cat flap with your bat if you're allowed to use it. And he's bought a railway sleeper out, and the umpire has said, no, sir, you are not allowed to use the railway sleeper. You must use a cricket bat. So they're now running on to find Namandir a bat that is suitable. And he's gone, okay. That's really fun. I always enjoy it when stuff like that happens.
You should be out.
What do you mean, timed out?
If you're a batter and you've brought out a bat that is not within the rules of the game, you get a penalty, don't you? Am I missing something here? I don't understand why all we get is a delay in the game. If I'm a millimeter over and I'm a bowler, it's a no ball and a free hit. Mayank coming in. I mean, it's a good ball. That might have tailed a little bit as well there.
Forward defence, is it now, man? You're allowed 1 of those in your innings. Otherwise, I retire you out if I'm coach.
Yes. So I just don't understand why there's no penalty for bringing out a bat that is not the right size. Am I missing something here?
Well, you have enough influence, surely, in this game, Jarrod, to be able to change the rules of cricket. So why don't you have a word with somebody?
If I had a word with them, they would. I could tell you what conversation that would be, and it wouldn't go well. Anyway, Mike coming in again.
6.5 bold. 6.5 bold. Still a bet.
And he bowls the next one short outside off stump.
Wide. So he won't bowl there ever again.
So we're putting that bet on, are you?
Yeah. Yep.
Bold 6.5 live bet. So what I would say is, I'm not sure 100%. I'm just having a look at that off cutter. Came back nicely for him. I'm not sure 100% why, if he is getting any reverse, and he is, why he would then bowl the fast bouncer outside of stump. Like if you're going to bowl the bouncer at the batter, I feel a little bit differently about that. On this one, he's gone for a normal ball. They half appeal. That wasn't far away from the side pad, but it was down the leg side and a normal wide. So 2 wides in a row here. Comster says, does it make sense to place a cheeky bet on a wicket after every time out? No. I have looked into this statistically. Unless someone can... I only did a quick look last year during the IPL Comster. There are certain games and certain batters and certain periods where I think it is worth it. And Rob has been commentating with me where I've said, this is a time that you do it. I wouldn't do it automatically every time. Someone would have worked that out, would be my guess, Rob.
Yeah, there are some things where you can do it every time. And I think a prime example is one we've just spoken about, is the run out at the end. If you can, in the first innings of a T20, if you can get run out at 20 and there's 3 overs left, back it every time. I don't care who's playing, I don't care who's running, I don't care how well they're running, because the more balls that go by without the wicket, the more likely run out becomes because you've got the suicide run out going for you. Whereas in women's cricket, that is crazy better because they're not as selfish as men. And they don't care that much about their averages. There's hardly any run-outs in this IPL because players are really rubbish at fielding. But secondly, yesterday was a prime example. They didn't run off the last ball of the 20th over of the innings in the first innings for no other reason than they didn't want to risk the wicket. Now, if you've got a 1% chance of a run off the last ball of the first innings, you should be running. 1% chance. If the ball is in the wicket-keeper's gloves, fine, don't run. If you've hit it to a fielder, run, right? You might get a run. Worst case, you get no runs, which is what you've got anyway. So you should always run. Now, in women's cricket, they do it. So the run out off the last ball in a women's game is something like 3. It really is that short. But until, again, a proper IPL coach gets the players together and says, I don't care what your average is. It means nothing to me. I care what your runs per innings and your strike rates are. That's what I care about. And I also care about you playing for the team. Well, Morgan was quite big on it, the famous one with Milan.
Milan.
Yeah, he absolutely hung him out to dry publicly.
I don't think it will happen for 2 reasons. One, you never play for the same captain or coach enough in cricket.
Yeah.
And 2, people still don't do it in the NBA for the half-court shot and the heaves. Right?
Yeah, that's crazy as well.
Well, you know, as a Denver Nuggets fan, it's been hilarious this year just watching Joker just decide he's going to do it every time. Like, he's literally made a decision. He's like, well, if I get 1 out of 17 of these in, we might win that game, right? Like, he's just decided because he just doesn't care. Full ball on the stumps. And also, who's going to tell him not to shoot and keep his field goal percentage better so he gets a better contract? Like, he's already on the max contract, right?
You should be telling that guy do whatever the hell you want because you're the best.
Yeah. Oh, his game last night was ridiculous, by the way. They were like triple teaming him and he still scored 30 points with 20 rebounds. So the 1.47 again, Mumbai. So they started about 1.64. We're looking at about 207, 208 as our run line at the moment. It's bouncing around a little bit. Who have we got left to bowl, though? They've
only gone 5 bowlers here, and it would be very harsh to Markram if you were to throw in the ball to a very set 200 strike rate Sukumar Yadav. Digvesh is going to have to bowl again.
I think that's fair. I think Digvesh has bowled quite a bit in the death this year, hasn't he? So that's fine.
Avesh bowls 17 and 19 or 18 and 20, probably 17 and 19. So you have to bowl Digvesh next over, don't you? And then Prince is going to bowl over 20. And if he bowls over 20 and Sky is still there, he's going for 20 runs.
What's your... If we think Digvesh is bowling the next over, I know you don't have much time here. What's your run line with Sky at the crease?
It's like 12.6, something like that. And you can get... The thing is, we don't know it's him. That's the thing that annoys me. But you can back over 9.5 for next over. That seems like a good bet to me because we've just gone through who it could be. It's the 17th, isn't it? 9.5, if you're quick, you can get. And that's good. Yeah, it's still there. Over 9.5 at 1.95 I can see here. That's a good bet because, I mean, even if it is Avesh, I'm not overly concerned about being... Whoever bowls, I'm not overly concerned about being 9.5.
They don't have... I mean, Digvesh has already been hit once today and he's got Sky to go up against. I would actually be tempted to bowl Avesh in this over and bowl Digvesh the over after, but I don't think that makes a different situation. So
they're going
where
Prince.
Are we betting?
They're going Prince.
It is Prince. Wow. We didn't expect that. There we go. We came up with all of our different options, and the one that we didn't come up with is what the team has gone for. Someone said, where do you guys bet? Asking Rob that question is absolutely ridiculous because he bets on every single bookmaker that will have him.
Yeah, and they won't have me. But every single bookmaker that will have anyone, you might as well keep trying. They're very bad at pricing, like the vast majority of these bookies. They're really bad at it. So, as long as I can get my greasy mitts on accounts, I will keep trying to bet absolutely everywhere. As the first ball
is whacked for 4. That's good batting. Really good batting. That was fielding. Yeah, but that's a good start for our bet there.
Just over 9.5. Yeah, it's bad line. Bad line. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't win. So Digvesh is going to have to bowl a very death over here. And what I am looking for now is the stumped price, Jarrod.
Yes, I was about to say the same thing. I still think he can't get many stumped wickets, so he bowls so quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
There was a really good piece in, wait, I've got it here, in Sports Star about how little players use their feet to, I don't think they had the Digvesh numbers. Let me see. But yeah, how little players use their feet. Oh no, it does have Digvesh here. Down the track, 1.3% of the balls, they come down the track to Digvesh, Narayan and Barron in 2025.
So if you use
full toss on the pads, flipped out to deep mid wickets, and they're going to get another 4. That's good batting, and also very good for Rob's over 9.5 bet.
Yeah, you can give me the money now because there's no way they're not getting this.
No, whoa.
No way. Give me the money. Pay me. So there's 2 occasions where you should never ever do that, by the way. Don't ever open the door for the gambling gods to rain down acid rain all over your face, because they always do. But there's 2 occasions on this IPL where Rishabh Pant has murdered me. One of them was I was on Powerplay overs, and it lost by half a run because Pant came in and played 4 forward defences, last 4 balls of the power play, and then he ended up getting 2 off 9 or something, so well done. And then it's just full toss every ball here from Prince. And then the other one was at the end of the innings where he didn't bring himself in until right at the end, and then he came in and got no runs off the last 3 balls or something. So yeah, he can stop murdering me, Rishabh. But if the only way that they don't get more than 9 in this over is if Sky is out this ball, and then whoever comes in next gets run out, and then there's a dot at the end. The over 9.5 is 1.03 right now. Had many worse beats, mind you.
1.38 Mumbai at the moment. Their run line's about 211. If you're betting with us, of course, you can't lose on that run line. You either get your money back or you get a sweet middle. Prince comes in, beautiful Yorker. Someone just put in the comments, he can't execute his Yorkers. And he was right, of course. The next ball's perfect. Much easier for short bowlers to bowl Yorkers than it is for tall bowlers. That's physics. Is it physics? I don't know. Geometry? It's something.
Science.
So generally that's why you get shorter bowlers or bowlers with lower arm actions are much better with Yorkers than everyone else. 171 for 5. Sky is 45 from 23. This ball has to go, and unfortunately for him, he's timed it okay. And they're going to come back for a couple, but I can tell you this. Over 9.5, Roberto Barron has given you another winner. Now, do you have run out and bowled as your next wicket bet?
So I couldn't find the run out price, to be honest. So I'm just on bowled at the 6.5, which I maintain is too big. And I wouldn't. I normally I'd advocate backing the stumped, because any bowler, whoever you are, is at their most likely to get the stumping, slow bowlers, at the death, because you charge way more than you normally would. You don't charge in the 8th over normally, but at the end you do have a go. But knowing the bowler is Digvesh and knowing that nobody comes down with him, I'm not that bothered about 33-1 for stumped, because you've only got 6 balls anyway to get the stumping. It's if it was 50s, I'd probably back it, but I'm happy enough being on bowled here at the 6.5, which is still available with a lot of bookies in the UK right now. And I'm with the reverse that we've seen, even though Prince is done for the day with his, what has he got? 1 for 44. There's another thing that we should probably offer odds on is, does my laptop battery run out before the end of the innings? I thought they fixed it. No, so the charger has decided to die, and we're now going to have to move on to PC, but I'm hoping that I can do it to the innings break. But if I disappear, you know why, and you can do what you do all the time anyway, which is talk to yourself.
Yeah. Probably my happy place, if I'm being honest. Sometimes I forget you're here.
How do you cope with sort of 3 hours of just bleating out words on your own? That doesn't do anything to your head? You're all right with that?
I've never done 3 hours on my own.
How much what's the longest?
Probably an hour and a half on my own.
And you're okay with that?
It just doesn't affect me. It's really weird. So I remember the first time you did it, and you looked like a mess at the end of the day. right? And I was just like, no, that's just a normal day. Like, it's a bit more intense because it is a bit weird because we don't really take breaks here all that much. So it's very different than commentary, where if you're doing a top level commentary stint, you're really only doing 20 minutes out of the hour. So you're 40 minutes off, 20 minutes on, like a firefighter. Very similar to a firefighter in many ways.
Basically the same. Get the same amount of chicks as well.
Jonathan Agnew is always doing those topless calendars. Ball outside of stump. He tries to swing this across, not far away from Roberto Barron's bowled bet there. But my first commentary stints were actually Test Match Sofa and doing TalkSport IPL. And in both of those, you basically did big chunks, right? So we once did the Bangladesh England Test series where there was only 3 of us between 3 a.m. and 8 a.m. So we all just did 5 hours of talking, right? And it was just easier to do it that way. So that's how I started. So it's just, I don't know. Oh, this is short of a length. It's whacked away. It's just gone for 6. I think just carried a deep mid wicket. He went for the slower one. It stuck in the wicket. Sky didn't get all of it, but he's managed to get it in front of the fielder, a bit straighter. And because of that, he's brought up his 50 as well, 54 of 27. It's been a great innings. 250s in this innings, Rickleton and Sky. And let us not forget, just quickly, while I'm telling that other story, that we do have Sky Man of the Match at 13-1 at the start of the day. And then we also have Sky Man of the Match live at 9-1 during the day.
Yeah, I don't know whether the 9-1 you're actually able to get. But that's a tremendous price, a tremendous bet. But he probably needs to score another 4.
He might not, because he's hit the ball straight to cover and he has been caught.
It's disappointing.
Full wide, off the toe of the bat, I would say there. And he's hit it straight to, I think, is it Mitchell Marsh in that position. And Avesh has taken a wicket. He's got away with that one, Avesh. He probably should have been hit before.
So it's very likely that if it is a batsman for Mumbai that gets it, that Rickleton gets it, purely because he scored 58 and Sky scored 54.
What about the strike rates?
They don't care about that. I don't think there's not much in it either. 193 and 181. Yeah, I think that pie needed to go to 4 for that 12-1 to win, which is very disappointing.
What if he takes 3 catches?
Yeah, he's going to have to do a catch like he did in the World Cup final, and he's going to have to affect a run out, I think.
So just to finish that story, so it doesn't matter, but I only notice it when I work with other people, and I come off and I'm fine, and they look dead. Like I'll work with normal commentators who will do a half an hour stint, and they'll come off commentary and they'll look like they've just run a marathon, and I'm like, I feel like I haven't even started yet. So there's clearly just something within me that allows me to do it. I did 2 hours on ABC straight once because Jim Maxwell refused to change me out because he was upset with some of the other commentators. And it was, I don't know if you remember this Test match, but South Africa were trying to beat Australia at Port Elizabeth, and everyone thought the 5th day was going to be washed out. As this is slashed away, is he going to get 4? Oh, that should be stopped. And it is stopped down on the boundary just by Ravi Bishnoi. Good pickup. They get 2 there as Bosch comes in. So we could say Bosch. 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 Yeah, so we did this Test match, and everyone thought the last day was going to be washed out, and so they were really pushing, and Maxwell just got pissy with everyone else and couldn't be bothered telling them to come on. So me and Jim Maxwell just did 2 hours straight of commentating the end of the game. So I'm just used to it. I've done it with so many times for so many different people now that it's not the end of the world for me. But it's it is what it is. You still I only realize it, as I said, through other people more often than I do myself. You get tired, but I get tired in a normal day. Comster asks you, Rob, top batter, top bowler for second innings. There are places that allow that, correct?
Yeah. So I've seen 3.75 for Bumrah, and normally that would be an all-in, that kind of price. But he was lucky to get it 2 games ago because he got the wickets with the full tosses, and last time he wasn't landing it. Bumrah, he didn't bowl well at all in the last game. So I'm not saying that Bumrah isn't good, because he's still comfortably better than everybody else, but the usual tactics of just hammering Bumrah and hammering unders for every over that Bumrah bowls don't apply right now until I see that he's definitely back, and I haven't seen that yet. So it would normally be Bumrah, and I can't really make a massive case for anybody else because they simply don't get enough wickets. Chahar and Bolt do their best work at the top of the innings. But I think 3.75. I have to have a bet on top bowler. I'd bat that. And then as far as top bat goes, normally you just say Pooran and away you go. But Pooran hasn't scored more than about 10 in the last 3 innings. So I can't back Pooran at sub 4 because it's too short. He might well win it, but it's too short. Markram looks in the best touch of all of them to me, and you can get if you can get north of 4.5 on Markram, I would back that. I thought he looked very good last time as we see Digvesh back into the attack, and he gets swept off his stumps
as well.
For 4. That's a good shot, that.
There's a bit of a shout too as well from Digvesh. I thought it was off the bat myself, but
yeah, I think it was sort of a bat and gloves shoveled reverse. Good shot, very fine.
Well, not only
I think he hit that twice.
Yeah, not only did he hit that definitely, and as you said, perhaps twice. It also wasn't going to hit the stumps. It also never hit gloves or pads or was anywhere near them. That was perhaps the worst appeal I've seen in quite some time. Well done to Digvesh. Big fan of those. Next ball's down outside the leg stump. He looks a little rattled to me. He's got away with this one. He has got Namandia. I was thinking of backing this over with him coming back on. And just watching him at the moment, Rob, a little bit more rattled. Rob, that stumping bet though, Corbin Bosch is the sort of guy that I think might run down the wicket and try and smack one. I think with the stumping, it's generally the tail enders who don't know what to do against top quality spin, and they just get stuck.
Yeah. So was it the 50 over World Cup that Netherlands were in, the last one that they were in? I think there were 2 stumpings in the first 40 games or something, and both of them were to the Netherlands spinner who bowled. What's his name? Bowled at the death.
This is hit up in the air and over mid-on. Oh, that's gone a long way over long on. Sorry. When he first hit that, I thought it should clear him, but just a little bit. And it's gone about 14 rows back. Great hit there.
Arjen Dutt was his name. And he got 2 stumpings off his bowling that didn't turn very much, purely because he was bowling in like over 47 and over 49. And people were just going, oh, well, we have to hit him for 6. So they were charging. And he got... a couple of those dismissals were stumped. That was a time where it was really good to be on stumped at the end of the innings, as I recall. But this is your chance. But can you really make a case for backing stumped like at this second right now? Because you can only get 25s, and you must get it in the next 2 deliveries. You must, because there can't be a stumping in the last over.
And Bosch has tried to sweep the first 2 balls. If he'd missed the first 2 sweeps and hadn't got off strike, that's when I want to be on stumped. But he's actually scored 5 runs off 2 balls, playing a reverse and a normal sweep. He does go the slog sweep this time, and this ball is about to land now.
Yeah, the Mumbai most 6s is in pretty steady shape, you know. What's that? 2, 6, 7, 9, 13 they've got already. They'll probably get another 1 or 2. I'll tell you what's a good market now is top bowler, because Mayank Yadav is winning with his 2 for 40, but Avesh has an over up his sleeve, a death over, which is in the history of T20s about 50-50 to get a wicket, but he must go for fewer than 11 to win. This is one where it could easily be a tie for top bowler, which would mean 11 for 1 off the last over, which is not a million miles away from what it's due.
So what's Avesh at the moment?
No one's up, which is disappointing, because if you're betting on top bowler, now's a great spot to be up. I wouldn't have much in it. Like, will Avish Khan do better or worse than 1 for 11? It's
Digvesh around the wicket,
worse,
which he likes to try, and this one has gone out on the offside, and they're just going to take the 1 run there. So 3 boundaries in that over. It's probably Barron might have to look it up for us, but I'm assuming it's Digvesh's most expensive spell of the year. Didn't think he bowled terribly. I actually thought he bowled well at times, but they did get on top of him, and it's allowed them to get back towards. At one stage, it looked like they were going to struggle to get 207, 208. They should clear that quite easily again now. What do you need? You need under 212, so you need 9 runs here.
Yeah, under 213 is good.
Under 213. Rob has gone, so we can only assume that Roberto's laptop has finally died. So just one more over. It is the most expensive spell for Digvesh this season, as Rishabh Pant is just moving the fielders around. They've got a fielding penalty here. What time is it? Yeah, it is quite low. Late. So that could change things. So Rob needs, was it under 213? But more fielders in the circle quite often bring about more wickets as well. Not always a like for like, but it's certainly something that we have seen quite a bit throughout the last 10 or 15 years of cricket, that the fielders in doesn't just bring up the run rate, quite often can bring up the wickets as well. It's gone for a reverse sweep, has the Bosch man. He's appealing for this Avesh. Felt again like he hit it, but if he didn't hit it, it's got to be pretty close. Rishabh Pant's walking down going, what actually happened? Never a good sign from your captain and your keeper. You can work that out in a second. So they're at 1.37 Mumbai. It's not a huge score. Now we've finally seen my replay, and he hit it off the middle of the bat. They've now appealed for 2 LBWs off the middle of Corbin Bosch's bat. You might want to buy a bit of bat, Boschi, because apparently it doesn't do a lot. People can't even tell if you're hitting them as well. Where are we here? Shera says, Punt gets a fielding penalty every match. Can we look that up? I'm not sure if we can, actually. Full and straight and punch through the covers. And who is that at cover there? Mitch Marsh. The big bison sort of squashes the ball, as bisons tend to do. Almost got that through. So that's the gap that has been caused by Rishabh Pant being slow again, or the whole team being slow, really. And it's good batting. And if the fielder wasn't quick or 6'6", I think that probably gets through and is a boundary. So Avesh, 2 singles. Remember, under 213 and over 205 was the sweet spot Rob gave you before on your run line. There's a full toss outside off stop. It's slashed up in the air. There's no one over there because that's where the fielder would have been. And he's got a boundary there. Has Corbin Bosch. Bosch available to rent on Amazon Prime. So that gets them to 208 with 3 balls to go. He backed away a long way there, Bosch. And he has swiped that a little bit. So we've already talked about the next... where are we now? We've already talked about the next... session. What do we call it? The next game. Sorry, the next innings. I'll get the words out eventually for this one. It's full toss, and this is hit down to long on. That might be your wicket. It is your wicket to Avesh Khan. Low full toss, chips straight down to Nicholas Barron, who takes that catch and also brings about a little bit more. So, as we said, for the top bowler before, that keeps Avesh Khan in the game. Yeah, for the next innings, we don't really have anything great to start with because of the kind of attack and, you know, Bumrah not being in great form and Nicholas Pooran not being in great form either right at the moment. Weird to say about both of them at the moment, but just where we are. So there's no great top bat or top wicket taker. A couple more balls to go here. Bosch has done his job. What did he end up with? 20 off 10, was it? Yeah, 20 off 10. I think that's, you know, with someone like Bosch, who is probably never going to be a consistent batter. I would probably rate Bosch's batting. Where would I have him overall? He's a good first-class batter, but if you look at him in the history of T20 cricket, he really hasn't done a lot. This is straight and full and flicked away. If you look at Bosch in the history of the game, he's made 663 runs at an average, a strike rate of 113. It's ridiculous, because when he's played first-class cricket, he has made a lot of 50s, but he just hasn't managed to make runs in T20 cricket. But List A cricket and first-class cricket, when he's had the opportunity with the bat, he certainly made them. He's a weird player because his record doesn't really suggest he's a frontline bowler either. But he's had a late development as a cricketer, and clearly he can bowl at a decent enough pace. And there's you know, something there with his batting as well. But very, very interesting cricketer. I'm very fascinated with him. Oh, wrong one. Shira says, should Delhi try JFM as a death hitter? No, but it might be something with Jake Fraser-McGurk that someone has to try him in a different way. As this is a little lap sweep from Naman, and he's going to pick up a 6. And that is going to ruin Rob's unders. So if you went with this with over and unders early on, you've ended up with your money back. You haven't lost anything there at all. They've ended up with 215. They're 1.34. 215. I suppose they do have a good bowling attack, but geez, it's a very, very interesting call. That they started the day with the expected total at about 203. They've gone 12 runs beyond that, and they've gone from 1.64 down to 1.34. So Mumbai very much on top. Obviously, if Pooran was in a slightly different form, you would look at it very differently. Bosch or Mulder, who's better? Mulder is a much better player, but a very different kind of player to Bosch, I think, going ahead. Just looking at some of those, we've got sixes there. So Mumbai, we had most sixes at the start of the day. That one is very, very, very much still in play. They must have got, what, 15, 16 sixes. Without Rob here, I'm not going to go and count them up. But that bet, very good bet and very much in play. Rohit, most sixes is already done. Sky, player of the match at 13s. Still in play, but not 100%, of course. And just to go through some of the other bets that we had during the day, we had Ryan Ricketson bowled at 7s. That lost. Wide at 12-1, first ball, which probably didn't have time to get on, but that also lost. We had Bishnoi live, best bowler at 12s, which almost came off, but didn't quite. And that one's lost. Bowled either batter at 7.5, which was a very good bet. He had another bowled at 6.5 live bet, which I think didn't come off. And then we had over 9.5 for the 17th over, which was a win. And you got your money back on the run line. So pretty handy so far. And you've still got some sort of hope on Sky for player of the match as well. And Mumbai got into 1.3, I think is the lowest they've got into. So they're 1.34 at the moment. Plenty of value in Lucknow. It just depends on what form you think Bumrah's in. And of course, the 2 swing bowlers at the front as well. Anyway, I'm Jarrod Kimber. This is Cricket 8. We're also showing this on the Good Areas channel. If you've been watching, please like, comment, subscribe, all those sorts of things. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at the end of this with hopefully myself and Roberto Barron. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com. The 4 most important players who were in their side, they had a couple of really important injuries as well, but the 4 most important players who were in their side were not in particular good form, right? And it's very hard to win when that's the case. And that is probably the overall story of Pakistan is that. But the secondary story is they just don't have the talent or the depth of some of the major sides. Like Australia's just chased 350 against England with not a B batting lineup, but, not their strongest batting lineup and also not their best team. They've won against England, whereas Pakistan, with 2 injuries out of their side, look like they are probably not as strong as Sri Lanka or West Indies, who aren't even in the tournament, right?
So do you think those 2 injuries, if they'd not happened, could have made a difference? Because had Ayub not gotten injured, would Zaman have come into the side? Because he was not really in the picture. He mentioned that there was injury concern because of which he wasn't being considered. But had the first injury not happened, 1, would Zaman have made it to the side? And second, had Zaman not gotten injured, do you think it would have been different?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They would have gone with it. I think their overall plan was to probably use Bubba at 3. Like that would have been the first plan. I know that because it was in South Africa that they changed to, and that was after Ayub was injured. Am I right? I'm trying to remember the full.
Was it
date.
the tri-series actually? No, in fact, I think it was the tri-series where they started.
Yeah, you might be right. I knew South Africa was vaguely involved at the time. I kind of think that they would have worked out that they needed Fakhar Zaman and Saim Ayub at top together. having said that, of everything that Pakistan has done recently, I think giving them the benefit of the doubt would be a very generous thing to do. So maybe that's not the fairest way of looking at it. But I kind of feel like they could have got it right. But that is, if you look at every other team, India doesn't have Jasprit Bumrah in this side, right? You look at Australia, doesn't have their three main fast bowlers, right? Like go through. South Africa has issues. All these teams have different issues that they're dealing with. Pakistan didn't look like they could deal with 2 injuries, whereas other teams are dealing with 3 and 4. And even if they hadn't been injured, you are hoping that Saim Ayub or Fakhar Zaman goes absolutely nuts, right? Because the rest of the batters still don't look up to it. They still don't have an all-rounder, and their seam bowlers didn't look in form, right? So it doesn't really matter in what direction that you're going. It's still not particularly great. But again, it's about the depth of Pakistan cricket compared to other teams. So I did this. It'd be interesting to see what you make of it. Jaiswal would be their best bat on this side, and he's not in India's squad, right? Now, Jaiswal would be the best bat in a couple of sides in this tournament, but Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant, Nitesh Reddy, Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, Sky, all these guys would be first choice players for Pakistan, right? And they're not in the side. Nitesh Reddy would be so important for Pakistan right now to have a player just like him, right? They don't have any of these players. And then Rizwan, Baba, Naseem, and Shaheen, and you can throw Haris Rauf in there. I think he's the other really important player in this current lineup. Which one of them is in great form at the moment, right?
Shaheen showed glimpses of that form, considering the setbacks that preceded. Yeah, he did
Harris
in Australia.
Some glimpses as well. But you know what I mean? You wouldn't say any of them's in career best form. You wouldn't say any of them are in good form, right? They have moments. Even Baba has had some moments. Rizwan's had some moments. So the 5 most important players in your side, so forget the depth for a minute, which is already an issue. The 5 most important players in your side aren't playing very well. When you have a depth issue or you have a couple of injuries or whatever it may be, it really has to be the 4 or 5 best players who step up, or if you're lucky, 6, 7, 8 best players, right? They haven't had that either. So almost everything has gone wrong. Rizwan is almost as good a strike rotator as Virat Kohli, and at his best is not far away from that level at all. And he couldn't rotate the strike at all yesterday, right? So that goes back to the form thing we were talking about before. The professional thing is, look, they're going through, even for them, a level of upheaval on a near month-by-month basis, right? They are trying everything they can rather than just sitting down like adults and going, okay, how do we make Pakistan cricket better? That's what they've needed to do. I wrote that in 2019, 2017. Might have even been when they won the Champions Trophy. Yes, you've won the Champions Trophy, but do you have a professional system that will allow you to be good consistently, right? And they don't. I don't think that is just the only problem here, but Shaheen Afridi has been playing on one leg for ages. At a certain point, they need to make a decision. Babar Azam has proper issues and they don't seem to be really dealing with them. Mohammad Rizwan still plays the same style all the time, and they've got too many players who play in that style. So they do have issues when it comes to professionalism, but let's not beat around the bush. They don't have the same level of talent right at the moment as some of the other teams, specifically in white ball cricket. Like, they don't have the same level of hitters that you get from other sides, right? They don't have those sorts of players who can knock the ball around and hit sixes, right? You know, all those basic things that you need, all-rounders, right? Shaheen coming in at number 8 all the way through this tournament is just like, well, okay, you can't lose any wickets then, can you? Because you don't have a number 8, right? And that's not professionalism. That's their best 4 bowlers that, and I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked, other than perhaps Shaheen still not looking 100%. But I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked. They're probably their 4 best bowlers. But if you pick those 4 best bowlers, your top order's got to make a lot of runs. And then what happens is you get in a situation where the top order bats slightly more defensive. You don't need to tell Rizwan to bat slightly more defensively. He'll put his hand up to do that on his own, right? And Bubba can be the same. So there's a bit of a self-perpetuating thing. But they, for a long time, they were the team that tried to score par and then out-bowl you. And their bowling isn't good enough to do that anymore. And their batting hasn't evolved to match it, right? That isn't just professionalism. That is just the team that they have created. The thing with Mayank Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right?
I do have to agree a bit with Crunk in that when I saw him for the first time, I was like, wow, I am genuinely excited to watch this guy. Whereas I don't get that very often from pacers. No, I didn't feel like that about Josh Hull when I saw him play. Who's playing test matches.
Yadav, the Josh Hull of England, of India.
But if he is fit, kind like India are a bit of a cheat code because that's not fair, that attack, because they actually have spinners. They've already got the head and shoulders best bowler in the world. And if you add in a fit Mayank Yadav, who is as good as that guy that turned up and played a couple of times in the IPL, they don't lose. They can't lose to anyone with that attack.
Yeah, I think he's a really, really fascinating player. I mean, when you say he's the most talented bowler he's seen, like, there's not that much difference between him and Pat Cummins when Pat Cummins came on the scene. Pat Cummins was bowling, 150, 155 outswing and is taller than Mayank Yadav and probably has a higher release. So the Pat Cummins we see now is, dare I say it, kind of boring, right? Like consistent and accurate and doesn't swing it and, isn't that kind of player. But if you think back to what Pat Cummins was in that first test match in South Africa, you were seeing literally very similar to Mayank Yadav. And of course, we then didn't see Pat Cummins for 6 years. The next time I saw Pat Cummins, I interviewed him at the SCG, and he'd just come off a machine, Rob, that allows you to run without putting any weight on your body. It's like, I don't know, some sort of moon-like machine. So you do the cardio, but you don't actually put any impact on. And I was like,
it's called a swimming pool.
No, that's what they do to horses. But yeah, it's a bit like that. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, we're never going to see this dude again. Like if he's 22 years old and the only way for him to do cardio is with a machine that Cricket New South Wales or Cricket Australia had to like ship in from overseas, it's not likely. And to be honest, I think he missed 6 years of international cricket and Australia had 4 prime ministers. So it was a big stint out of the game at that point. And when he came back, he wasn't that kind of bowler anymore. Right, like he had changed, and then obviously the wobble ball played a big part and everything else. So you can, Crunk, get very excited about a young bowler, and then a couple of years in, that bowler is very different. I mean, it's not just bowlers, of course. Remember, David Warner, when we first saw him, was flat batting Dale Steyn back over his head.
Yeah, good.
And when was the last time that David Warner could play a shot? Like David Warner, if you watched a video of that, would get a pain in his shoulder now, right? Like age wearies you and everything else. The thing with Mayank Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right? Those are two one-dimensional players. If they are not bowling at 90 miles an hour, like what is the point in them ever being in a cricket team? Because I look at Mayank Yadav and I'm like, do you know what? He's accurate, especially for someone of his pace, and he can move the ball. There's a couple of different parts to him, right? So if something falls off, and hopefully not literally, because that would be leprosy or something, or he's been or he's been dismembered. I don't understand how I got into this analogy, but if something falls off from him as a bowler, I think he has other things to build on. Whereas if you look at that with some of those other, Umran Malik, as you just said, is a perfect example of, well, he's not accurate. He doesn't really move the ball sideways, and he doesn't seem to understand what he's doing. The little bit that we're seeing in Mayank Yadav at the moment, he does understand all those things.
Because what happens, and TV is mainly the biggest guilty party in this, is when somebody comes along who is fast, everybody gets very excited, and they look at speed guns and they don't look at anything else. And speed guns are obviously extremely doctored anyway. But when Umran Malik came along, you're like, bloody hell, that is genuinely really, really fast. And then fast forward 4 games, you're like, yeah, but it's really, really fast in the slot every single time. And it's like his power play numbers are abominable, Umran Malik. Like he turns up and he goes at 12 and over in the power play consistently. And whenever he gets an over in the power play, it's just scrambling as hard as you can to get on overs and back boundary every single ball. Because it's it's really, really fast. But how good are good players at really, really fast balls in the slot? The ones that are going to hit them directly between the eyes or in the neck, they're the ones they don't like. And Malik didn't work it out. Whereas Mayank is a totally different guy. Like he's a completely different cricketer. So you have Shamar Joseph, who put it together in a test match against Australia and won a test match nearly by himself, when he had a bad foot or whatever, and you're like, that is incredible and it's exciting, and how good is he?
Bring me back. What's happening?
He goes to T20 with no experience.
Forget Rob. The cricket's starting, guys. Welcome back. Just got here in time. Rob's still fixing his computer, so I'm sure the producers will be off busying themselves with that for a little bit. Mumbai is 1.31. Trent Bolt is bowling the first over. I really want Barron, if he's around today, to tell us what the difference between their first over and their second over has been this year with Mumbai. Because I think it's got less to do with who the bowler is who gets the first or second over, and more to do with the fact that both of these guys want the first over desperately. And so it feels like there's an overlap here, which I thought made sense coming into the season. And watching it play out, I don't think it's quite worked as well. So be interesting to see their records, first, second, third, fourth overs so far. But Mitch Marsh is going to be facing up. Lucknow have 4.1 to chase what is a very chaseable total on a very chaseable pitch. Very odd position that we see ourselves in here. And Trent Bolt is coming around the wicket to Mitch Marsh. First one, it hits the pads. There's a peel, but it's definitely going down the leg side. Interesting. There must be a reason why they are doing this. With Mitch Marsh against left arm bowlers over and around the wicket. I'm not sure I could think of anything I've ever seen that would make sense from this. Just trying to have a look at any of the stats here. But yeah, he's missed the first one, that's for sure. Second one, he's flicked in the air. They've got two catching fielders on the leg side. So there's a definite plan here. They think they can get him out at square leg or mid-wicket. This one's gone over the top to Numan, but he wasn't in control of that. Anyway, Mitch Marsh is off strike here. Looks very much like either a bowling coach or an analyst or a key bowler has come up with this plan, rather than it being data-led. It's got the short mid-wicket. Yeah, you've got a catching mid-wicket. I won't say catching square leg, but certainly a square leg that is there with the thought process of a potential catch. Anyway, he's bowling the same to Markram. And Markram drills this down to mid-off. Drill. Might have oversold that a little bit. He's hit it down to mid-off anyway. And there's no run there. Yeah, so I'll just try and see if I can bring up anything with the left arm seam bowlers. Bowling around, pace bowler, left arm to Mitchell Marsh, over and around the wicket. Be interesting to see. One run off the first three balls, and they're at 4.3 here. And this is flayed through the offside by Markram, and he's going to pick up a boundary. It's full through his hands through that one, and fairly safe. Maybe slightly overpitched by Bolt. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, even more overpitched than I thought. It's a weird ball if you're going to come around the wicket. Anyway, there's nothing really in the data to say that bowling left arm seam bowlers bowling around the wicket to Mitch Marsh is a great tactic. So I'm assuming it's less that and maybe more some video analysis. Anyway, it's come in again. This is a bad ball from Bolt. It's a length ball outside off stump again. And Aiden Markram has just taken this and punished it through the offside for a 4. It's very poor because Markram doesn't chase boundaries very much early on. And you've just given him a massive start when you've still got Mitch Marsh at the other end. So not ideal at all. Just seeing now if they're making some changes. I wondered if Bolt might come over the wicket. So it's 9 runs off the first 5 balls. Last year, I think Rob went unders almost every time Trent Bolt took the ball. He's coming over the wicket. And this one is at the stumps and is defended. So 9 runs. Yeah, I think he went unders every time, even though some of the unders were ridiculous for Trent Bolt. He still managed to get them quite a bit. So good start there from Lucknow. Let's have a look at the power play. Power play has them at about 60.5 runs. So about 60.5 there for your power play. And at the I'm just trying to find the score for the 3 over mark. Why is that not coming up for me? Sorry, I will find that one as well. We have a second innings 3 over line is 28. So 28 is the line there. So good start. considering everything. And the one other thing I wanted to see was the second innings 20 overs line.
Oh,
I thought that one might be interesting. Oh, he's back. He's not in frame. Now that's his hand, everyone. Now we can see. Now he looks like a Muppet, very much without that guy under the desk. Deepak Chahar comes in. It's on the pads, and Mitch Marsh hits that for 6. Just flicks this away. A good contact. And is that still in Mumbai? He might have hit that to Pune. I'm not sure. That's gone into an area of Mumbai called the Town. I think that one, Rob.
Yeah, Chahar has strayed down the leg side, and a good batsman will pick that up in his sleep and send it for 6.
Are you using a different microphone?
Yeah, they can't get the microphone to work for some reason. Okay. So can you hear me?
Oh, you're clear. You just sound different.
Yeah, the microphone that costs loads of money doesn't work and won't work. So I'm talking to you through a camera, a very cheap crap camera. So here we are.
Here we are. Hey, you're here. So what have you just? Do you just put your laptop back onto charge now and hope it just kicks in or something?
Yeah, it'd be nice, but I don't see it happening. I mean, it's quite new. The charger should work, but it just stopped because of I don't know. The universe hates me, maybe.
Full toss, whacked him in on. No run there. What else was I going to say? There's something else I was going to bring up here. Oh, yeah, second innings run line. Before that 6. Oh, no ball.
Oh, no ball, no ball, no ball.
No good start from Chahar here. Second innings run line. I was just about, when you came back in, to tell everyone to back it. It was over 197 is what you could get for Lucknow. Wow. And I thought that seemed like, if you thought they were even an outside chance of getting anywhere close, that seemed pretty good. It's now up to 210, so there's no value in it anymore.
What a start this is, by the way.
Outside off stump, it is mangled to cover, and they're not going to get a run.
Because if Chahar's no good at the start, then he's no good. He's not going to get better, is he?
No. And so what they have, obviously they can bowl Hardik. They've got Khan Sharma. I mean, Namintia, I suppose.
Going to have to see plenty of Corbin Bosch, aren't we?
Corbin Bosch, yeah. And this is hit down the ground. I'd be interested in Corbin Bosch because I've seen him bowl quite a bit. I kind of see he's kind of a similar bowler to Hardik.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see him being hugely effective on a pitch like this though.
No. So they're gonna will we just going back to the first innings, it wasn't like spin dominated, was it? No one went at less than 10s. Maybe it's just a wicket where you just want 6 bowling options and you just keep moving around, right? Like maybe it's as simple as that.
I think this is one where how good is Bumrah is a lot of this, because if it's the normal good Bumrah, 217 too many. But if it's the Bumrah that bowled in the last game, they can chase these. And also, is it Pooran? Is Pooran? Because he hasn't been Pooran the last few games. There's lots of wheels within wheels here, Kimber.
Yeah, multi-wheels.
1.43. Nothing's appealing massively there for me.
No, I don't have any money on, which feels odd and dirty.
Yeah, well, what the hell are you doing? That's not like you.
And there's an edge here for Mitch Marsh. This is, to be fair, he's pulled this over back quite well. It got hit for 6. Could have been hit for another boundary, or 2 more boundaries since then. Hasn't. And now, the last couple of balls, is that? I think, yeah, that was the knuckleball. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's Mark that's been completely squared up by it.
Yeah, so, just about to have a look. Did I say Mitch Marsh? They're both big chunks of meat, these two white dudes. Next one, he tries to force this Markram to mid-off. They scamper through for one. It was always a run there. And then Markram trips over and falls on his face.
It's good cricket.
After very safely getting through for that run. Did you see what happened?
I'm watching it again now. He's totally fine. I really hope you can see this at home. He runs 6 yards. He's just trotting through, and then he falls over his own feet for no reason at all, flat on his face. That was superb. That's top 3 IPL moments so far, I think.
Wow. Where's the Robo Dog when you need him?
That was very good. I really did enjoy that.
Very interesting here. What did they get into then? They got into about 290. They're back at 3.55. Despite the fact that was a perfectly respectable over.
Yeah, I couldn't be on Mumbai at this price. I think the fact that Bumrah hasn't been himself the last few games, and he's not been himself since the injury. Bumrah's bowling right now, so we're going to find out.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Bumrah's into the attack. So let's see which Bumrah it is. So I'm sitting on my hands because I want to see what Bumrah we've got. But if it's the one that was bowling load of full tosses last time, then
do you have any matchup calculators about him versus Bumrah? Is there a Bumrah thing?
Let me get you one.
Yeah.
Hold the line, please.
It is Bumrah versus Markram, and
See,
the first
that wasn't
one
a good ball.
is iPad.
He got away with that.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, but it certainly wasn't a good ball. You're right there.
All right, let me try and load my matchup calculator up.
Yeah, just down the leg side. Really could have been a wide if Markram had been awake to it. He could have just got inside the line and tried to flick it. Instead, he's just ended up there being hit on the thigh pad. No run. Markram is 9 of 8. He chases him here, does Bumrah, as Markram gives himself room and ends up kind of pushing it back to nowhere and then grabs his groin violently, Rob.
Which is the only way to grab your groin, isn't it, really?
I was going to ask you that, like how you felt about that, but...
Right, my computer's going absolutely mental. Presumably something to do with this running loads of things at once. So it's flashing
you broke your laptop,
which is not ideal. So we're on PC here, and my computer's just flashing black and white over and over again. So can't really see what's going on. Let's try and get you some matchup stuff. Mitchell Marsh. Nothing for Mitchell Marsh. They haven't faced each other enough. And Markram, he just takes singles off him. Very small sample size, 9 singles and 2 dots from the 11 balls that we have in the IPL in the last 4 years that they've faced each other. So he's massively respected it. So if you knew this coming in, you'd be on unders for the over. I don't know why we've got a trainer on here. Is it because Markram keeps falling over?
I thought it was because he got hit in the nuts.
Yeah, that's fair.
The next ball is pushed out on the offside. I'm not sure he was hit in the nuts, but he grabbed his nuts really straight after they happened, right?
Dot ball city here. And, I mean, the market's fallen in love with it, these 3 dots.
I'm shocked that Mumbai fans are backing Mumbai.
Maybe it's going, wow, it's the real Bumrah, but it's only 3 balls and one of them wasn't very good. Yeah, it's a bit of a... Feels like a bit of an overreaction. The 1.27 seems quite short to me.
I think that's the lowest they've been all day.
And they are 18 off 15 with 3 Bumrah balls out of the way.
This one's down the leg side. It's flicked away nicely, and it's out. He's caught it deep back to square leg. Oh, that's lucky. That does look lucky there, as Markram has timed this okay and just turned it around the corner, and it's gone to deep backward square, and Mumbai are into 1.18 now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a lucky wicket, isn't it? That's a bad ball from Bumrah. If you got stuck into the 1.27 there, you don't deserve to be miles onside after the next ball because it's a leg stump half volley. And really, that should be in the stands. And instead, he's chipped it to what? Backward square leg, would you call that?
The only fielder on the rope on the leg side, I would assume. Anyway, Markram's gone. He's ended up with 9 off 11. He got those 2 freebies off Bolt early on. And after that, looked rough, really. He didn't look as... I wouldn't say he looked poor, but he suddenly stopped scoring, maybe is the best way of putting it. And the most accurate, because that's actually what happened. Anyway, he's gone. And Bumrah now has 171 wickets in for Mumbai. And is that more than Malinga? I remember reading something. Oh, wait, someone's put a comment up saying he's gone past Malinga, so maybe I am right. Maybe I wasn't making that up, Rob. Nope, wrong. That's the wrong message. Nope, that's the wrong message. Bumrah goes over Malinga.
Over Malinga, wow. Wow. Yeah, I remember his first ever game in the IPL, Bumrah, and just being excited at the time for the action, which I found quite funny at the time. Didn't realise he was going to be the best ever, and also that he was called Bumrah, which is very close to Mumrah, which is the baddie in Thundercats, as I'm sure you already know.
6.2 Lucknow at the moment, Rob.
Yeah, well, there's a guy that can do it for him, and he's at the crease, but there ain't many more guys that can do it for them. The fact that the lower middle order is having a shocker, and you need the late runs here. Who can Lucknow rely on in this batting order, really? Because it ain't Rishabh Pant, I'll tell you that for nothing. They've got the sub to bring in, haven't they?
Flicked away on the leg side by Barron. I'll pick up a couple there. They were just 6.2. He's hit that 2 and they've gone to 5.5. But most of that is because Bumrah is no longer bowling.
Isn't it funny that the market's still not, and the market was massively paid off by hugely respecting Bumrah, but I do think that ball that got the wicket was a filthy pie and was quite a lucky one. But a huge wicket nonetheless. Markram was in very, very good form.
Just seeing who's coming on. I'm assuming this is going to be... No, it's Chahar. Okay, I thought it would be Bolt or Chahar, but I thought they might be leaning towards Bolt. 20 for 1 after 3. Remember, Mumbai... How many times have Mumbai lost a game when they're defending 200? Is it once? Or is it none? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think if Bumrah plays, it's not many.
Oh, Malinga played before that.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, what a bowler Malinga was. He was a guy that you'd want to be on bowled at the end.
Darshan said none. I think that's right. I haven't got it in front of me. Anyway, 5.9. They came into 5.0. Nothing's happened, and we're going out to 5.9. So the market's not sure, and Chahar's come in to bowl a full toss outside of stump that's being blasted down the ground.
4 more. Interesting market. Very twitchy market here. Do you think Bumrah bowls again, Jarrod? Do you think they give him another one? Try and get Pooran out.
Can't Bolt do that?
He can. I mean, when you've got Chahar and Bolt in your attack, you want to be bowling them up front relentlessly because they're rubbish at the end. But when you've got one bat who is extremely scary in the lineup, there is an argument to use your best bowler to try and get him out early. But if he keeps bowling full tosses here, Chahar, he's going to get absolutely wiped.
Well, you say that. He's bowled a full toss outside of stump with deep cover out and long off out. He's bowled to his field, Rob.
I don't think you should ever bowl full tosses. But what good batsmen should do is hammer them into the crowd.
Who do you think is the worst full toss bowler in the IPL?
What, as in who bowls the most of them?
No, who gets hit the most when they bowl them?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean,
we're talking about people who've bowled more than 100 in the last 10 years. So you have to have played quite a bit.
Okay, yeah, because my instinct was to say Deshpande this year because I've seen him bowl so many of them. That's a fall from grace that I'm not comfortable with, Deshpande. Good question. Somebody got Dwayne Bravo. But he bowls the slow ball full toss, doesn't he?
Yeah.
No, go on. You're going to have to tell me. I'm just going to name bowlers up now. He's been hit a lot this season. I thought that last season was a breakthrough for him in terms of his death bowl, and he seemed to have suddenly found a whole load of new tricks and been really good. But this season, coupled with the fact that Rajasthan cannot win close matches, he seems to have been found out a bit.
There's half an appeal here. Are they going to review? They've been talking about it for a while. The DRS counter came up about 5 seconds after they started discussing it. He basically, Piram walked across his stumps and tried to flick one away. And it obviously took something on the way through to the wicketkeeper, but it didn't look anywhere near the bat to me. Yeah, I think the problem with Sandeep Sharma is when he bowls the full tosses, they quite often seem to be like waist high. Like they, or knee high. Whereas a lot of the other players, so Chris Morris is very good at bowling full tosses, but they were probably mostly just shin high full tosses, ankle high full tosses.
I'm told the low full toss, the very low full toss, is extremely hard to get away.
It's hard to hit for sixes. It's not hard to hit for fours. This one is drilled to short cover. So if you're trying to hit sixes, low full toss, a very low full toss can work. If someone is clever enough to be like, oh, okay, I can just slice this away, it's very easy to hit for a four. In the old days, before the batting centers moved, that was definitely true. So when the batting center were very Western dominated and you had the middles, quite high up in a bat, at that stage, the low full toss was a very good ball. They're back to 6.4 again here, Rob. I don't know what's happening.
They're just not scoring runs. That's the problem.
Aren't they?
Hello.
This is out or four. Oh, he's dropped it. Or actually, I'm going to say that bounced before him. We'll need Roberto Barron's fielding expertise on that one. It felt like to me it just bounced before the fielder. And then, of course, he's missed it and it's gone for a boundary.
That's a total misjudgment by the fielder, who I think down there is Namandir. He just never took... So as we were saying earlier, you expect every ball to go to you if you're a good fielder. And that was like... He was utterly shocked that he was playing in a cricket match, the fielder there, and was sort of chatting away to people in the crowd or ball boys or drinks carriers or whatever. He moved way too late. So if you're going to take a good catch in the deep where the ball isn't coming straight at you, you've got to do your running quickly first, and get yourself into the right position. And what he did there is he did his running at the absolute last minute and did like 5 really big steps and did a token dive and ended up with his pants around his ankles, Namandir. But that was a bad effort. Bumrah bowls again.
Bumrah bowls again, and this is smashed for 6 by Mitchell Starc. This is an incredible hit. And I'm going to tell you something very funny there that I put a bet on because they went out to 6.4, but that's because my feed wasn't showing who the bowler was. Had I known Bumrah was on, I would not have kept my money on then.
So that is one of those sixes that is much more than a 6. And the market is respecting it. But a 6 off Bumrah that is basically a slot ball, I think it's fair to say there. Suggests to me that it might not be the Bumrah of old that we've got playing here.
20 rows back, at least. Corbin Bosch's face was brilliant there too, as he just looked up. Next ball doesn't get up. We've had a couple today that haven't got up.
Did that first?
And he tries the pull shot.
Similar time.
Tries the pull shot and doesn't get anywhere with it.
So if they don't score a run for the rest of this over, which is possible, but they don't lose a wicket, the market will shorten on Mumbai. And I think having 2 Bumrahs out the way early and still being in the game is absolutely fine. I think they should hugely respect these last few Bumrah balls. But to be fair to Marsh, he got the pie and he got rid of it. Markram lost his wicket to the pie in the last over. These are very big 4 balls in the course of this match.
I was going to say this could make or break everything here. 35 for 1 up to 4.2. Marsh is facing Bumrah. And it's 2 slow balls in a row, I want to say there. That one's off the inside part of the bat. He's going to get a single. Bumrah is going to go for the base of the leg stump here of Pooran. But Pooran's a very smart player. He's going to know this. And if Pooran's thinking, he just plays wide of long on, wide of mid on, I should say, and looks for 2s. What he's been trying to do is trying to hit the ball too square so far, or trying to hit it too hard. He knows exactly what is happening here.
I mean, you can back Pooran to be bowled here, Jarrod, at 8. That's a friendly number with Bumrah bowling.
I just feel like he walks across his stumps. And so it's LBW. What's
I'd
LBW?
rather LBW at 11 than bowled at 8.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
11 LBW. Yeah, I wouldn't put you off either. So you know where Bumrah's going to be aiming.
And Bumrah has aimed at the stumps, but he slipped it down leg side. And as I predicted, Pooran has walked outside the line of the stumps. And Bumrah's probably a little bit unlucky to get a wide call there, all things considered, just because.
If the batsman stays still, that smashes him on the pad. Yeah. So, yeah, a bit of a harsh wide. They're just showing that start bouncer that didn't quite get up that he swiped onto his stumps last time.
So Pooran, we know, has been struggling and has specifically been struggling when the ball's been straight and full early on in his innings. That is what Bumrah is best at. But like a heavyweight contest, if he gets past these next 3 balls, things change a lot. And he has got past it. That should have been hit for 6.
Oh.
That's a bad ball from Bumrah. It's not going to be a no ball for height, but it is a full toss, and it wasn't far away from his waist.
Do you think that the reason why these terrible pies aren't going anywhere is because he's called Jasprit Bumrah? Do you think there's something to do with that? That they're in a mindset of, I'm going to get a good ball here, rather than, to be, with all due respect, if Prince Yadav is bowling that ball, it feels like it's in the car park. Because the bat is set going, I'm going to smack Prince Yadav. And they're thinking here, we've got to survive these 3 balls against Bumrah. That should have been in the middle of next week, that full toss at his stomach.
Oh, good Yorker here. And Mitch Marsh gets it out, and they're going to go through for a single as well. But that was the first time. It was almost Bumrah's best ball so far, that last one. Yeah, I do think there's a part of that. I mean, that's the Rashid Khan thing, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
At a certain point, one of the reasons that Rashid Khan is so hard to play is because when he does make a mistake, you're not always in the right position to hit it. You know, you are thinking a little bit different at that point. So, yeah, I think there's an element of that. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. Last ball of Bumrah's second over. He'll have 2 overs to go after this. And this is exactly what I told Nicholas Pooran to do. And I bet you it's all he's been practicing in the nets all week. That ball was full and at the bottom of leg stump. And where did he try and hit it, Rob? Straight to mid-on. Unfortunately for him, he hit it straight to mid-on rather than getting it past mid-on. And he's just got the single.
Yeah, good batting. So you would really expect the light up from Pooran now, this over. You'd expect this over to get pumped. And I would be looking... I don't really care who bowls it, because it kind of has to be bowled, doesn't it? You can't save 3 bowls. It has to be bowled. You've bowled 2 Chahar already. Let's see who they go with. I don't think respecting this over is the right answer. And being 46 for 1 after the power play, I think they need to get up to 50 plus and start laying this platform. Khan Sharma could be in for some tap today, Jarrod. Didn't spin much first innings, did it?
No, and he's going to be bowling to Pooran if Pooran can get through this over. So it's Deepak Chahar again, which I suppose you're backing the better bowler to do better later on in the innings. But at the same time, this gives you a big advantage. Pooran to Chahar, who tries to swing this to Mozambique. And unfortunately for him, it's ended up in Rickleton's gloves.
That doesn't look good from Pooran. That makes me want to back bowled at 8, that shot for Pooran.
Yeah. One thing I will say is, I reckon Mumbai bowled more slower balls than Lucknow did already.
Jarrod,
I don't think did. Hey?
That has taken the paint off stump, that delivery. That is so close to bowling him.
Should have hit for 6.
Yeah, he's thinking, I must hit Chahar for 6, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it was there to be hit. It was maybe a bit too straight, but market's not sure what to do at the moment. Pooran, next ball is smash this down the ground, but he's got it to mid-off. Should I say smashed it? It looked like he did. He certainly opened up for it in the end. But it's gone straight to mid-off. There's no run there.
I'm laid 1.21 Mumbai. I think they're a bit too short, considering we've got 2 Bumrahs out the way. Every single bowler for Lucknow went for 10 plus, economy-wise. I didn't think there was anything in there for the spinners. And the fact that Digvesh, who hasn't been going for tap all season, went for 2-a-ball, suggests to me that Khan is not your guy. Khan is not the guy to keep the runs down today.
I also thought that Bishnoi bowled fine.
Fine. And still went for, 41?
Yep. So,
yeah, he bowled better than he usually does. So, yeah, I think there's legs in the 1.21 lay. So I have done so.
Oh, this could be a no ball, actually. It's been given as a wide. I want to see where that bounced. That's missed the pitch by 3 feet. This could be... Are they going to review this?
That has missed the cut strip. But when it goes past Pooran, it's level with the pitch, if you know what I mean. It actually
Well, that's what I want to see. Yeah.
No, it is. It is okay. It actually lands miles away from the pitch, but when it went past Pooran, it was just about in line with the edge of the strip.
He knows Pooran's coming for him, and he's gone full wide, and it sliced over backward point for 6, I think.
Very close to a 6. Yes, half a dozen, umpire says. So that was a good later. 1.21.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I got in at 6.4, and they're into 4.4 at the moment.
Nice. Yeah, the thing is, they've got 2 Bumrahs left, and I'm not scared of any other over for the rest of the innings. Not scared of any of them. And Bumrah has bowled 2 or 3 very bad balls, and he got a wicket with one of them. Chahar is now useless for the rest of this game. Bolt does all his best work in the power play, and he's got 3 overs left.
It's another 6. It's another full toss outside off stump. It should have been caught. Rob Barron is going to, well, not lose his mind because he's on the right side of this bet. But again, a fielder not in the right position. And it's another 6. Well, actually, I think they're having a look at this to see whether it might have even bounced inside the rope.
I'm pretty confident it's 6, but fielder stands on rope, easy catch once again. They'll never learn, Jarrod. They'll never learn that most basic of things. That 6 distance, right, is 62 meters. And if the man is stood on the boundary, that is 62 meters away, he catches it at chest height. Instead, he is 4 yards off the rope again. Is that Bolt? Or is that Santner for some reason having a field? Utterly awful effort. And you deserve to lose matches if you can't do the absolute best.
Oh, he's gone short, and this is smashed for 6 as well. 3 sixes in 3 balls. Everyone has been bowling full and straight at Nicholas Pooran's leg stump, and we have seen 3 wide full tosses. One was a wide, and now the short ball into the pitch. Someone needs to have a word.
Yeah, it's a bad advert for brain cells, isn't it, this over? Bowler and fielders. But Chahar now, his last... Every ball he bowls is due more than 2 for the rest of this game. This ball right now is due 3.8 or something because Pooran's going to go after it. All of a sudden, Joe, that 1.21 is now 1.41, which is nice. And Pooran is looking terrifying. And they ain't going to stop hitting 6s while Pooran's there.
With a leg spinner to come. So we'll probably see Hardik bowl the next over, I think, after the power play. And this time Pooran gets a full ball on off stump. And I think Pooran's in his most dangerous when the last ball of the over, he just looks for a single.
Yeah, because he's saying, I am here to murder you guys as we go for the timeout. But that's a good power play, 60 for 1.
60 for 1 without being a great power one. But we are going to have the timeout. Andy says, is Sky in full flow the best T20 batter in the world? He has fewer weaknesses than Klaasen and Pooran and can adapt to different surfaces. Yeah, I suppose I would probably pick him as my top out of those 3, I think. I think that Pooran probably has more flat periods. And I just feel that Sky's been more tested for longer than Heinrich Klaasen as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is it them all at their peak? Because I think for pure 6 hitting, Pooran wins. As you've seen that over there. I think Sky's biggest problem in terms of posting the numbers that could lead you to the conclusion that Sky's the best is he doesn't ever respect his own wicket, ever. And if the ball's there to be hit, he tries to hit it. Whereas the others, Klaasen particularly, loads of Klaasen's best work is when he's nudged it around for 15 balls first and had a look and got used to the pitch, and then he goes. I would say Sky doesn't need to do that because he's that good. I think he's better than Klaasen. All right.
You say, Rob?
He's Clem.
Oh, you came in here. Say hi to everyone. Everyone's watching you. Say hi. Say hi. Get away then. Clem, come here. Press the buttons.
Clem, you can have lots of fun with these buzzers. There we go.
Every time you press one of these buzzers, Rob has to dance. You ready? Press 1. Did you make him dance? She's not sure now. All right. High five. I see you later.
Good interlude. We should do that with every strategic timeout. Just get Clem in for a bit of buzzer dancing.
Yeah. I think if you're looking for 4 sixes in a row, then I think Pooran and Klaasen are probably higher. But I'm maybe thinking more about the entire innings rather than just the sixes.
Yeah, it's a tough one. But like Pooran has times where for 3 months he's dreadful. But Sky can do the four ducks in a row thing, which he's done a couple of times in his career.
Yeah, I suppose that's true too. Yeah.
Because he's that kind of bat. So I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, the three of them are utterly brilliant, and they're probably 1, 2, and 3. And you can argue about your order as much as you want, really. I don't think anyone else right now is in that conversation. Butler has been in it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Kohli just doesn't go hard enough. Like we're going to get a bit of Will Jacks now, you know.
Hello. I don't mind that at all. If I'm Nicky Pooran, did he get Pooran out earlier this year?
This year,
I've got a feeling he might have, or maybe maybe he got smashed by Pooran. I know. I feel there's a Will Jacks Pooran story from earlier this year. Where are we? Anyway, he's bowling to him. It's in the slot. He smashes down the ground, and he's out.
No way. That's an actual good catch from Sky. That helps from man of the match. If you catch Pooran, that's a good thing to do. That was there to be hit, I think. I think it may have gripped slightly, but Pooran has just mistimed it. One of the best times we've ever seen. And a good, easy catch from Sky, but he made it look difficult, which I like, because hopefully the commentators will be all over that. Did that just stop a little bit in the pitch?
I mean, he hit it from the toe. You might be right. I'm not sure. But either way, he's found the fielder, and our value in our bet from before has gone, Rob.
Yeah, I'm okay closing here at 1.14 because Pooran's out pretty quickly. Maybe I'm not closing at 1.14. Let me think about this. But you haven't lost much. Do you know what I mean? It was 1.21 when we laid. Pooran then went absolutely berserko. Some people would have backed the 1.4 and gone, well done, we've made our money there. I'd rather hang in there with marauding Pooran. I don't think that this guy wandering out now, Rishabh Pant, is the guy that is going to win this match based on all form from this season. He has been awful. Against Mumbers last time, he proper stank it out with his 2 off 6 and got done by Hardik, I think. Let's have a look at Pant. What I would expect is that he dots up early. And I don't think he should do that because he's been trying that every innings, Rishabh Pant. And he's had 1 good innings this IPL and the rest have been awful.
Daniel, someone has taken this off the screen. Now I can't find it. But the producers just took a comment off the screen that I was about to talk about.
Well, here is Pant anyway.
Rishabh Pant, who gets a 4 first ball from an edge. Well, if we hadn't have closed and we waited a ball, we would have cashed in a little bit there, but that's fine.
Yeah, I'm moderately on Lucknow, but really tiny. Like, just don't think they're going to do it, but think the price is okay, sort of on them. But I think Pant's best chance of doing something good is not trying to play himself back into form slowly, because he's done that for like 5 innings in a row and not scored a run. His best chance is to come out hitting. I don't think he come
he's out.
Oh,
he's reverse swept this.
Fair enough.
To short third, and he is gone. So I'm not sure he came out hitting. First ball, he tried to cut it and got an edge for 4. Next ball, he's reverse swept it, and he's hit it straight to the fielder and he's out. And Will Jacks has 2 wickets in 3 balls of Rishabh Pant and Nicholas Pooran, the greatest bowler to left-handers we've ever seen.
I mean, we didn't even have time to back Pant unders. Disappointing.
I was going to ask about that too.
Yeah, I mean, he's unders every time apart from 1. It's disappointing. The bookies will be pleased because the 217 chase by Pooran is never a good thing for the bookies. So they will have some money left for later.
Daniel says, which betting platform do you use? So we answer this quite a lot. There is no one betting platform. It is wherever the best bets are. That is the best answer for that.
As many as possible. So there's two different types of betting. One is on exchanges, and most of the people that make good money do that using computer models, and they win, and the very best in the world win 1% ROI a year. And if you are trying to bet and you're just betting on who's going to win the game, I think this 106 is too big or too short, or you're betting on run line, how many runs are going to score in the first innings, or first 6 overs, 10 overs, whatever, you have to be the best people in the world at cricket betting. And some of them have access to information that you will never have access to. There's nothing stopping the groundsman from going on Betfair, or the groundsman's family going on Betfair, for example. And I would say, if you're just starting off, trying to beat that market is nuts, because I've been doing it 20 years and I don't sit there and beat Betfair. I've got to be honest. I'm due to be about flat over the year on Betfair, I think. Whereas if you gave me accounts with all the bookies in the UK, for example, and I didn't win 10% ROI off them, I'd be absolutely shocked. I could win 10% if I was blind drunk off the bookies in the UK. But don't test that theory out either. But the answer is to get yourself as many accounts as you can. You have to be careful with some of the ones that turn up and offer lots of what look like great prices and then just don't pay anybody out who bets them. So the small bookies that sort of turn up, that happens a lot in the UK. I'm not sure about other countries, to be honest. Happens a lot in the UK. You get these firms turn up and they say, oh, we'll offer you this and this bonus and we'll give you this money back and all the rest of it. Most of them disappear, and half of them, you think you're doing well backing this 10-1 thing that should be 5-1, but if it wins, you don't get the money. So there's no point in that. So reputable bookmakers, fine, but as many as you can is the answer. And when we're saying to back something at 6, and if you sat there on your betting account and you can only see 4.5, don't back that. Like, you have to get the 6. Like, I've got mates that I go, oh, this guy to get the most runs at 7 is a really good bet. And they go, well, I can only get 5, so I'm just going to back that. Well, it's not a good bet at 5. And it might win 1 in 6 or 1 in 6.5. And one of those you make a profit, and one of them you get your money back. So it's very important that you get the best price, just like when you're shopping. Like if you're buying a telly and you can get the exact same model for 200 quid, and next door it costs 250. There's only one place you're ever going to buy the telly, and yet punters don't apply that thinking to their betting, which is mental. Obviously, bookmakers don't let you bet if in the UK if they think if they suspect for 1 second you've got a brain in your head, bookies will not let you bet. But there are barriers that are put up to you betting, and it's up to you, if you want to make proper cash, to get over those barriers. But Dhoni's in, Jarrod. Thoughts?
Was he impact sub in the last game? Came in and batted well?
Yeah, I got 50, I think.
Yeah. They were in trouble and he came in early. I'm not know been the last game, but it was certainly recently.
They can still bring Miller in later.
Yeah. Half an appeal here and half a run-out chance. But they do not make a full chance. They actually make a quarter chance and they end up with a single. What I was going to say to you is our luck now, let's assume they're going to lose from here because Mumbai are 1.07.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
Our luck now are now starting to go to the position where we thought they would be at the start of the year, which is essentially one player carried them from a little period of time. But outside of that, they really don't have the bowling. And Digvesh has actually done brilliantly for them, but he's not. You want him to be paired with someone else who takes wickets as well.
Yeah, we all thought it was going to be Bishnoi that turned up and had to become the senior bowler with everybody else injured. And he's had a lot of goes in the IPL, Bishnoi, but he's got worse rather than better. Yeah, I thought the 5-1 Lucknow finished bottom was a great bet at the start of the season. But Pooran went absolutely red hot at the start of the season, didn't he? And was scoring 70 runs every game at strike rate 220, right? So they also got on the right side of a couple of extremely close finishes, didn't they? Lucknow, they've dug one out of the fire against Rajasthan, memorably. So they could be down there, but Chennai have turned up and stunk the place out. And everybody thought that Rajasthan would be by the bottom because they didn't auction very well and they don't have any cover and they've only got one overseas bat and he bats for 10 balls a game. So Rajasthan were always up against it. Chennai, you never know whether, like, Chennai could have easily created a massive low turny pitch at home and not had Gaikwad injured, and they could be fine now. But it's gone badly for Chennai for a number of reasons, mainly because they themselves have been terrible. Like, you can blame the pitch and bad luck all you want, but they've been crap, Chennai, haven't they? But yeah, I don't see Lucknow getting in the playoffs here. The Mumbai train has really gathered momentum, and Sky and Rohit and others are in good form with the bat, and Bumrah is getting back into it. RCB look like a proper cricket team, which is a surprise.
Well, Mumbai go to 6-4 now, don't they? They actually push. They'll have more points than Punjab after this.
Yeah, so they'll go into fourth, or no, they won't. They'll go into third until RCB Delhi play. Well, they'll stay there.
They shouldn't be third. That would be incorrect. Because actually their win percentage is lower than RCB. So emotionally, they would not be third. But yes, the way that stupid people in cricket keep doing these points tables, they will be third. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Rob? That a team that has won 6-4, how can they be above a team who is 6-3?
Yeah, that's totally fair. But games in hand and stuff, you all play the same number of games in the end, so it's fine. It's like goal difference in football.
No, it's absolutely fine. I have no issue with it. Just make it so that it's on win percentage, right? Rather than anything else. And if you want to put in put in tie percentage in that. Anyway, Hardik's come on as we thought he might, and he's been whacked through long on for 4 by Mitch Marsh. We've kind of forgotten Mitch Marsh is still out there. It feels like he hasn't faced the ball in about 3 overs.
Quietly getting on with his business at 27 off 16. It's perfectly acceptable. Couple of sixes. The thing is, Marsh never seems to do it, the really big one, and he's never pulled off a massive chase by himself.
No, I take that. I think you're wrong. I think what he's done is he's probably won games easily because he gets so far ahead of the rate that you don't think of them as big chases. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Another 4. It's a bit like the whole Chris Gale can't chase thing, and it's like, well, Chris Gale actually was not out in more chases than anyone else. It's just that you'd forgotten it was a chase. Oh my God, Clem, I'm on air. I know the cat's in here.
Clem and the cat, the big double.
Oh my God.
What's the cat called?
It's Rodan, and he's got a cone on his face, and he's just been let out. So obviously he wants to see everything in the world at the moment.
Why? No, never mind. Never mind about the cricket. Why is the cat called Rodan?
You're not a Godzilla fan?
Oh, you're a huge Godzilla fan. No, I'm not. No.
Rodan is kind of the giant pterodactyl-like creature in the Godzilla movies.
Okay.
So our last 3 cats have been King Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan.
Okay, I'm looking at it now.
People have asked for me to show the cat. He's gone. He came in very briefly and has decided our office is not for him. Royal says, Maxwell versus Jax, who is the better bowler? I think this is a really interesting question. Oh, my God. Come here, buddy. Clem, just if you come in, be quiet, okay? Because I know it doesn't seem like this is a professional job, but it's actually very, very serious. God.
Right, let me tell you about our cat. Right, so my wife.
This is Rodan, everyone.
We've got a cat. We've got a cat called Bunkle, right?
Rob.
And hi, mate. Hi, Rodan. Nice comb, buddy. Looking good.
What's your cat called?
So our cat's called Bunkle, obviously. And Amy thought that she would buy a funny gift for me for Christmas that was a canvas of Bunkle. And she'd intended for the canvas to be about this size.
I remember this.
She got the measurements wrong. So that was our front room.
Yep.
That's the cat for frame of reference in the foreground. And the thing, so in our new house, you open the front door and you see a massive canvas of Bunkle as the first thing you see, just to show that we're normal, sensible people.
Have you lost your feed?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
We've just had Marshy's back on strike now after .11 after the couple of boundaries. Badoni's just shoved one into Namandir territory, where Namandir was half asleep, as he has been for the whole of this innings.
So just to get back to Raul's question, he says Maxwell versus Jax, who's the better bowler? I actually think they're very different kinds of part-time off spinners. So I would say that Jax is probably more like a part-time version of Moeen Ali, which is he gives it a bit of air. He actually gets proper spin. He should be able to get you wickets on flat pitches on occasions, but he's also not completely in control of what he does, and things can go wrong. Maxwell is probably the slightly more regular version of Joe Root, right? Where you have a bowler who is a part-timer who understands where batters don't want the ball, right? And is very good in that sort of situation. So Maxwell is very good, I think, in high-scoring games. And obviously, he's very good when the pitch is spinning because he bowls so quick. Whereas I think Will Jacks might be the better sort of bowler on a sort of surface that isn't doing much against left-handers. So they're very different kinds of off-spinners. But Maxwell's been incredible of recent times. How many security people does Nita Ambani have at the moment, by the way? It feels like there's about 50 people moving with her in unison.
Wow. All looking quite mean.
You want your security people to look mean, though, don't you?
No,
it's almost like 80% of the role.
So I've met some high level security people. My brother-in-law used to be security for like heavyweight boxers.
Oh, this is in the air. Sorry, Rob, and it's 6. Thought it was going to be out. Khan Sharma, they're attacking him. Badoni's hit him down the ground.
Badoni, good shot. Yeah, so my brother-in-law was high-level security for people like David Hay and other heavyweight boxers and stuff because he's a massive, enormous man. But the most impressive security guy I met on a stag do once. He did security for Prince Harry and others, like not Prince Yadav, Prince Harry, like an actual prince. And he is about your size, very unassuming. Doesn't look like he's full of muscles. You wouldn't know he was carrying, whatever.
Oh, he's gone again. And he's another 6. This one's over cover, I reckon. I thought he sliced that a little bit. But they are going. Khan Sharma is in all sorts here.
And it's a good job Jack's turned up because if they had to bowl 4 overs of Khan, they're going to lose this because Khan isn't landing it properly. Like Badoni's found both of those very, very easy, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not turning at all. So he's landing it in the slot, hoping for turn, and he's just basically bowling a really slow ball into the slot. And the only way you get out to those is if you can't clear the 75-metre boundary, which Badoni, despite being 4'7", has done with pretty much ease there. Good cricket. And if you did lay the short stuff, you're back out to 1.25 now. My Mumbai most 6s is looking less good than it did.
Yes, but you do have Puran out.
Yeah, you don't expect Badoni to come in hoofing 6s everywhere, do you?
No, you still got Marsh there, who sweeps this hard, but straight to the fielder. It just picks up a single. I was trying to find you while you were talking about your the guy who isn't particularly muscle bound as a security. There's a great security guard who works at the MCG. Who he's just like a big dude with a mustache. And I reckon you could do an incredible collage of him just running behind famous cricketers and occasionally football players and maybe other people at the MCG. And he does, there's another 4 here. So this is short and wide and cut away. It's just like, we used to cheer every time we used to see him, me and my mates. The drunker we were, the more we would cheer. And I think he might have retired now, but he looks like, have you ever seen the movie Chopper?
Very many times, yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he should be one of Chopper's mates at the bar.
He's like the poster boy for Australians, isn't he, Chopper? That's what we all think of, yeah.
Badoni comes down the wicket. He's trying to go over the offside again. This is up in the air, and he's found the pocket, and they're going to get 2. It wasn't in control of that one. Chance of a wicket. So Chopper grew up about a 7-minute walk from my house.
This fills in some gaps, yeah.
Rudra has said, why is Travis Head regularly scoring 20 runs at a run a ball and getting out? Did we shift to a different timeline? Form.
Yeah, if you bat like Travis Head, look at Fraser McGurk, who's way less good than Travis Head. If you bat like Travis Head, your natural talent can get you 20, but your form must be good for you to turn those 20s into 60s and 70s. But if your natural talent isn't as good, like Fraser McGurk, when you're in terrible form, the way he bats, he gets 5 off 10 and stings the place out every game and gets dropped, which is what's happened to him. Yes, form is the answer. Yeah. Is Chopper back in prison now?
I think he's dead now, isn't he? Chopper Reed?
I'll have to look that up. Good film.
I think he... Yeah, he died in 2013. Yeah, Corbin Bosch is coming over the bowl. So where I grew up, so Chopper, I grew up, like I said, about 5-7 minute walk from my house, and then on the other side of where I grew up is where Ned Kelly, the famous bushranger, did. So weirdly enough, a place known for criminals and convicts as this one is a Yorker, well bowled by Bosch, ends up at short fine leg, but not on purpose, and Khan Sharma manages to field it. So weirdly, where I grew up is literally the hotspot of all criminal activity in the two most famous criminals in Australia.
Yeah, this is eminently believable.
But I haven't done a crime in ages, so I don't know what you're talking. Well, I mean, I haven't done a big crime in ages.
You haven't done an on-air crime in ages, but the 14 is not many to be giving a very informed Badoni here. I'm backing over 14 and a half more runs for Badoni. I'm happy enough with that.
All right, so over 14 and a half for Badoni.
So over 40 and a half total for Badoni.
40 and a half. Isn't it? Yeah.
I think that's low. That's why.
Only over 40 and a half. And that's evens, is it?
1.83. Yeah, that's nuts. He's worth more than 14.
He's looking in pretty good form.
He's worth about 20 for me. You have to shop around. This is why you need multiple bookmakers accounts, because if I say to my mates, oh, I'm backing Badoni overs now, over 40 and a half, and they go, I've just looked somewhere else and it's 46 and a half, which I have no issue with at all. That's about right. You don't want to be costing yourself 6 runs. It turns a good bet into a bad bet instantly. If you're backing odds on that he gets another 21, I don't think that's a good bet at all. But odds on he gets another 14 when he's got Corbin Bosch bowling at him, or sorry, another 15 is absolutely fine. Like good bet becomes bad bet. So that's why you need loads of accounts. So the answer to who is you're betting with, whatever country you're in, if you're in Australia, you're a bit more limited because the government is involved with betting. So you've got to be basically with the tab or sports bet, is it over there, .com. They've got Ladbrokes and stuff, I think, now. But a lot of it is
lots of betting agencies, but yeah, isn't it hard to bet inside live sporting events? It never used to be, but
there's weird rules. But very weird rules, because you're not allowed to bet live on the internet, but you're allowed to walk into a pub drunk out of your mind and bet as much as you want on any sporting event, anytime, day or night. So Badoni, bad 2 balls since had the bet on his overs, and now he becomes quite a likely wicket, this ball here, because he ran away from the stumps there. He gave Corbin Bosch his stumps to open up the offside and hit it straight to a fielder. He was trying to guide it in that gap for 4, backward a point. And now, because he's just gone dot against Corbin Bosch, and they need a high run rate, and they have Bumrah bowling other overs, they need 2 a ball here. So you cannot be 1 or 4 against Corbin Bosch, which is what they are. And so this is going to be a big shot.
It is a big shot, and he's hit it for 6, has he? No, 4. Might have just bounced before the dugout there. It's gone for the scoop, and you're right. He was looking edgy there, is maybe the best way of putting it. He's got that reversed, by the way.
Yeah, it's time to bat bowled at 7 again because of the reverse, and I'm thinking of bailing on my Mumbai position for a tiny win. And a really tiny win, but it's better than a loss.
Full toss on the pads, flicked away out to deep wicket, and they're going to get 1. Ravish said, I think people need to understand that Head had that peak period 2 years. He did. He's great, but can't have long with that phase. Can't expect consistency from him. If he's going to bat the way he is, he's not going to be consistent. And the other thing is, he's got no history of being consistent any other point in his career, right? So we might have already seen the best of Travis Head, or we might just see a period where every couple of years he goes nuts again, and then he goes through some periods where he can't score as quick. So I think all those things are very,
what I'd say about Travis Head, right, is Travis Head, which I absolutely love about my sportsman, the bigger the game, the better he plays, generally speaking. This is a guy who was man of the match in the World Cup final, man of the match in the World Cup semi-final, man of the match in the World Test Championship final. Like, he is a big game player, Travis Head. And I much prefer that for somebody who has, and I would put Maxwell in that bracket as well. Like, the World Cup Maxwell is twice as good as the Maxwell that plays in a bilateral series, isn't he? He's at least twice as good. Bolt comes back in. This is the time that Lucknow can make a charge here is Bolt bowling middle overs. I think
Reverse.
he's
Remember the reverse.
remember to be on bold at 7 for next wicket because it's tailing.
So this one looks like a slow ball hit out to deep point. So maybe he's not coming on for the reverse. I just assumed that's why he was bowling. Anyway. Andy says, are the additions of Cambodge, Matre, Brevis to the core enough for CSK to build a contender if they get Gaikwad back? Have you watched Vanch Betty? I haven't seen Vanch Betty yet. No, the other 3 is not going to be enough of a core for them to win in the next 3 or 4 years, or 3 years, or whatever it may be. But they have to make lots of other decisions around that. Like, there's so many different decisions they need to make here. Slow ball up in the air. Gonna be out at deep backward square. Mitch Marsh is gone. So we thought Bolt had come on to get the reverse swing. And in actual fact, he went into the wicket, bowled a slow ball, top edge, and is caught.
That was a typical Mitchell Marsh T20 innings. Started absolutely fine, went missing for a bit, doesn't kick on. And yeah, he seems to do that so often, that exact innings. When you think, like, so many bats, when they get to that spot, when like 30 off 20 or whatever that Mitch Marsh was, when they're good hitters like Mitch Marsh is, you think, wow, they're going to do a big one now. Like, it's really scary. We never felt like that, did we, about Mitch Marsh there? You never think, oh, well, Marsh is going to do it. If Pooran is 30 off 20, you're like, well, if they don't get him out soon, they're dead. And you never get that feeling about Mitch Marsh in T20s. He's a bit of a busted flush, do you know what I mean? Because that wasn't a good ball. It was just, let's just look at his innings, right? From the very start, it feels like he hasn't faced a ball for 5 overs, is what it feels like. Because if there's another hitter in with Mitch Marsh, he tends to let that guy do the hitting. So he started off, he hit a ball from Chahar for 6 early, and so he gets himself above the 100 strike rate. Then he just handed everything over to Pooran, hit a massive 6 off Bumrah, and you think, wow, he's amazing. 21 off 12 he was, and what's he just got out for?
30. Where is it? I just had it in front of me.
34 off 24.
Yeah.
So he got 13 off his last 12 when he should be motoring against the inferior bowlers. But anyway,
do you know what that is? That's the Rickleton.
Yeah, but it's the Mitch Marsh more often than it isn't.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. But it's that kind of innings where you're just like, oh, I told you, it's like he went missing for 3 overs. Yeah, I do think there's an element of him as an all-rounder, right, where he's not a fully developed batter. Like, he was almost going to be a professional footballer at a young age, and he could obviously bowl a lot better when he was younger before he lost some of his athleticism and everything else. And I think it's that all-rounder stuff of he's either trying to hit sixes or he's trying to knock the ball around for singles, right? He doesn't think like a batter, and he gets stuck between the two. And after he did his early work, he's like, oh, great, well, I can just... Pooran's going now, so I'll stop.
Yes, flatters to deceive, I think, is fair to say. Now, Miller has done nothing in this IPL, nothing. And now is the time for him to do a Miller. So this is a ground where we know if you're set at the back end, you can get crazy runs at the end at Wankhede. Doing it against Bumrah is a different thing. But I have no problem with Miller getting himself in here. He's the sort of bat that needs the platform and then can go proper berserko 16 and over at the end. And Badoni just needs to keep doing what he's doing.
Are you still in or are you out on?
So I closed a lot of it at 1.25 a minute ago, and just got myself slightly onside. But now I'm happy to lay a bit at 1.14. Like, that's okay. I'm not excited. It's not. I wouldn't put it up as a great bet or anything, but I don't think I could possibly back 1.14 in this spot. Still got some ad, haven't we?
Yeah. They got to 1.24, and I actually thought of going in on Mumbai, but I didn't quite pull the trigger, and they lost the wicket not long after that. So I actually felt it was Badoni who looked more likely to go out at that point.
Yeah, that one was there to be hit for Miller, as the TV shows us a particularly impressive sunset over the ground.
That's Marine Drive, isn't it? That area of Mumbai.
You will know better than me, mate. Have you watched much cricket in Mumbai, Jarrod?
Watched a little bit. This one's hit out to deep point for one. What have I seen in Mumbai? I've been to IPL games there. I've been to World Cup games there. Yeah, massive. It's a very weird press box because it's named after a very controversial person who realistically has almost nothing to do with cricket at all, other than occasionally making it very hard for Pakistan to tour.
It's not the Adolf Hitler press box, is it?
Well, we've got some weird ones in cricket. We've got Gaddafi Stadium in Pakistan as well, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. All we need is like the Churchill one, and for Indians to be like, "What the fuck?" Anyway, yeah. So it's got a brilliant press box. I think it might be the biggest press box, like as far as people, but also size, like as in it goes all the way around the ground. So. There's it's quite good from that point of view. I've always liked the ground. As I said, it's near an area. As Will Jackson comes in, it's a half tracker. It's clothed, but it's not even going to make it to long on. You're not far away from an area called the Town, which is one of the posh bits of Mumbai, where there's lots of bars and restaurants and cafes and things like that. So it's a nice little area. You're right next to Marine Drive. The ground, and my memory of the ground is it's quite nice. It's very... I can't remember if this is still the case, but it used to be one of the grounds that was slightly easier to get into. There's a few levels of security, but compared to some of the other grounds that take forever to get into. As he's lifted this up, this should be out. Oh my God! Rob, explain what just happened.
Oh my goodness gracious me. So Jax has come on, who inexplicably gets loads of wickets all the time, and bowled a very hit-me ball onto Miller's, angling into Miller's leg stump. Miller has stepped back and hit it straight to Sky, who is at long off, or wide long off. And he has run 3 steps in, realised he's not going to catch it because he didn't run those 3 steps fast enough, then stepped backwards, and the ball has pitched past him and rolled away for 4. So it should have been a catch, and it definitely should have been a stop. But Sky didn't back himself to catch it at the last minute, and then the ball went straight through his body, like as if his body had completely vanished. Just went straight through. That was rubbish, and that could have been the game right there.
Yeah. 117 for 4, 99 of 45. I'm about to not give you a bet, but certainly talk about something. They're going to get a couple here, as this one is hit over cover. Here's one for you, Rob. Second innings run line.
Yeah, our favourite. Okay, let's think what it should be before I look somewhere. Because Betfair is very weak for this kind of market, isn't it? Second over run line. And where you should be looking really is the spread. And I'd imagine the spreads are something very high, like in the where are we? 119 off 12.4. It should be in the mid 190s is where I'm putting it, maybe a bit lower than that. The thing is, right, if they're trying to chase it, the medium becomes lower because the all out is in the game.
Correct.
If they're not trying to chase it,
they have to chase it. They have to win this game.
If this was the first innings, this run line would be in the late 190s. The fact that they have to chase it puts it down to mid 180s. Do you know what I mean? Because the all out has to be factored in. They've got to attack Bumrah here. They need 13 and
Miller clumps this one down the ground, this time a lot straighter, rather than trying to go over the offside, and hits a boundary.
So what is the run line, Jarrod Kimber?
Well, it is jumping around a little bit. If you don't want to bet too much, you can get money on under 194 or under 186. I think if you put an offer in at the moment of around low 190s, I think it would be picked up by the market.
Let me just see what decimal are right now.
That's 70 more runs. I'm looking at Betfair, sorry, which, as you said, is a small market. There's not a lot of money there, but I'm assuming the run line will be about 196, 197.
Yeah, I'm trying to look what decimal are. So at decimal now, we're doing second innings runs in every game ever. Doesn't really matter what the prices are, as in whether the chase is massive favourite or not, because there's still a number you can get chasing. I'm just trying to look now, see what this run line is, and I can't find it. Slight computer issues for me today. Next man out is quite a good one. What do you reckon?
They should be roughly evens, I would have thought, because Miller's just taking a couple of big risks, and Bedoni's been taking risks. So I would have them as evens, about 1.8 each.
Yeah.
Are they not even?
Yeah. Doesn't look like it. Just looking around now.
Full toss from Bosch, flicked away by Miller. He's going to get a couple here. Might be, just the 2.
Yeah, I'm just looking around, see if I can sniff out a next man out price. Miller slight favourite. Okay, because he nearly got out, but I agree with you. It's 50-50.
Full toss outside off stump, beautifully timed by Miller. No, not beautifully timed by Miller. Actually, a decent enough fielding. Was that Numan out on the boundary, and they're going to get another couple of 2. A few more comments coming in. Jarrod, your favorite NFL player and team? Don't follow it at all. I suppose it's the Broncos, but I don't care. Christian saying my entire Twitter feed. Hey,
Homer Simpson bought the Broncos at one point, or got given them by that megalomaniac guy, Hank.
Doesn't he say, the Broncos?
Yeah, I'm sure it's them.
Yeah. That it's got to be close to being the best episode of The Simpsons ever.
It's really good. It is really good. Let's do that as the podcast at halftime, our favourite Simpsons episodes, and how we
that's the episode with the hammock district.
Yeah. It's Corbin Bosch going for lots of 2s. He should be going for 6s. Is what he should be doing now. It's time for Miller to get moving right now. He's had his 10 balls. He's got 15, which is often better than he is. But now
full toss, smash down the ground, 4. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, now's the time.
You don't want 6s, you want 4s, don't you?
I want every ball to be a 4. Is what I want.
Yeah.
Is what I want.
Christian said, my entire Twitter feed is filled with people bashing the runs above average replacement metrics. What are your thoughts on it? Because it has produced some very weird results. I haven't used it in a very long time. I don't think it's that much worse than anything else. My memory of the runs above replacement, the issue that I had with it originally was that it basically over-indexed on the top order players. So your openers always look better than other players did. But yeah, I don't think we use it, so it's not something. But what I would say is this is a wide down the leg side from Corbin Bosch who gets this one wrong. Or say is this: average is shit and strike rate is shit, right? Like if you break it down, me and Rob can give you very good reasons not to listen to average or strike rate. It's very rare that that cricket fans care about that, right? Every single metric is wrong. And so we did a metric recently, I can't remember what it was, but people got really upset about it. And it's like, it's one metric, guys. We put 12 metrics in that video, and you're complaining about one of them. The reason we look at all the different metrics is to show you where strengths and weaknesses can come. And this one is bludgeoned back down the ground, but it might have got a hand on it. Did the bowler? Was that wasn't a drop, was it?
I think that might have caught his... I think he's gone like that.
And he's hit them. He hasn't flinched. Whatever's happened, we're the only 2 in the world interested in this. Everyone else has moved on.
That's it, Bosch. Here, I think he's gone for a token effort at the catch, and he's kind of gone like that in his follow through, and it's hit in there.
I haven't seen the replay yet.
Another drop catch.
Drop catch. He tries to scoop this, and he misses it.
He's going to get bowled very soon, Badoni. So let's look at our favourite thing in the whole world, which is people to get bowled. And he's 6.5 to get bowled, which is not too bad. Although I haven't seen the reverse that I saw in the first innings, I must say. That ball hasn't tailed or anything. I just think if he's playing the ramp and scoop against pace bowling, he's going to get bowled on his leg stump sooner rather than later. And Bumrah's got 2 to come, haven't we?
Yep. So all of those advanced stats are... There is a flaw within them, but there is a flaw within conventional stats too. So if you're going to bitch and moan about new advanced stats not being perfect, why the hell are these same people not bitching and moaning about traditional stats not being perfect? So the point being is that you have to decide, you have to look through everything and get a better understanding of them. And for instance, within basketball, I think it's the per stat, which John Hollinger came up with, which is a perfectly reasonable stat until a new basketballer comes who doesn't play like anyone else. And the stat is now completely weighted towards the Joker. Not to say he shouldn't be at the top of it, but he's so at the top of it because there'd never been a player like him before. And so we have stats like that, and we have to understand them and where they go. We got another one here from Evil AIs, who says Pant is overrated in white ball. Well, who is he overrated by? Literally, all I'm ever asked about with Pant is why is he so shit at white ball cricket? Who on earth is overrating him? I can't remember the last time anyone rated him in white ball cricket.
Nobody is right now.
Certainly not.
Bear in mind that Pant had an awful injury and a proper bad experience to get that injury. And the fact that he came back as early as he did and played really well was borderline miracle stuff. I think maybe he's regressing a bit based on that extremely hard recovery period he had, both physically and mentally, to get back playing cricket in the first place, let alone playing well. And there's no two ways about it. He's been crap in this IPL, but he's still supremely talented and could click in at any point. But he has been crap for a while.
Stad says, "What's the foreign RAA based on machine learning?" I don't know if the RAA is based on machine learning. As I said before, I'm not an expert in it because we don't use it. The issue I had was all the early RAA models basically just told me all the opening batters were good and all the guys in the middle order weren't as good, which tells you that it's actually weighted on which deliveries you're going at. If it's changed from that, that's fine. But also, it depends on, you can have a good metric that you are using incorrectly as well. So all those things are possible. Ravish says, Jarrod, did you see KDB? Who's KDB? Should I know who KDB is?
Kevin De Bruyne.
Oh, okay. When asked about cricket being the second biggest sport, he's not believing it. Okay. Does Kevin De Bruyne does a lot of research on how big cricket is, does he?
So what he does.
Like,
what he does.
Like, I always wonder, who was it? Do you remember Stan Collymore one stage went on a rant about cricket, right? And everyone in cricket got really upset. And I'm like, people in football don't listen to Stan Collymore about football. What the how do you care when he says something in cricket? Like,
he's an awful human.
I'm really shocked that a footballer who's not from a cricket country has no idea how big cricket is. Like, I think you can, as I've said before, I've done the research and the numbers in this. You can make a fairly big argument that, well, it's certainly the second most Googled sport in the world, right? So if you just go online, it has a fair taste. You could argue that basketball maybe makes more money than cricket, as this next one is knocked down the line. And you could say that NFL, which isn't watched anywhere near as much as cricket or basketball, also makes more money than both of those two sports. And you could also argue that sports like tennis, who have little fan bases all over the world, might be better off than basketball and cricket, which are a little bit more limited to the places in which they're big. But when it comes down to it, cricket's in that argument. Oh, we're just seeing that your man Badoni should have been out.
He should have been. He nicked it.
Look at Rob's little face.
Off
That's the face of a man on overs. Hey?
He just needs another, 10, I think, for me to get my bet home. But
no, you had him at 40 plus. And he's out. And he's out next ball.
I was going to say he did look a lot like he was going to get out soon, didn't he? Jack's
you put the bet on, and almost from the moment you put the bet on, it never really looked likely the 40, did it?
Yeah, he just turned into a load of rubbish there, didn't he?
But these things happen.
Yeah, it's fine. He's looking for a gap as if there isn't a man exactly there. It's like he's tried to hit it between two fielders and he's hit it exactly down the fielder's throat. Can
I give some credit to Mumbai here, though? I think they have bowled twice the amount of slow balls that Lucknow did.
Yeah. Not something
go back, Mayank Yadav took 2 wickets with slower balls.
Yeah.
And so for me, I think that's a big difference. They just read the pitch a little bit. And sometimes when you're bowling in the second innings, you can get that advantage and everything else. Compton said, if you're working with Pant to figure out his white ball game, what would your advice be? I would just go back and watch his game from when he was great at it. He's had a couple of the best T20 IPL seasons I've ever seen, right? Like, what did you do then that you're not doing now?
Yeah, I think he needs more, like, just clarity and what is his role, because he didn't bat the other day, did he? He didn't come in until those 2 balls left. You need to give him a role and say, right, what are you? Is he number 4? Is he meant to rebuild and then blast? Is he meant to blast from ball 1? Just whatever it is, tell him what it is. And he is now part of that decision making.
It's funny that you say that. Bolt is coming up again. So he's got 2 wickets to slow ball bowled, and this one is flicked on the leg side. They're going to take 1. So Samad is off strike. He's playing at the moment like a captain, Rob, who's out of form.
Yeah.
Captains who are out of form, especially now Pooran's not making runs, what ends up happening with captains who are out of form is they try and make sure that they plug every single hole with their batting. Whereas actually what a captain out of form should be doing is just making sure that they make runs, right? Like that they have, or as you said, not even make runs, that they just have a role. My role in this team is this, and if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. But that's what I'm in the side for. That's what my skills go about. So yeah, I think that is very, very fair. What else do we have there? Evil AI says, definitely LSG management rated punt very high to pay him a ridiculous amount of money and captain the team. Yeah, but Evil AI, lots of people got paid lots of money this year who hadn't done a lot of things. That's because there was what, 5 or 6 Indian players between the age of 24 and 32 who were batting specialists, and they all got overpaid. Shreyas Iyer got overpaid, Venki got overpaid, Ishan Kishan got overpaid. Am I missing anyone else in that list?
Well, quite a few got overpaid when you boil it down. But
that's because there was a market. Everyone wanted a good Indian bat in their side, and so everyone ended up paying extra for all of them.
Yeah, there's certain things you have to do at the auction. You have to try and balance your team and everything. And some teams did that quite well. Some teams did that badly, and some teams were unlucky with injuries and people dropping off a cliff form-wise and stuff. But they tend to do it a bit too much on fumes and vibes and good feelings, and we like the look of this guy, rather than actual plans where you go, roles, here's the role for everybody. And we thought the Punjab were a bit more sensible this year.
But Venki, Venki went for not far off what Rishabh went for,
2.8 crore or something.
Right. So that was more than that.
2.8 million, sorry, 2.8 million pounds.
Yeah. Right. So they both went for a similar amount. And let's have a look at Venki's career. Average 41 with a strike rate of 128. Okay season, right? A lot of hype in that season, but looking back on it, it was fine. 2022 had an average of 16 with a strike rate of 107. So, okay, bad season, fine, happens to anyone. Next season, I think pretty good. Average of 29 with a strike rate of 145. I liked him in that year. Following year, average of 46 with a strike rate of 158. And then he had an average, and then this year he had an average of 22 with a strike rate of 139. And he's 30 years old, and he basically can't give you a second skill, right? And he was essentially brought in to be captain, and they've already kind of gone away from that. That tells you that means that, and Boomer's come on, everyone. That tells you a lot about what the market is doing, right? As Boomer is bowled a Yorker and is mishandled to mid-wicket, and they'll think about 2. There was only ever 1 there. That tells you a lot about the market. If Venki is if people are that high on Venki, who has not played years and years of cricket, who did not have a lot of captaincy experience, and can't give you a third skill, as in wicket keeping like Rishabh Pant can, I think that tells you a little bit about what the market was. The market was that everyone wanted a big name Indian batter, and there weren't many on the market, and they probably all got overpaid a little bit, right? Shreyas Iyer played brilliantly this year, but he's paid he's paid way too much money based on what he did last year.
Yeah, I think there were some terrible buys at the auction, and there were some good ones, but you're always going to think that.
Full toss on the pads. Another one from Bumrah, and this one is scooped up in the air to deep with wicket. He's got another wicket. Wow. I thought he cleared the boundary there. David Miller got that knee high on the pads. He's got 2 wickets here from very, very poor deliveries today. Well, not very, very poor, but one certainly was poor. The other one was just average.
Those should have been 6. The balls that Bumrah has got his 2 wickets from today should have been 6. And that is because he is called Bumrah, and I can't think of any other reasons. It's crazy. Miller gets that for 6 in his sleep on a normal day, doesn't he, that ball?
Where are we here? Andy says, what are the biggest holes CSK need to plug? It's not about holes that they need to plug. They need to decide what is the form of cricket they want to play into the future. Now that I don't think IPL wickets spin as much as they used to, and the kinds of spinners that you need, you can't just go in with a couple of finger spinners who are standard kinds of bowlers. And the whole plan that they've always had of being the most all-round team no longer seems to matter as much with the impact sub. So I don't think it's about a hole. I think it's about looking at what the IPL is now and what it's going to be over the next 7 or 8 years, where can you put your team in that situation? That's how I'd be looking at it.
I'm just looking at this auction. So Pant was 27 crore, which is about the same as Shreyas here. And Venki got 24 crore, which is nuts. Correct. Absolutely nuts. Mental.
What did Ishan Kishan go for? I think he was a bit less.
Kishan was way down at 11. Class and
so
20.
Ishan Kishan was the bargain version of those other three, right? So he's realistically, even if he doesn't have a great year, he's the best buy out of that lot. That's still quite a lot of money, 11 crore. That's what Rabada and Hazelwood and Bolt and those sorts of guys go for, right?
That's right.
And you're taking someone who Ishan Kishan. Let's have a look.
Juv Jarrell went for more than Kishan.
He can wicket keep though. Oh, I suppose Ishan Kishan can technically wicket keep.
You can't argue that Kishan isn't a wicket keeper. Like he can keep.
No, he hasn't always kept. I was more thinking whereas Juv. I think of Juv Jarrell as a keeper, but you're right. They're both keepers. Yeah. So Ishan Kishan last year averaged 22 at 148 strike rate, right? And he goes for 11 crores, despite the fact that I think a lot of people in cricket at that stage have kind of given up on him ever being that big run scorer. He also doesn't come with any leadership. Right?
That's true.
And that's bold. Straight through him. Samad didn't pick the slow ball. I said before, I thought Mumbai have just used slow ball so much better. Well, I'm right again. Because they've certainly used that one a lot better. And it looked like to me, Samad was just expecting that ball to be on pace. And that's probably, Bumrah's going to end up with 3 for 15. And
yeah. How?
Someone
make it make sense. That's a good ball, though, isn't it? That one. That's a proper wicket. Already deserved. Outthought.
It is a good ball, and it's to a proper batter. It's not to a tail ender, but he did make Samad look like a tail ender there. Actually, I just looked afterwards to make sure that it wasn't Bishnoi.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He played down a very different line. He was trying to get one from it as well, which is embarrassing. Like, it's all right getting bowled to a fast bowler if you're trying to mow him, but when you're trying to get one, that looked horrible. That was bad dismissal.
Avesh Khan is in batting at the moment. 215 for 7. We might be over in a couple of balls. If we are over in a couple of balls, we might do a very quick podcast to finish up. So sorry, Rakshit, when I told you we weren't doing a podcast before, but we might be. But we'll see how we go. And Sandeep's given us a super chat saying Rohit does the sort of role playing that you were talking about earlier. Full straight. He's bowled him. He's got 4 for. He's got 4 for 13, 15, 4 for 15. Bumrah. Absolutely.
I could not get on bold quick enough. I couldn't get on bold. They didn't put their price out in time. Because Bumrah to tail enders equals bold. They are now 8 down. And from being in the game 10 minutes ago, they're dead. It's finished. We could talk about
did we tell people to back on the under 192? I'm not sure if we did.
I don't think we did. I think we
both felt pretty confident with it, but I don't think. Well, neither of us pulled the trigger ourselves, so that usually means we didn't give anyone else the bet.
Yeah,
it just felt like 70 runs was a long way away at that time.
Who do you think's the better team out of Delhi and Bangalore?
Probably RCB.
I do. I agree, and the market is exactly evens for that next game.
But what is the situation in that next game? Who is where is it being played?
It's at Delhi.
Yeah, well, RCB never lose away, so it's fine.
And yeah, RCB can't win at home. It's table wise. I mean, this game's done, isn't it? We don't need to talk about this game anymore, really. Table wise, they're very, very close. It's 6-2 Delhi and 6-3 RCB. I don't know why. I just feel like I trust a lot of what RCB's doing. I mean, I think I'm with you. We haven't talked about this, but I don't think either of us feel like there's a really. It isn't like last year where I felt there was a couple of sensational teams as Bishnoi swings this away for 6 off Bosch. Like I don't feel like there's a couple of. Sorry, say that last sentence you just said again. Bishnoi swings this away for 6. Beg your pardon.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's off Bosch.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, it's off Bosch.
Second innings run market's fun now.
Yeah, it does get really fun at this point. The only time I ever chase is the second innings run market when it hooks me in because people keep on Betfair will just lay ridiculous things that you put up.
I mean, 164 looks like a lot. Because when a trader sees Bishnoi hits a 6, he must think overs. But really, that isn't happening again. If Bishnoi hits another 6, I'll do some sort of forfeit on air. It's not going to happen.
Comster says, what do you guys think about Ponting as coach? For someone who is such a successful captain, his coaching decision baffle me sometimes. Yeah, but he wasn't a successful captain because he was a great strategic mind, was he? Let's be honest. He was a successful captain because he had a great team. This is the he streak Steve Waugh argument that I have all the time. If anyone out there can prove to me that Steve Waugh was a better captain than he streak, I'd love to hear the evidence of it. The truth is that one had a good team and one didn't have a good team. And Heath Streak got a lot out of a very, very ordinary team, and Steve Waugh got a lot out of a very, very good team. So who's to say that Ricky Ponting was a good captain? The puzzling bit for Ricky Ponting is he's a brilliant commentator, right?
He's a superb commentator, and he talks nothing but sense when he's got a microphone.
Whereas Tubby Taylor, who's thought of as one of the most strategic captains of Australia's ever had, not a particularly good commentator, right? Shane Warne, again, another brilliant strategic mind, not a brilliant commentator.
If you could get Shane Warne talking about cricket in the commentary, he was brilliant.
Well, that was part of the problem. Yeah,
but
Owen Morgan
talking about pizza.
Owen Morgan, okay as a commentator, but neither of us would think he's special, would we?
Morgan might get there. Do you know what I mean? He might get there.
He might. I'm certainly not throwing him under the bus.
So Jarrod Kimber hates Owen Morgan is what we need to clip up from that and get that posted around.
My memory of Owen Morgan was always going to press conferences after England games and literally just being told, and literally just him looking sour no matter what the result is and being upset that he had to be there. I reckon if you go back through that period of time when Morgan was captain and I was in the press, I think there's quite a few times of me asking a question and Owen not taking it exactly in the spirit in which I intended it, Rob, might be the best way of putting it. But yeah, just to get back to the Ricky Ponting thing. So firstly, I wouldn't say he was a great strategic. What Ricky Ponting is great at is making people believe and being a very open communicator. I think I've heard a lot of people talk about this, but I actually think that Ricky Ponting should, if he's the coach, what he needs behind him is someone like, I don't know, some sort of strategic mastermind behind him coming up with all the strategy stuff. Whereas the problem is, who's going to tell Ricky Ponting he can't go in with a strategy? Who is the person at Delhi to tell Ricky Ponting that he should stop trying to make Rishabh Pant into an anchor?
I'm not sure he makes all the decisions, Ponting, because by the way, Jacob Bethel's playing for RCB, which is correct. That's interesting.
Did you say which is correct?
Yeah. Because Livingston's stinking the place out, mate. So you can't pick him. You've got to get rid.
What do you want to do here? Do you want to do another podcast now? We have to talk about this on air because we have nowhere else to talk about.
The other game starts in 20 minutes.
Yeah. So my question is, do you want to do a podcast between now and then, or do you just want to switch over to the next game, or do you want a 10-minute break? What are those three options do you want to do?
So one option is break. Don't want that one. What's the other options? Stay on.
The other options are stay on, but just flip to the other game. Or the third option is we do a quick 10-minute podcast here and then switch to the other game.
Let's stay on because A, this game's still going. And B, we could talk about bets for the next one, which we haven't done yet.
Cool.
Give people a bit of time to get on. Now, Jarrod, one of your favourite angles is backing Josh Hazlewood if they are bowling second. So they are not bowling second. Bangalore have elected to bowl first in this game. So you don't want to be on Hazlewood now. But do you want to be on Kuldeep at 3.85 to be top Delhi polls, who will be bowling second? Because I do at that price.
I'd have to have a look at the Delhi game, which I've got plenty of time to do. As who got hit in the glove there? The Prince Yadav.
As Bishnoi utterly sprints to be on strike against Jasprit Bumrah, which is very funny.
And then he got down the other end and realised what he'd done.
I had loads of money on Bumrah to get 3+ wickets in the last game at 6.5, and they didn't go up with it today. That annoys me.
It just wasn't offered.
No.
So just having a look at the other game. So the second game is in Delhi. So I'm just going to bring up the Delhi stats and just have a bit of a look at those this year.
Great shot from Bishnoi. This is the best I've ever seen Bishnoi bat.
Oh, he's incredible.
So
I mean, they have got him at number 8.
yeah.
I don't understand their team. They don't seem to have extra batters or extra bowlers. Have you noticed?
Yeah,
it's like the impact sub actually makes them a shitter side.
It's very well put together. Over 6.5 first over. Hazelwood doesn't bowl the first one, does he?
No, he bowls the 4th.
Right, well, I'm going to look at the stats because the stats will set me free when it comes to this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking them up as well. Yeah, so one of the reasons I liked Hazelwood, so we weren't on air the other day, but I basically told everyone to get in on Hazelwood in the second innings is the minute you see any extra bounce in a cricket game and Hazelwood's in it, you back him for top bowler. You don't think, you just back him. And he bowled absolute arse in that game. Oh my God. That is not hitting a 6 off Corbin Bosch. That is Ravi Bishnoi hitting a 6 of Jasprit Bumrah and then pumping his arms. He slapped this over a minute. Even Bumrah's laughing. Bumrah's like, who the fuck's this dude? Where the fuck did he come from?
Well, that can't happen, what just happened. What forfeit did I have to do? You should have given me one, Jarrod. If Bishnoi hits another 6, I said. Can't happen. What just happened?
Oh, wait, most 6s Mumbai. How are you doing with that?
Yeah, that's one easy enough.
Do you think Bumrah gets man of the match now, by the way?
Yeah, with the 4. Yeah, I think fair enough. Shouldn't do because 2 of them were filthy pies. Sky did get a catch, but then Sky did drop Miller and run past it. So the 6s was 4, 7, 9 plays 14. So I'm allowed another 4 in these last 2 overs. Bishnoi can hit another 4.
Is on.
I'm not concerned. I'm now going to look up what Delhi have done in their first over, but it's slightly misleading because they have had a lot of different opening partnerships, haven't they?
Yes. Just on the bowling, so you've got Kuldeep as top bowler there.
Yeah,
Kuldeep. The spinners at Delhi this year have got an average of 25, and the pace bowlers have an average of 73. So if you're betting top bowler today, you can pick whichever spinner you want, but that's the bet to be on. And being that Bengaluru, don't really have a great spinner, is Kuldeep not your best option?
I'm backing Kuldeep to be top Delhi bowler at 3.85, and I'm just going to tell you what Delhi have done in their first over. So since they've gone to Perel at the top, in the last 3 games, their first over has yielded 10, 16, and 15.
Yep.
And what has RCB's first over done with the ball? Because I am lining up a whacking great big bet on first over if the stats tell me to. RCB's, they've not been too bad. Their last one went for 8, 2, 3, 6, 13. Okay, not too bad. 6.5 looks very low for the first over to me, though. I think a small bet over 6.5 is perfectly acceptable.
Bosch now bowling to Prince with the wide.
What else are we on in that game, Jarrod?
I think I'm pretty happy with that. Have we got more? Do you want me to bring up something else?
Yeah, why not?
Phil Salt is not playing, is the announcement that we've had. I hadn't even got to that yet.
Interesting.
You also have a bet on Akshar Patel's final score over 20.5.
Yeah, because of his role. And his role has been bat 4 and have plenty of time, hasn't it, in the last few games? And when you bat 4, like Akshar does, you're coming in after a wicket or 2 and doing the rebuild, and he regularly gets to about 12 or 15 before he's even played a shot. So that's why the 20.5 is too low for him. I think his last 3 scores have all been in the 30s. So he's not a guy you want to back when he's in mega smash it mode, because he's not as good as a lot of people at that. But as far as knocking it around goes, he's absolutely good enough. Like, he's really, really good at 120 strike rate stuff. So I think he gets to 15 before he does anything. So I'm on over 20.5. Looks like Bethel might open then, just a swap for Sol. I thought he was a swap for Livingston, who also isn't playing. So their overseas are Bethel, Romario, David, Hazelwood. And Faf is back for DC. So he'll go back to the top of the order, right?
And there they are. Where are we here? They are. RCB are bowling. Have chosen the bowl, I should say. You know the Private Eye magazine in the UK?
I do. I do not buy it because I don't know anything about politics, but I do know it.
So they have a section in it where, like, I think it's mostly commentators saying stupid things on air.
Coleman balls, it used to be called.
Yep. So I've been in that.
That does not surprise me.
It was on TalkSport, and I'll be honest, I was doing the job where you do updates. So you basically come in and you talk about cricket on a channel where no one cares about cricket. That makes sense. Like, as in, if they cared about it, they'd be broadcasting it. Oh, good slow ball here, and he has bowled. The great Bishnoi is gone.
That is a way too over the top celebration when they need 59 off 7, Mr. Bosch. But it's funny.
And so I was doing updates. I think it was during the 2019 World Cup. I think it might have been the last day I ever did updates, because I literally said to John Norman, I said, it's not for me. I can't pay attention, and I hate talking to people who don't like cricket, and I'm just not very good at it. So don't make me do it again. I don't think I've ever done it since. Anyway, one of the things I said was Pakistan chose to win the toss and bowl. So yeah.
Rohit never chooses to win the toss, does he?
Yeah, that's the problem. Not enough people choose to win the toss. So we got Akshar. You've also got a bet on Hazelwood as top bowler.
See, I would much prefer to be pumping that if they were bowling second. But he's still... The thing about Bangalore is if you look through their bowling list, none of them get wickets apart from him. So he's got 16, and I think, guess who's next on their list for top bowler this season?
Pandya?
Yeah. Krunal, who never gets wickets, is somehow managed to get 12. So that is going to regress back to what normally happens. Krunal's not suddenly become a wicket taker. He's just had a couple of games where he happened to have got loads in variants can do that, right? So look, you've got to look at statistics properly. I don't see Krunal as a massive wicket threat against this team. He might make me look silly. Lots of people have done that before. No problem. Suyash bowls too many bad balls. It's quite hard for him to be top wicket taker because his economy is always going to be quite high because of the bad balls he bowls. He doesn't necessarily bowl all 4 overs either. Bhuvi, very good at the start, rubbish at the death. Very rarely gets more than 1 wicket in a game. Bhuv. Mm-hmm. Yash Dayal, crap. So Hazelwood is the best bowler, and he's got the most wickets, and he's a big threat. So 3.85 when there's only 4 guys that can sort of win it, really, is way too big.
Was the Kuldeep one, was that top bowler in the match, or just for
DC?
Okay.
It's big, isn't it? 3.85.
It's weird that they're both the same, and the numbers suggest that this is a much better wicket for spin. I just had a look at Kuldeep. He's 14 matches at Delhi. He's got 15 wickets, an average of 28. So he doesn't tear it up there or anything.
No.
But there's also nothing to suggest that he shouldn't be bowling there. Or anything.
I'll tell you the bet I like in this one. He's now going to be impact sub, I think, is Padikkal. And it's hard to, if you'd have watched him playing 2 years ago in the IPL where he averaged 5 at strike rate 17 or something, to ever make a case of being on Padikkal to be good. But just quietly, Padikkal has been absolutely brilliant in the last 3 or 4 games. He got 50 last time. He got 61 the game before. He got 40 not out the game before that. He looks in great form. He's hitting really well. He's making chases look like he's a proper asset in a chase. and you can get him at 18 man of the match, Padikkal, I like it. And so I've backed it. You've had a lot of fun for your 162 run line, by the way. That was 20 minutes ago.
So 18-1, Devdutt Padikkal, player of the match.
I like it.
Correct. All right, so we'll go through all those in a minute. Actually, I'll get rid of Hazelwood off our screen. And this one is hit out on the offside. This game's obviously over. They're just finishing up the last over. Digvesh looks like he hadn't picked a batter before going out onto this ground. So the bets that I have are Kuldeep, top bowler for DC at 3.85. Akshar Patel over 20.5 runs. Josh, top wickets for RCB, 3.85. And Devdutt Padikkal, player of the match at 18-1. I really like that. I saw you send that to the group last night. Which one's the lock of the week? Do we have any locks of the week in that? Kuldeep's going to be a pretty lock of the week. 3.85.
Yeah, let's go Kuldeep. I haven't really had one in these two games, to be honest. I'm more excited about the bets in tomorrow's match. But for the purposes of this, let's say Kuldeep 3.85. It's still there. You can still get it. Okay. Too big a number.
Right.
You want to be on a bowler like him in the second innings, don't you? If you can choose.
Hey, I've got RCB's favourites here now, mate. Since the
top. Yeah, that went well. So they won the toss, which is always good. But yeah, I backed evens, and they're now 188, which is always nice. So I can close out for a win if I want. I'm going to leave it for a little while.
We'll just go through some of the other bets.
Is absolutely hosed up, by the way, which is very nice.
Yeah, I was going to say. So most sixes for Mumbai was a winner. So we had that at 2s. That wasn't in doubt after the collapse. So we just had the last wicket here. So 161 all out. So if you did listen to me and Rob say there was a lot of value at under 193-ish before, you wouldn't have had too much worries there. But yeah, we got one with Mumbai most sixes. Rohit most sixes lost, but that was at 7.5. Sky player of the match, we'll see, but we think that's going to be a loser. Rickleton bowled was a loser. Wide first ball, but these were all outsider bets. We did a Bishnoi bet for live during the game, which also lost, but that was a good one. Bold, there was another one that you put up for bold for either batter, and that won.
Yeah, that was 7.5, I think.
7.5. You also went for another one afterwards, and I think that one lost. Sky man of the match during the game was 9s, but we're not sure if anyone got that, so whatever. There was an over at the 17th over mark. We went over 9.5 runs in that over. That was a win. And we went under 213 and over 205 at various points in the game, which you would have got your cash back for that one without losing it all. And we also then had a loss at the end with Bedoni, which was a good bet until a minute after we did it, and then it was the worst bet we've ever done. All right, we have 5 minutes before the next game. So as long as me and Rob don't need a toilet break, and we probably do, but...
I mean, it's the sort of thing that probably should happen before the start, but we could take that in turns, couldn't we? It's not far from me. There's no one else mad enough to be in my office building on a Sunday, so I've got the run of the place.
So Mumbai, I'm just waiting for the cricket info table to update, which it should any second now. Still hasn't updated, but Mumbai is equal first on points, and their net run rate will have them at second on the table. But that's all wrong, and obviously that shouldn't be the case. Where Mumbai should actually be is 4th. They should be ahead of Punjab at the moment.
I like how angry Jarrod can get at just looking at a table that someone else has done. You do your own table, mate.
I do. It's called the Power Rankings, and I don't even use points then. I just arbitrarily move teams around anyway. No, it's wrong, Rob. Just admit it's wrong. And people are doing it wrong.
I like it because it makes you angry. That's my big plus for it. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't care.
So Phil Salt is our impact sub options, Devdutt Padikkal, and there, it's going to be Devdutt Padikkal unless something goes absolutely horrendously wrong. What's happened to Raksik Dar? Did we just overrate him last year, or is it just one of those things where he had a lot of revolutions on his slow ball and he's not doing it now?
Yeah, I think he played brilliantly well, didn't he, for a lot of last season? And then this season, he just wasn't the guy at all. And some players you think are going like this, and they've already got there they just did it quite early, and then it goes a bit like that when they get found out. Because I thought Deshpande was going to be the guy, because he was runs and wickets, getting absolutely spanked, but also getting loads of wickets. And then he was like not getting so spanked, but not getting quite as many wickets. And now he's not getting any wickets and he's getting spanked. So it's weird how the trajectories of people, they don't always go like this. Like some people go like that and some people go like that. It's just weird. Yeah, he's not kicked on at all, has he?
Ravendra says, win percentage in cricket is stupid, Jarrod. We have ties and no results, washouts. It's not corny basketball. No, you don't have to do win percentage. You can also do points per game, Ravendra. And if you did points per game, guess what? I'd still be right. Not hard, mate. It took me 2 seconds to work around your tragic logic fallacy there. There is no reason for a team who has played 10 games to be second on the table when other teams have the same amount of wins from 8 games. Mate, it takes 2 seconds to work that out.
It's a points
Just do
table,
things correctly in sport.
It's a points table, not a win. So the argument that you're making is basically saying that all of the football tables in existence don't make sense.
Finally. Yeah, I would say most sports do this. It's a huge problem across all sports. It doesn't make any sense the way that we do it. And also, net run rate is also shit. So we're doing 2 things at the moment where our tables don't make any sense. Net run rate is so out of fashion and doesn't make... What was that? Do you remember that game where Kolkata were trying to chase the 114 down in a couple of... Imagine they chased that total down. They would have ended up with a net run rate boost in a game that they almost lost. We can be better. Let's aim to be better. Let's stop protecting shit systems that don't make any sense because we've always done them.
Let's protect them at all costs because it winds Jarrod up. That's what I say.
Cobster says, Stubbs top batter at 7.5. How do you feel about this?
Too short because he bats too far down the order and he might not get enough balls to win. And you can get bigger. So use different bookies and get bigger prices. I'm just getting shouts at something to do with my headroom. How's that?
Sandeep says, "Good, great stream. Keep it coming." Well, we'll be here for another game, so we will be keeping it coming.
I prefer Axar at 8 top bat because he's been batting 4 and he's quite good. I'll tell you a guy who's underrated, and I can see his run line at 21.5 now, which is too low, is Perel. Perel's been great the last few goes.
Yeah,
Perel's been really good. 21's not enough to give that guy, I don't think.
So, right, so Delhi is 2.1, RCB is 1.89, and the run line here is... Where are we here? The run line here is 189.
Yeah, it's fine. Seemed right.
And the 6 over run line is 55, is it, mate? I'm just having a look here. Yeah, 55, I think. Power play run line. 54, 55. It's jiggling around a little at the moment. I like the bowling team here, though, with the opener.
Boovy into the attack. We're on over 6.5 first over because Perella's been smoking the first over, but I'm also on Bangalore. So if it goes terribly badly for the batting team, that's okay too. But I like the idea that I think Faf and Abhishek will go, and Boovy's just going to bowl the ball in the right area. I don't mind that matchup at all. Let's see. Here it comes. They've got a slip in place. The first ball's down the leg side. It's flicked away. Oh, it's going to be 4. That is poor bowling, actually. It's got that a little bit too straight. That's a gimme because that field wasn't even set for that. If you had a short fine leg, that was almost a catching opportunity. Just swung, probably too straight to begin with. And your profit from the start of the game has already been eaten up, mate. Your profit from the toss has gone into ball. So I have closed my match bet, which I placed, and I make £17 whatever happens. So what a massive judge I am.
The double green. Inside edge from Perel. Runs along the ground out to point. They take a single there. Good bowling. That was more what I thought the first ball was going to be.
So we need 2 or 4 here, please. That's what we need, Faf. None of your nonsense. So Faf's been injured for quite a while now, and it'd be interesting to see which type of Faf joins us for this one. Like, does he come back swinging, which is what he was doing before he got injured, or does he take his time and try and sort of cement his place back in the team? I'm not quite sure. What are you sniffing around for, Jarrod? You're betting on something?
No, not at the moment. I'm okay at the moment. Faf comes in. I'm just looking at the swing at the moment.
Okay,
So
stop those
we've
leads.
seen, I think I can't even speak, but the first 3 balls here have all swung.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but certainly there's a little bit of that going on. Just a little bit of swing. So Devdutt Padikkal is out on the lineup, but we expect him to come in to the impact sub. It is a little bit annoying that I think we have to just get better with this. Of like, so often it's like I'll get messages from friends going, "Oh, why is so and so not playing?" And it's like, well, he's not playing. It's just because of the toss has gone the other way, and so he's the impact sub. Like there needs to be a slightly better.
It's not broadcast very well, though, is it?
That's what I mean. Like, it's the broadcast that has the issue here. I'm not having a go at them because I don't know how you get around that one. But I'm saying it's not perfect when you look at it from that point of view.
Some bookies can't cope with it either. The impact sub doesn't count for certain markets and stuff, and that's a right old mess. Like if you bet Padikkal to be top run scorer, for example, and he scores 70, for some bookies you don't get paid because he wasn't in the named starting 11. Now that's obviously bollocks, but they need to sort that out. So yeah, it's not.
Porrell comes down. He gets an inside edge down a fine leg. He's going to get 1 run.
So over 6.5, Jarrod.
Over 6.5. So first bet done. Over 6.5 in the first over. As we said, Delhi has been going pretty quickly so far. And so there we go. Cheeky winner to begin. Got that at evens, did you? Or was that at about 1.85?
It was 1.83, I bet, which, yeah, happy with that. Good start.
Boovie coming in here again. Good ball. In fact, I would say, all things considered, they've actually respected Boovie here a little bit. So if you did go in there, it's basically back to where it was at the start of the innings. So what have they've scored 8 runs off that over, but it was realistically the poor ball that brought about the 4. How confident were you after the first ball 4 that you were going to get that? I mean, it's pretty much in the bag with these two, isn't it?
Pretty confident, but yeah, I do a lot of first over betting because I think stats for the first over really do look after you, whereas other stuff less so. And I think
you're betting on intent more in that first over than any other time, aren't you?
And so last season, when we were doing the watch-alongs every weekend, we were regularly hammering over when Fraser McGurk was batting in the first over, and Narayan and Salt, we were betting wicket and runs in the first over, 6 first scoring shot, all that sort of stuff, because those guys were in good form. And this year, when you've got Fraser McGurk opening up, you cannot be humping overs for anything because he's in awful form. But then when Perel made the switch, you can look at this is statistics again. We were talking about this earlier. You've got to pick the right bits out of statistics to get good bets. And you can go, oh, well, I'll just put the average in for Delhi's first over. It might well be 6.5. But for half of them, a guy that can't hit the ball was facing the first ball. And for the other half, Perel, who's been gunning it, is facing it. So they're 2 different expectancies for runs in that first over, right? So 8 is, if they'd have put the line at 7.5, I wouldn't have had a bet, because that's about right. So 8 is a score that's not surprising. But the fact that they went 6.5 is 1 run too low. Therefore, bet. We did a really good one yesterday. Was I thought the right line was about 7, and some of the bookies were 6.5, and some of them were 7.5. And so I backed overs and unders, hoping for the 7. That was in the 1 over that they had of the second innings yesterday. And Narayan was good enough to. Did he hit a 6 and then a 1? Or no, he hit a 4 and then a 1 and then a dot to land it.
Well, plays and misses here, does Duplessis. He just gets caught on the crease. 3 dots to start this over. RCB have had 3 dots to start this over, and they've shortened.
Yeah, correct. Bowling team, Jarrod.
Oh, yeah. No, do you know what I got confused? Because I was thinking of Faf.
It does that to you, though, the IPL, your brain.
No, mega auction brain is a real thing.
It really is.
Anyway, Faf is facing, and Yash. Oh, I hope he hasn't hurt himself here. No, I think he's okay. Came in to bowl, and then just as he was about to release, something went wrong. Yeah. Just something went wrong in his action there, I think, as he was hitting the crease. So we've got, he doesn't have a slip. He's got 2 fielders in the circle behind point. He's got the chop out man.
Your
A
favourite.
bunch of other fielders in the ring. This is outside off stump. This comes back maybe a little bit. They're going to take the run as he bumps this ball down to mid-off. Complete miss-hit there. Tim David, who is hatless. I repeat, hatless in the field. That's a different Simpsons episode there, Rob.
It's still a good one, though. It should be more Simpson stuff that we do. We should be able to get more into it.
Yeah, if only we like had something that we could, you know, like put on the screen.
I mean, what an episode that is, by the way. When I think it's called Lisa the Greek. It's absolutely brilliant.
And she does it by stats, doesn't she?
Yeah. She gets.
Well, it's not just stats. I think she also does vibes and stuff. But there's a lot of stats.
And she bets the love of her own father, which is not a stake I've done before.
Not yet.
Although you could argue
one is...
aspects of my life I have done exactly that.
Turned out on the leg side for a couple there as Perel. As even though we got our over, I would say this is a lot more of a stayed start than we normally see.
Yeah, I think part of that is Faf being rusty post-injury. He's an old man now, Faf. I think Faf has gone, to answer the question that I posed earlier, is he going to whack his way back into the game or is he going to take his time? He's definitely gone for the slightly more selfish approach, I think is fair to say.
This one from Pirelli does try and whack it. It doesn't get all of it, but it's enough, and he goes out to square leg for 4. Looked like he wanted to pick that up and dump it somewhere, and in the end, he sort of tapped it on top of its head and rolled it out towards the boundary. 15 without loss after 2. Basically, the odds are the same at the start of the innings as they are right now, and the run line is 192. Has that changed at all?
Not really. It's been hovering around there. It started 190-ish, didn't it? So, yeah, all fine. No sat on hands here. I don't think it's... I agree with the market. Do you know what I mean? It's not a bad start for either team. It's not great. It's not bad. No Hazelwood. Hazelwood is clearly the biggest wicket threat. And the thing that he seems to have developed, Jarrod, I was never sold on his death bowling. But after that over to Jarrell, was it? After that over that he just murdered, they needed, 18 off 12. And by the time he'd finished the over, they needed 16 off 6 with 2 fewer wickets. It was a stunner of a death over. And he worked the bat over. He had him on, like, he's proper good. And he's, as we have a bit of a shout for a run out there. I didn't quite see it.
I think he got back in.
Non-strikers, and
he slipped.
I just think he's by far and away.
Slipped, but he got back in.
Kohli is a man, despite his age.
He is.
He's always alert. He's definitely a man. Oh. You can clip that one up. Kohli is a man, but he's always alert in the field, isn't he, Kohli? And not many people can say that in this Indian Premier League.
So it's outside of stump and slashed away to deep point. Chop out man picks it up, and they'll just get the one. So a couple have been asking us about Jacob Bethel. I've now completely lost it. Where was it? Anyway, someone did ask about it, and now I've lost it. Oh, well,
lots of talent. That man has a lot of talent. Bethel.
Powerful young birdie. That wasn't the comment I was looking for. The comment I was looking for is, how is Jacob Bethel? First time seeing him play.
Do you know what I think of him? He's a powerful young birdie.
That's what it says on his cricket card. If you go to the locker room, that's what they've taped up to his kit. When he's not being a powerful young birdie, I think the biggest problem with Jacob Bethel at the moment is he's basically played every role. This is up in the air, could be 6. It's a flick across the line, and it's dropped on the boundary.
Of course it is.
Dropped 4-6, but a good effort out on the boundary. Rob won't agree.
Nope. Is it? Yeah, he looked like a little birdie there, didn't he, Bethel?
He looked a powerful one.
It's the one-handed. If he was a powerful birdie, he'd have caught that. So, yeah, he's To be fair, he couldn't have caught it because his momentum was always going to carry him over the fence. But he should have got that back into play. Yeah, he did nothing against India, which is why he wasn't thought of much at the auction. If he'd have bossed that T20 series earlier this year against India, he would have gone for quadruple the auction price. But
I've just looked at the full replay, by the way. I was wrong. It wasn't good fielding. He misread that, and he got himself out of position, and he should have saved that from being 6. And of course, next ball's gone for 4 as well. Oh no, maybe not. Well, I have no idea with the next ball. Neither does Yash Jayal down on the boundary. No, Romario Shepherd, who looks like he's injured his groin infield. Actually, that might have just hit Romario Shepherd in the nuts, that ball. Something hit him in the nuts. He might have landed on his nuts. He might have flat pancaked himself there. Oh my God, he rolled onto the ball on his nuts, Rob. He rolled onto the ball on his nuts.
No, you never ever want to do that. That is it.
Oh, that's not even a flat pancake. That's the triple ball special.
That hurts. When you're watching that, that hurts.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, I think he might have kept the ball in because I'm not sure he was close enough to the boundary to kick it.
Yikes.
So just to get back to Bethel. So I see someone beneath that has said that he's an anchor. He's not. I don't think he's an anchor. I don't even think we know what kind of player he is because if you look at him in his positions, he's been used everywhere so far. Last year in the 100, was it in the 100 or in the blast? One of those. Last year in the 100, he batted quite slow, but in the blast, he had a strike rate of 155.
So in the blast,
I think
he was a number 6, Jarrod, in the blast.
Yeah.
And that's a weird position for him. For Renegades in the whole of the bash, he was 4 every single game. 4. So they gave him a job, said you're number 4, and I think he did really well. He got 30, he got 49 in the last game. He got 87. He got run out for 87.
Yeah.
And he did very well against the West Indies. He got a couple of not outs. He got a couple of 50s. He looked really, really good against the West Indies, batting at number 4. So I think that looks like his position, where he's been at 6 or 7.
Well, this is up and 6
shot. Very good shot.
He's just swept Boogie almost here. Perel's got down on one knee and just helped it around the corner.
There's your Perel overs.
Oh, we got him already.
In the satchel already. Yeah, high intent man.
Wait, we hadn't bet on that though, had we?
I said 20. I think it was 22 was too low for a man of his talent. And
okay. I don't know if we can claim that, mate. I don't remember you making it official.
I claim it. Hang on, I claim it. All right, let's find another bet. They've started very well here.
So just on Bethel, I think the problem is he's batted in all these different positions, and England's trying to make him into a number 3 in Test cricket. I'm not even sure he's a Test cricketer at the moment. I don't know. I don't think we know what Bethel is, and more importantly, I don't think Bethel knows what Bethel is. He's batted at 6. He's opened. He's batted first drop. He's batted at 4. He just doesn't know his role in T20 cricket. So he's a project player is the best way for me. So this one is whipped off the pads down a fine leg. But he can bat and he can field. I don't expect him to field. I was going to say he can bowl and he can field. I don't expect him to bowl here. I'm not very high on his bowling.
Nope.
And his fielding is brilliant, but we just saw him make a mistake. But he is one of the best fielders in the world.
He's excellent at fielding. Normally, he's had one thing to do so far, and he did it really badly. But he's really good at fielding. Bethel, I would have him in the absolute. He'd be in the top 5 of the whole competition, I think.
32 without loss after 3. Run line has gone up to 205 here.
Yeah,
it's Hazelwood bowling now.
Has Hazelwood got the ball?
Yep, in his hand, in his sweaty little hands.
So I want to back overs for the next over because I know that Hazelwood isn't bowling it. Sounds simple, but there we go. I'm a simple man. But I'm waiting 3 balls because he might get Faf out, who is 4 off 9 and smells at the moment. So, you would expect Hazelwood to go fine against 4 off 9 Faf, but we'll see.
He's bowled a good ball to begin with. And Faf, that should be out. If people are upset with me on the IPL table, wait until they hear this. Faf du Plessis has blocked the ball onto the ground after charging down the wicket. He's 1.5 meters out of his crease. He's then stopped to pick the ball up and hand it to the fielder. That is out.
Yeah.
That is out. That is out.
And
The ball is live and he is out of his crease. There is absolutely no reason for him to pick it up. And I hate that he gets away with this so often because it is a ridiculous thing. And one of the reasons Faf du Plessis picks the ball up, and I'll tell you this for a fact, is because he has sweaty hands and he knows he can get the ball softer. As this next ball has been hit into the leg side and he steals one. So Faf du Plessis is famous for picking the ball up during around reverse swing to stop the ball from reverse swinging, and he'll pick it up by the wrong side and try and smooth that side down. He also, when the ball is moving and seaming a lot, he will pick the ball up a lot. He quite often defends the ball at his feet to do this on purpose, right? He's not allowed to pick up the ball. He's certainly not allowed to pick up the ball, Rob, when he's 3 meters down from the crease and there are a fielder and a bowler approaching. Out.
Yeah, I totally agree. Couldn't agree with what you said anymore.
Anyway, 1 single off the first 2 balls.
I would like to see Hazelwood get a pole, please.
Hazelwood, I think he's bowled well at the moment. This one is at the top of the, just going over the top of the stumps. Perel tries to slog it away. Not a great shot against Hazelwood. I think you want to get inside the line. I think you'd be better off that. Someone has just said, Inspector Spacetime has said, but wouldn't du Plessis be wearing gloves? He is wearing gloves. Gloves get wet. That's why batters replace them about every second over in modern cricket. Yeah, your gloves get very, very sweaty, especially for a professional place, to be fair. So what would a T20 player probably wouldn't wear their gloves more than every 4 overs? There are some guys who do. But it's quite rare now. This is the short ball down the leg side. This might be a wicket, Rob. And he's been given. I like that. This is the shot I just told him to play, which was getting inside the line and using the height. And instead, I think he's just got a little glove on it. And it's gone down and he's out. So Hazelwood on his way to most wickets. And we did say wicket in this over was very likely.
Lovely stuff, that. Lovely stuff.
Yeah,
it's nice when the plan comes together. So what that is it's going high intent against the biggest threat that has cost him his wicket there, Perel. Also, there is an assist in that wicket for Faf du Plessis being 5 off 11 at the other end, because Perel doesn't have any luxury to calm his scoring rate down when the other guy is stinking the place out. Yeah, he's got a big bit of glove on that as Perel. I think Faf is partly to blame for that pole. That was a pretty bad shot to the bowler, but I think Faf put him in a position where he had to be highly aggressive.
Karanaya is in to bat. Very different paths. I wonder if he's not almost as talented, just a raw natural talent as Faf is as a batter.
Who?
Naya.
The man who got an unbeaten triple century against England in a test match.
Yeah.
Like, he can play. Like, he can.
But you know what I mean? I know that everything else hasn't always worked for him in his career and he's been stuck behind or whatever. And Faf is one of those people who's absolutely maximized. I don't think Faf is like a truly special batting talent. I think he's got some very good skills, but he's got some very big weaknesses as well.
Anyway, I think Faf has
Oh.
actually had an amazingly lucky career. That's what I think.
I think being one of the world's best fielders helped, and being an alpha male in a sport that seems obsessed with guys who aren't fit probably helped him as well. Definitely. He was a leggy when I first saw him play. Anyway, Naya gets the first ball, punches that down to mid-on, no run.
They're in a bit of a mess here, the batting team, and it's Faf's making, I'm afraid. And I know it's only 11 balls that he's faced, but now Karanaya has to get on with it here. They can't be 42 for 1 at the end of the power play, or at least they shouldn't be. It's quite a good deck, this, batting first. You want to be getting north of 180. Bangalore a good chasing side too. Yeah. You can't be under par against RCB with the attack that they've got.
Oh, Naya, just a short arm jab away. Jeez, he's so... This is what I'm talking about. His ability, he sees the ball so early. His ability to get inside the line and just slap that away. Did you end up getting a bet on this over? Oh no, you wouldn't have, because there was a wicket, so you wouldn't have put it on.
I was holding off. So what I'm looking for now is runs in the 5th, but they all put it too early, so I couldn't get on. These are the situations, again, going back to the joy of having loads of betting accounts. it's very difficult to keep hold of betting accounts. It's really difficult if you have the audacity of looking like you're going to win money or you actually win money. It's really hard to keep hold of betting accounts. But let's say there was a world we have loads. There's quite a lot of positions where you can back over. So the 7th over now is a good example. You can back like over 6.5 and under 7.5. And as long as the prices are okay, they're like 1.85 or better each. That is a really good bet. If you can back both, you back overs on one and unders on the other. You lose a tiny amount. And if it hits the 7, you win loads. So you're on 7 at, depending on what prices you're getting, at north of 10 to 1. And it is not 10 to 1 that it lands on 7. However, there is a chance if you keep doing that you will just lose betting accounts. Faf looks bad, and I think 30.5 is an unders for Faf.
I was about to ask, are we putting that on?
Yeah, 30.5 is an unders. Guess who man of the match was in the Mumbai game?
I'm going to say Bumrah.
It was Will Jacks.
So he did that very well. What did he end up with?
29 off 21. 29 off 21, rubbish with the bat. Bowled by Prince Yadav. And then he got the 2 wickets in the over, didn't he?
So we just put that bet on Faf, and of course he's played his best shot straight away afterwards.
Back into form in under 3 seconds with that unders bet.
Mansard says, how comfortable are we betting on a man literally named Betel?
Good. I used to put bets on over the phone for people as a telephonist back in 2002. This is no ball as well.
Oh no.
So ultimate when you back unders for a batsman is he gets 4 no balls next ball. And the guys, you had to say your bet is on as part of the protocol, so that when they played tapes back, if they're just you said your bet is on, and his surname was Bettison, so that was all we said with him was Clive Bettison. His name was, so it's either you said thank you Mr. Bet is on, your bet is on, or you said thank you Mr. Bettison, your Bettison. The times we had, Jarrod, in 2002 in the betting industry.
The times we had. I wouldn't mind reviewing that wide, by the way. I thought.
Yeah.
Faf backed away there. Anyway, we're still on a free hit. We got a wide. He's going to go wide again, and it's going to be hit out to the chop out man for 1.
Full toss, but low enough that he only gets 1.
Jacob Bethel, one of the world's best fielders, somehow can't throw the ball all the way back into the wicketkeeper on the full. It's weird, that, isn't it?
Yeah, as he absolutely should. You should be gunning it sort of sidearm off that other wicket if you're really good, not off the grass.
To be honest, umpires in the last couple of years have got a lot better at that. In the old days, it was just like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, you mean calling it out?
Yeah, just saying, get your throws up. When you play associate cricket, umpires won't let you do it once, right? Because, there's no big guys there to have a go at. We're in internationals. They let them get away with everything. As this is defended by Karan Naya. Absolutely beautifully. $44 for 1 after 4.3 overs. So we're hovering around evens. I thought Delhi might come in a little bit here. Fifth, do you give Josh another over?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do with the score as it is now. There's doing absolutely fine run rate wise because of the ineptitude of the other bowlers. I think you do. What would you do?
There's one other option, I reckon, which is you go Krunal next over and Bethel the over after.
If Krunal goes okay, yeah, that's fine. I quite like Krunal in the power play, and he has been doing
This has gone up in the air from Karan Naya, and it's going to be out.
Surely.
Well, he has just slogged that across the line, and sadly, he has been caught at mid-wicket. Yash Dayal just bowled a length on the offside. I didn't even get a chance to flog the fact that I have the same bat.
But you're going to do it anyway.
Oh, this is nice. Come on. The Neo core.
It's a nice world when you get sent stuff like that in the post, isn't it, for nothing?
It is very, very nice. I like that a lot. I still haven't used it, actually. But yeah, Karan Naya just slogging across the line. And Boovie comes around and takes the catch. See a lot more cricketers now going hatless in the field, by the way.
I agree with it. You don't really need a hat. I think Europa Point, when I fielded there, the last bit of land in Europe, where they only batted from one end because the sun was so severe. It's can get up to, late 30s, 40 degrees. And when you played in the evening because it was too hot, but the setting sun in your eyes, when it's like just the sea there, is very difficult to pick the ball up. I would advocate a cap there, but you don't really need a cap in most places, do you? Like the sun's not like floodlights. You don't need a cap for floodlights, do you?
Well, that's what I wonder. Yeah, it's weird though. Have you been out on many grounds with floodlights? The light is quite weird because it's almost like you have a sun in every angle.
So yeah, it is weird, but it is something that these guys don't have any excuse. Like if we suddenly played a game under floodlights, I played football a lot of times under floodlights, but never cricket because I'm terribly bad at cricket. But
except fielding, where you're world class.
Except fielding, where I'm better than anybody that we watch in the IPL. But these guys play under lights all the time, so they should stop using it as an excuse for dropping every single catch.
Okay, so it's still around evens. Nothing has changed all that much. KL roll is... I can't play cricket at the moment because I'm watching the cricket and I'm commentating live on air, Clem. Thanks for asking, though.
It's good that she wants to play cricket, though.
Yeah, she's got her all-star kit. She's very keen at the moment. She did say to me the other day, I don't really understand why people want to bowl. I was like, yeah, well, based on my entire life, I agree with you there. 44 for 2 after 4.4 overs here. What are we talking? I'm just want to have a look at their batting and just look at how deep their batting lineup is.
Aksar makes it a lot deeper, doesn't he?
Does he though? If Nagam is coming in at... Where's Nagam batting in this lineup?
7.
That's pretty high, isn't it?
Spot too high. It's almost... So it makes me feel...
The reason I'm asking is this is one of the big questions I've had with them all year, which is they're not automatic at the top like Gujarat is. And so I do feel there is an issue with their middle order. There is a possibility they might have to make a sub.
Where the hell is Ashutosh if you're batting first? So he's the guy that's probably going to have to come in. I can't see anybody else there as a bat. Rizvi, you're not going to put Rizvi in ahead of Ashutosh, are you?
I'm assuming he's just injured, isn't he?
They've been doing this a lot, Delhi, of picking bowling teams when they're batting first. They've done it a few times. But yet they're still doing absolutely fine on the table. It seems a bit strange to me.
Oh, sorry. So you didn't get your bet for player of the match, Sky.
Yeah, disappointing. He's been I backed him last 2 games, and one of them he got 60 not out at 220 strike rate, and they gave it to the guy who got 150 strike rate. And then today, to be fair, I think another half a dozen runs he'd have won, but that was bloody close. Could have easily got it though. He got Pooran out with a good catch and got 50. So he's knocking on the door. If they keep putting 12 to 1 up, I'm going to keep backing it.
45 for 2.
Hazelwood again.
Hazelwood again.
Now. This is where you go Krunal, isn't it? And just burgle the power play over in that they're going to be low intent against.
With Naya out, I think that's how I would have thought about it. I would have been like, well, Faf is pretty good against high-end pace, even if he's not batting well. I wouldn't mind him facing the defensive finger spinner, and KL Rawls probably not going to smash him everywhere, is he?
Yeah, I think this is where you could have saved the Hazelwood over and gone. You could even have gone Bethel for this over, because I don't see how, given that really long tail that they've got, I don't see how you can be mega high intent this over. I don't mind 7.5 next over. I'd imagine Krunal comes in and they just knock him around for half a dozen singles. Yeah,
no, I agree. Run line is 187 at the moment as well.
You can back 1.85 under 7.5 next over. That's okay. It's not a stunner, but it's worth a small bet. How many 6s have we had so far here?
Perel hit 1?
Got a couple, didn't he?
Did he hit 2? He certainly hit 1.
Yeah, he's got 2. So they've got 2 6s. I'm just looking at Team Mo 6s, which is a really good market live. Good ball from Hazelwood. Okay. 50-50 Mo 6s.
I would be taking the team batting second.
Yeah. I mean, Bangalore have more 6s in their lineup, particularly now.
Yeah, if they have more 6s in their lineup, and look at the 2 guys who are at the crease now. And unless Akshar and Stubbs go nuts, who's going to hit the sixes? Or they make a surprise batting substitute?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So you can get 11 to 10 RCB. You backing that, Jarrod?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not because I don't have an account on whatever that is. But
most UK...
most sixes. Most sixes, 11.5.
No, 11 to 10. So 2.
No, sorry. I meant, yeah, 11 to 10. 11.5 would be weird.
You'd be all in. That's a good piece of fielding. I think that was Virat that did that good piece of fielding. No, it wasn't. It was Patidar. No, it wasn't. It was Virat. The camera just went to Patidar as soon as Kohli did that really good bit of fielding.
It's the only time ever. No, it was Patidar.
Oh, so the camera went to Kohli after Patidar did that bit of fielding.
That's what I was going to say. That's the more normal thing to have happened. That someone has done something good and will show Kohli's face.
That's what they did, yeah. Straight to Virat after somebody else did good fielding. But you don't see good fielding in the IPL, so that means RCB are definitely going to win.
Hazelwood in again. It's been a good over so far. This is full and straight and well played by Carroll. Just helps this back over the bowler's head for 4.
Nice shot.
Still just the 7 runs off this over. I still think I would have gone with the spinner, but no issue with them going with Hazelwood, all things considered. Oh, sorry. I said that was Carroll. That was Faf that hit that one. Sorry. I forgot about the good... having a bit of good fielding in the last over actually put me off, Rob, in the last ball.
Yeah. We never expect good fielding.
One ball to come in the power play. What was the power play line at the start? Do you remember?
It was hovering around the 55 mark, wasn't it?
Okay, so they're basically there, but for the loss of 2 wickets, going just under 9 runs and over. Hazelwood again. Be interesting to see if he changes his length. He doesn't. Well, actually, maybe he does. He might have bowled even fuller. And I think Faf was ready for the short ball then, was expecting to get the short one. He ends up trapped on his crease and almost nicks that behind. So RCB, 1.78 at the end of the power play. We have bets on Delhi in the first over, which is already won. We have Josh, top wicket taker for RCB. So he is equal top wickets at the moment, but with the best of Connor, I would have thought. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, I did the wrong one before. Let me do that again. Delhi first over, we won. And we have Josh top wickets, which he is equal first at the moment. We do have Faf under 30.5, though. And he is on...
14?
14 or 16, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And we're seeing Rohit Sharma come on. 22 matches, 14 wickets in his IPL career. If he gets his length right, I really like him. If he doesn't get his length right, 2 very smart players like these two should just milk him.
Yeah, I'm looking at LBW price now because low intent against bowler who aims at the stumps equals LBW a lot. However, I want at least 10, and I'm not backing it if I can't get 10. So shop around. If you can get 10, I would back it. If you can't, don't. I can see 10. So, all right, small bet. Very small bet, LBW next wicket at 10.
Small bet, LBW next wicket, and he's gone out straight away, caught down the leg side. No, he hasn't. He hasn't. Sorry, Rob.
He tried to get caught down the leg side, KL, who hasn't looked as good as he's looked so far in this innings.
I can tell you this, Virat definitely. I think Virat was the one who believed it. No one else seems to. So we can get 10s at LBW. So LBW at 10s.
Yeah, small bet, like minimum bet, I would say. Some bets are that ball, by the way, firstly, it looked like it hit something. And secondly, it gripped a bit in the pitch. Makes me feel a bit undery, you know. Let's see what he does with his next ball first.
It slides on the next ball.
Okay.
It's hard to tell, though, because he bowls quite fast. Just having a look, he definitely didn't hit it.
Pad, was it? Just flick the pad on the way through? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I thought Virat thought it was out, but the bowler certainly did for a little while. I think Suyash seemed to lose momentum with it. 1 run off the first 2 balls, though.
I really like Suyash, but he still hasn't got away from the one terrible ball and over thing.
No, that's what I was saying before. I like it when he found his length. He's found his length today, but he's already bowled 1 wide.
He's turning.
So the one time I'm not worried about his length, I'm worried about his accuracy. anyway. Who's their next spinner? Krunal will be on next. Do you?
You can Bethel if you want to.
That's what I'm asking. I think
Okay.
maybe you don't Bethel now. I think you probably Bethel around the 9th or 10th over if these two have shown that it's a good pitch for spin. Remember, I'm not a big fan of Bethel's bowling.
It's a bit hat to glue kind of. It promises a lot, but it doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah. I wonder if by the end of his career, how much he's bowling. He could be one of those people who just stops bowling.
Yeah. If he kicks on with the bat, and if he does become England's Test match regular, I can't see how he's a number 3. But he's only 21, Jarrod. He might be amazing at number 3 in 4 years' time.
He won't be, but this one's down the leg side and is turned away for a single. So yeah, today absolutely nailing his length here, Suyash, but he's just, unfortunately for him, just spraying it around a little bit too much. If Perel doesn't stick in, they do get very right-handery very quickly, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely they do. Which is another thing to consider. How many balls have we had here? 5.
We have had 5. 4 runs. Comes in again. That is a little bit too short, but he gets away with it, to be fair. As in, I shouldn't say gets away with it. It just skids a little bit on him. So it's 5 runs off the first over. That was 101 kilometers an hour. So quite quick, that last delivery.
Do you know what that was,
Jelly's
Jarrod?
at 2.24.
Under 7.5, which we told you to back for that over. 5.
Did we?
Yeah, 5 low intent singles. We said the 7th over 7.5 was too many. Yeah, definitely.
I think you miss ringing the bell. You got to ring the bell, dude. We did this.
I need to ring.
I need to know.
Can you hear my bell? Like, my microphone's a bit crap because it's on a budget camera.
I can hear your bell. I've always been able to hear your bell. I've always been able to ring your bell.
You ring my bell, Jarrod. There's no question about that. So the most sixes is still there at evens for RCB. It feels like we're in a phase of these two being boring because they've picked the wrong team batting first, right? So I would expect that they're going to knock Krunal around here. And there comes a point where they must try and score above par because you don't want to get par against a team that's got Virat Kohli chasing. So I don't get the holding pattern bit when they're only 2 down. The reason why they're doing the holding pattern bit is because they've got Nigam at number 7. Sweep for 1 for KL. 2 if he had good range.
That looked like it held up a little bit in the pitch as well.
I think
they're both bowling quite fast. 2 spinners. He's taken 7 wickets in his last 4 games, but he's taken 7 wickets in 2 of those games and no wickets in the other one. Will the real Krunal stand up as Faf comes down the wicket in the way that you do when you're not actually sure what shot you're going to play? And he ends up just pushing it back to the bowler for none. He backs away, he wants this, but in the end, Krunal just follows him and he flicks this around the corner. They're going to come for 2. He's found the hole. Good batting there.
Very, very low risk stuff, this, from the batting team.
Well, I do think he has come down the wicket and then backed away the last 2 balls. So he is showing intent, but he's not committing to the intent. He's hinting at intent. Hintent. Hey? 4 hours and 47 minutes in, Robin, I could still pull out a banger.
Hintent, I like.
He comes down the wicket here again, does Faf, and he flicks this to fine leg for 1. I do feel like he wants to do it, but he just can't fully commit to it. It's a bit like someone it's a bit like a guy who wears a really, really outrageous jacket to a pub. And just as he walks in, he takes it off straight away and hangs it up because he's like, I'm not sure I could pull this off.
Yeah,
I could.
You've got to be a certain type of guy to pull those things off, haven't you? You're quite a sedate dresser, given your personality, I would say.
Yeah, I've never really gotten into clothes all that much. As this ball is on the top of the leg stump.
Trainers, you're quite high end, aren't you?
I do. My trainers are probably like carrying a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to my fashion.
Yeah, Amy will tell you that fashion is not anywhere near the stuff I care about.
No.
If you care about
Outside of Stump,
clothes, probably a
flashed away
loser. If
into-
you're a bloke, I think.
What was that, mate?
I think if you're a bloke and you care about clothes, you're probably a loser. Like personality. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't think so.
I think
I
looking
think if you-
good is a thing, but if you like know about all the makes and stuff, like just get a better life.
No, I don't think that. I think my issue with people is that I have met a lot of people in my life who were very boring, who dress very outrageously. That's where, do you know what I mean? And like people think they're the fun person, and then you hang out with them, and you're like, they're not fun. They're just wearing that shirt.
He's just got a shit shirt on. He's not fun. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, he's wearing that shirt to pretend he's got personality.
Yeah,
I would have more of an issue with people like that than I ever would with someone. If you genuinely like clothes and you care about clothes, I wouldn't say, you know, that I think that's a fair thing to care about. It's just maybe not you and I. It's not exactly where we're going. Clement,
I
don't touch me.
think what it is I dress very badly and I don't care, so I kind of resent people that do look good all the time because it makes me look worse. Clem knows.
Clem, do you want to come up and say hi to everyone? Do you want to press a button and make Rob dance? Yes. How does he do that? Every time you press the button. High five. Hey, this is more Danny Morrison style now, isn't it? Oh, that button's broken. Oh no, he's got it. He's got it, Clem. It's okay. All right, keep it away now. Oh, he's gone for the slog sweep here, and he's almost been bowled. That was KL Rahul.
Not looking his normal amazing self.
It's the wrong end. I'll go with him. I'll say he probably picked it. He's hitting with the spin, but yeah. No, neither of these guys are looking good. How long's your faff bet? Even if you're wrong, you're going to be hanging on this bet for another 20 minutes at this point.
Yeah, it's sub 100 strike rate after 8.5 overs, which is really bad.
I am wondering if this wicket's a little bit trickier than we thought it was.
Yeah, I'm surprised the run line is holding in the 180s. They got to go some with no, you know, they're doing the good keeping wickets in hand bit, but they're not scoring any runs. KL looks quite bad considering he's looked arguably the best bat in the tournament, or you know, one of the best 3 or 4 so far. I think he needs one out the middle for this innings to get going. And
there it is. And he sweeps that into the dugout straight away, and it was off the middle. It was beautifully timed.
Oh
my God.
That's worth more than a 4, that one. And it should have moved the market more than it has.
Sorry, half my office has just fallen down from this stupid cat.
Yeah, that's what cats do.
Don't do that. Don't hold him like that. He's injured. Beautiful strike, that. Beautiful strike. So 186 is the run line. We're just going to keep our eye on that. Suyanch has bowled well here. I don't think there's enough in the wicket for me to think Bethel, though.
No.
At the moment.
No, I don't. There has to be a lot in the wicket for you to think Bethel.
Yeah.
KL now looks good. I've upgraded him, but Faf still looks bad. And how long does he knock it around?
9 overs in for 2 sixes.
Yeah, it's quite good if you're on. But the wickets in hand thing means that Stubbs has got full license to try and blast them. But now they've got over the fact that they've lost too many wickets, so they need to get a move on, and now is the time to do it. If you're Faf, you can't just keep scoring at 1 a ball for the rest of this innings. You've got to get on with it at some point.
Next ball, he doesn't score at all.
It's a terrible innings from Faf, this.
And they're having a timeout. Is this the first timeout we've had in this innings from either team?
I believe so.
69 for 2. So KL Rahul is on 14 of 16. Faf is on 21 of 24. I'd be very interested to know what people think of this wicket.
Yeah, me too, because I'm getting contrasting views from the people I'm asking. Some people say, well, this looks like the good pitch to me. I don't see it spinning much. Whereas my eyes said that was spinning. The first over of spin turned a bit. And these two are batting either like they're terrified of losing a wicket, which may be the case with Faf particularly, or that there's something in the pitch and that 180 is a good score. Is one of those
I've just seen something. I've just seen Faf talking to who's Delhi's coach.
Don't know. Never know who the coaches are for anyone.
I'm trying to think of who he was speaking to though. Because I don't think it was the coach. That's why.
It's Badani apparently.
It's Badani, isn't it? No, it wasn't. I don't think it was Badani. I might have been the batting coach then. Whoever it was, I didn't pick it up. Anyway, he was doing this with his hands, and I think he was saying that the ball's not quite coming on perfectly as well.
Okay.
A big fan to people who were listening to our watch along and live commentary who said I've said the exact same thing as Sunil Gavaskar for the last 4 balls.
Very, very similar characters, Jarrod Kimber and Sonny Gavaskar.
Yep. No doubt about that.
Similar followings as well. Apparently, Venugopal Rao is director of cricket at Delhi, which is surprising. OG IPL player, wasn't he? He played absolutely bundles of IPL games without really setting the place alight. Didn't play cricket for 5 years and then turned up in one of these Arabian Legends leagues a couple of years ago. Just looking.
Yeah, I don't know who it was I saw out there. Whoever it was, but Faf was definitely. I was watching Faf more than the coach anyway, but he was really trying to gesture to the coach with his hands that there was something with the wicket and the ball wasn't coming on. So, at the very least, Delhi believed there was something going on with the wicket. That doesn't always mean there is something going on with the wicket. Those are two different things.
I backed unders, and I have also laid RCB. Because if I'm wrong with the runs, then I'm going to be onside. Sorry, I've laid RCB and I've backed unders. So if I'm wrong with the runs, I'm going to be onside with my match winner. I think there's a couple of ways that I can win with my unders. One is the intent just is so crap that they can't get up to 186. And the other one is that the pitch is bad. I can't make my mind up on the pitch. I'm more towards your thinking, Jarrod, that there is something. But it might just be that they're being pathetic losers and just nudging it around the 90s.
I'm not 100% sure that the wicket is doing something. What I'm sure at the moment is that they think the wicket's doing something.
They're batting like the wicket's doing something, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think that's
Which
fair.
is that's a completely different thing. We haven't seen anything here that suggests to either of us that the wicket is definitely doing anything. That's why I was paying such attention to them in the timeout, because I wanted to see exactly what they were talking about there. Raul has asked you to explain a laid. Sorry.
Not betting. So the opposite of betting is backing is laying. So I am the bookmaker if I lay. So if I say to you, I will lay you evens that Faf scores 50 in this innings, which I would love to if you want to bet, then I become the layer. The layer is the bookie. The layer is the bookmaker. So on exchanges like Betfair and 10x and Diamond and all the rest, you can back RCB right now at 1.73, which means if you have 100 of whatever your currency is on RCB and RCB win, they're 1.74 right now. So you get 174 back. Or you can lay them if you think they're not going to win, you think Delhi will win. And if Delhi win, I can put up 100. And because they're favourites now, RCB, if I put up 100, I can win 100, but I only lose if it's 1.74, 74. So my return would be, excuse me, I'm just watching this market hop around for apparently no reason. Was something happening this ball?
It was just swept
Oh.
for one.
Okay, maybe it's my market. So yeah, a lay is betting against or letting somebody bet with you, and back is obviously putting your money down on an outcome. So lay means I don't think it's going to happen, and back means I think it is going to happen, basically.
Oh, this is hit down the ground. This could be caught at long on, and it is. Well, obviously after the power play, after the timeout, they were told to get on with it, and it was Faf who was probably told, and he's now out. So we've got that. It was under 30.5. We didn't really expect it to be in the 10th over, Rob.
No,
Bet coming off.
That'll do, though. He looked rubbish, and what happened was he was the extremely low intent selfish Faf for that whole innings, and then they had a little break, and somebody said to him, 8 wickets in hand, mate, you cannot keep scoring at strike rate 82. And he went, all right then, and just tried to hit the next ball. So he was playing entirely for himself. And then the first ball that he started playing for his team, he got out because his form was bad. Another IPL catch for a little-known Indian local player called Virat Kohli, who has bundles of catches in.
Also, another wicket for Krunal Pandya, the greatest strike bowler in IPL history.
Incredible IPL season he's having, getting loads and loads of wickets.
Gurish says this looks like 160 to 170 wicket. And yeah, even more so now with the wicket. But even if he hadn't have gone out, he's starting to get that. Now, remember, we have a bet on Akshar Patel to score more than 20.5. The problem is this is not when you expected Akshar to come out when you made that bet. You expected it to come out with the scoring at a decent level.
Yeah, and him to be able to knock it around for 10 or 15 runs rather than right now. But I bet you anything you like that his run line will be at least 20.5 right now. So let's say they go 23.5. I can close and look for the middle. Obviously, they're not up yet because it's impossible to know when a batsman's going to come in who always comes in at the same time. So they'll get there eventually, the bookies. I would still be about 20 for him now. I'm not devastated with the bet, but Faf has put his team in a lot of trouble because if you're mucking about and wasting the power play to get yourself back into form, or make the argument that you're elongating your batting order by not exposing the tail, right? You're deferring the risk till later in the innings. If you chew up 25 balls at a strike rate 85, you then must hit. You must score some runs after that. Otherwise, you drop your whole team in the shit, which is what he's done. And with KL looking slightly out of sorts compared, maybe that 4 a minute ago will get him back, but looking slightly out of sorts compared to previously, all of a sudden the pressure is heaped on Stubbs, who has no insurance of batters behind him. Normally he's got Ashutosh behind him and he can go, well, if I fail, we've got another one. So this comes to, they've got 5 bowlers here. They've got 6 bowlers with Axar. So they can make the batting sub if they have to, but only scoring at 7 and over for the first 10 means, are these two going to bat like Ashutosh is a player, or are they going to bat like he isn't? And we're going to find that out very soon. I think KL is slightly struggling for timing on this deck, although that his last couple of shots.
Do you want to take that back? Take that back. I mean, he's just timed the absolute seams off that. Incredible work by Tim David to get around to it. I thought that was 4. In fact, he got around to it easily in the end, but saved it from 4.
I think KL's back after those last 2 shots. He was struggling, now he's not. Good time for your RCB most sixes bet, that wicket, because Faf was just trying to go through the gears, wasn't he?
Someone has just put up a message and now I've lost it. But I did want to talk about what it was. Next one is pushed back to the bowler and there is no run. It says, Mithan. Is it Mithan? Oh, God, why can't I find it? Yeah, Mithan says, shouldn't Stubbs come out now? So the issue that they have is that they've already had the left arm finger spinner and the wrist spinner slow them down. So they're probably thinking to themselves, well, who's the most likely to score off left arm finger spin? And not only that, with Akshar Patel coming out, they can't bowl their left arm finger spin as well. So Delhi have gone, well, we'll take Akshar out. The problem with Akshar in the middle is he can get a little bit stuck himself. And if he gets stuck as well, as this is hit down the ground, straight to mid-off, 1 bounce for 4 by KL Rahul there. If he gets stuck here, Akshar, and KL doesn't start hitting 4s and 6s in a minute, they're just so far behind. And that's when you needed Stubbs. But I understand the point in not bringing Stubbs out at this stage is fine, but it only works if KL Rahul can also find boundaries.
Yep. This is the problem of teams batting first in the IPL and picking their bowling team straight away, because they've batted like they're not sure whether they've got a number 8 or number 7 or not. And it seems like they're all a bit confused here.
There's a couple of people saying, why is Dayal bowling now? And someone else has said that they're sneaking him in because of wicket. It's not just that. I think it's also just the Akshar Patel effect of not wanting the spinners, him to go up against spin from both ends. He's probably going to have to face it at one end anyway. But
yeah, it's as I think it was Barron put up on the screen there. he's striking at over 180 against spin this season, Axar. So you don't want to give him exactly what he wants early in his innings. He's had to block up a bit. This is a good over for RCB if they can get out of it without a boundary here, because Yash is considered the weaker of their pacers, isn't he? If you're going to target anyone in this bowling attack, it's probably Yash. I don't think he's terrible, Yash. He just doesn't get poles, does he? In his last 10 games, his best figures are 2 for 46, and most of the time he's getting, well, he's got 0 4 times and 1 wicket 5 times in those 10 games. I mean, it's not great.
Do you know what he is? He's actually probably a 2.5 and over bowler. Like if you could get 2.5 overs out of him, he'd be fine. It's the Unadkat or the Sakaria type thing of like, they're actually okay if you use them exactly when they should be used and how they should be used. But that's not how it works, right? Like it's, you look at a footballer. Like, Robbie and I talk about this a lot. Most players are fine if you use them in the role that they're actually best at. But if you don't have a team that allows for this, is beautifully played by Cararola. He guides this down to deep backward point for a boundary there. Just
very nice.
Use the angle against the bowler. But do you know what I mean? Like lots of players are a little bit flawed. But if you have a team where, like when Sam Curran didn't have to bowl out his full 4 overs and didn't have to be a genuine number 4 or 5 for a team, right? Sam Curran was a very good player. The minute you make him do all those other things, which England and Punjab made him do, it doesn't work. Well, I've just got to open the goose fat, mate. We're about to see if these are, if all those push-ups I've been doing work. Actually, it's a different movement, isn't it? Maybe I need to do some.
You need one of these, mate. Is what you need for goose fat. One of them. Good work. It's very quick. Nice.
Jesus, I just poured it all over myself.
Here he is. We're into the goose fat, guys. It's goose fat time, 12th over.
Hello.
Hey, mate.
Get off. He'll start plugging his own podcast in a minute. Can you give me a wipe? Because I really did pour goose fat all over my nuts.
God, if I had a pound for every time I'd heard Jarrod Kimber say that.
80 for 3 after 11 here. Suyant is bowling straight and full and is defended by Akshar.
Wow, eases. Doesn't do that very often.
Wipes, not paper towel.
See, Axar doesn't know what to do. He's 1 off 4. He doesn't know what to do, and he should do because he's the man in charge, isn't he?
Yep. This one spun back into him. That's the most spin we've seen. I wonder if that's a little bit slower, that ball. I haven't seen a speed on that yet. No. Still going up at high speed.
This is all about what can Tristan Stubbs do the rest of this innings, because they're poodling along here against a batting lineup that would snap your hand off if you said you are chasing 160. What do you reckon, little man? How's this game going?
Hello.
Oh, wait. He can't hear you.
Hi.
God, he can't put his earplug in. All right, this next ball is defended on the leg side, and they're just going to take 1.
Yes, they are.
I would like you to tell me exactly what's going to happen for the rest of this innings, please.
I think 82 for 3. Well, they're probably going to try to smash it, but they're going to want to defend as well.
Oh, wow.
So smash and defend is your tactic.
Yes.
So dot or 6. So if you're coming out to bat now, how are you playing it?
Dot. No,
What's a dot?
He's tried to hit it for 6 and it was a dot. So you were right in both things you said.
Okay, what do you expect the total to be? So they are 82 for 3 after almost 12 overs.
almost 12 overs.
What do you think they're going to make it to?
I'm just going to wait after these 2 balls.
No, say it now. That's a 4 tucked around the corner there.
214.
No, they're not going to make 214. You're fired. Get off.
214 is an unders bet from me, and as it was said on air, it counts as an actual line.
Have you gone unders on the 214?
Slight sell at 214, but Stubbs is a very capable man. He can do crazy things. And we haven't had the big innings from Stubbs yet this IPL for lots of reasons, but we haven't had it. And,
No, I think him and Rickleton have actually disappointed me a little bit, only because I thought they were both ready, and they haven't quite done what I would have wanted. This one's turned around a corner for one. Rickleton's been fine, but
I don't think Stubbs has had that many chances. He's done okay. Like, he's got what? He's been misused. He's been not out 4 times, Stubbs, and his highest score is 38. And Stubbs is a man that, if he's set, can win you a game. He can win you a game either first innings or second. So the fact that he's bowled 3 overs in this is an utter disgrace. So they're using him too much with the ball, and they're using him way too little with the bat, because this is why Delhi are making mistakes here, and Delhi will not win this IPL. You can take that to the bank. Delhi will not win this IPL because they don't know how to use it.
Oh,
yeah, they're not
betting
going
the
to win.
field.
So 34 not out off 18 he was in one of them, so should have batted longer. They would have got more. Let's have a look at his other not outs. 38 not out against RCB last time. To be fair, I think that was the one that he did finish. Yeah, he finished it when KL
Oh, slog sweep here finally against the spinners. Akshar Patel's got one away. It's off Krunal, and that's a big 6. It's funny how often when he hits 6s off the left arm finger spinners, they seem to go about 40 meters further than he hits anything else. It just relaxes his whole body. He gets the full arc in, and that just disappears.
Super comfortable with that shot, isn't he? Super comfortable. Lovely, just free swing of the bat right out the screws. And it's the 754th 6 of this IPL, which is only got 30 matches to go. 25 to go. Krunal in again to Axar.
He's bounced him.
15 off 9. Bowls the bouncer. Axar doesn't play it very well at all and gets away with a 1. That could have easily gone out.
There is only one shot to play off that.
Ramp.
Yeah, every single time you get a short ball off a bouncer, off a spinner, you play the ramp.
Yeah.
There is no other shot. Any other shot, you're going to get yourself into trouble. .62. Do you remember that year that KL rolled? No, don't worry about it. Krunal Pandya bowling to him again. And it's turned for 1. So we've had 3 6s in 13 overs. Am I right?
You are correct. That is fine.
Pretty happy with those.
What you want is a high score with not many 6s in it for RCB, most 6s. This is where they should be really pressing the button now.
What button? The panic button?
The blast off button is what they should be pressing. And if Axar perishes, then fine. You know,
I tell you what, Krunal is just decided not to bowl. He's just decided not to even try and bowl normal. What was that last ball? It says it was 90 kilometers an hour. It looked a lot faster than that to me. Back of a length onto the pads.
That was almost.
That's what I mean. I think we've seen him try this occasionally before, and his beautiful ball there to Carroll, who tries to slog sweep this.
That was close. That was close.
That ball says it was faster than the last one. The last one was 15 Ks, 20 Ks quicker than that.
I'm just thinking about closing my Axar bet, and I'm going to close a bit of it. I'm going to close. So I'm backing under 34.5 for Axar now, which is saying he's not going to get 20 from here. So Axar has got the ball that he really liked, that he hit for 6, and otherwise all his runs have been free. By free, I mean 0 risk pushing singles off balls that are designed to go for 1. Because RCB...
Sorry, just tell me though, what was the under? Under 30?
35.5 right now. So I backed over 20.5 with Axar because I thought when he came to the crease, he would get free runs, as in nudges into gaps for 1. He has now got to 15 for free, right? He got 1 ball that he loved and he hit it for 6. All the others, he's just shoved into gaps and taken singles, every single one. So he's now got his free runs, and I'm happy being on over 20.5. But I'm not giving him 20.5 from now, because this Axar doesn't get free runs now. He has to gun because they've got wickets in hand, Stubbs to come in the order, and they're below par, which is why their run line is 175 when it opened at 188, and their match price when it opened at evens is 2.5. So they're 10% less likely to win the game than they were at the start. He can no longer afford, as we get into the 14th over of Yash Dayal, to try and take singles off Yash Dayal. He has to try and smoke him. So I'm closing my bet, and I hope he lands between 21 and 35, which would be lovely. And I'm happy being on that at 9-1 rather than just sticking out my over 20.5.
Some questions. Someone asked if you've got the new Wisdom behind you.
The new one, no. I've got a lot of Wisdoms in this room, and I've got a hell of a lot of cricket books in this room, hundreds and hundreds of them. And I will probably, if I buy any more, go into the room below. When the next break happens, I'll give you a tour of the office. That'd be exciting for Cricket 8 fans.
That's what everyone's been waiting for.
Yeah.
Hazelwood's coming on to bowl here. It's full, it's straight. It's swept away by Carroll. Oh, he's just got it just fine of deep backward square, and he's picked up a boundary there. So
good shot.
Big risk, but good shot. Ayash says, please replace Barron with this little guy. If you want to find it, his podcast is called Freaky Cricket. He didn't do, let's be honest, Ezekiel didn't do his best work when he was on live with Rob a minute ago. He shut the bed a little bit, but he's quite good on Freaky Cricket, and we'll be bringing that back. We're just building the second part of my studio up so that he has a place to film in, as you saw. Not quite a lot of room with the two of us in this one shot. Well, we have a studio, and when me and Rob eventually, we'll get Rob into the studio as well, and we can do some proper podcasts on some things as well. We're still putting that all together. And then someone else says, oh, shut up, Rob. And I don't know what that's about, but they're always right. As this ball is out to deep mid wicket. Can I just say, we're 5 hours and 15 minutes in. Please don't tell Rob to shut up now. I've got a couple more hours to go, everyone.
I would like some context for that one, please. But I appreciate the comment. I think fair enough. If I was listening to
wait, it's come again. He's doubled down. Rob, can you shut up?
No.
Again, A, he can't shut up, and B, I don't want him to shut up. So the odds, I just want to go through the odds. RCB is 1.66 at the moment. Feels to me that the market isn't, I think a while back the market was a little bit more on side of RCB, and now it's like maybe this wicket is a bit trickier than we thought it was. Someone else has put in Rob is the best into the comments. I'm not putting that on the screen.
Thanks, Mum.
So Hazelwood has 1 over left after this. Boovie will have a couple.
Middle next over, Jarrod. Middle alert, everyone. Middle alert. Over 9.5. Under 10.5. Away we go.
Where's that? Where are we finding these?
UK bookies. This is and they're both 5 to 6. So,
oh, he's bowled him. Well, your under is a much bigger chance here. Akshar against pace, and unfortunately, we haven't got our over 20 bet with Akshar. So, but we have got our under 30.5. So we ended up not quite with the sweet middle. You just got your money back there, but you certainly didn't lose anything. It's a length ball on the stumps. He tries to slog this away. He's really struggled with the pace bowling quite a lot this year. People quite often ask me why Akshar is used the way he is. And it's partly because I don't think he's very good when he comes in late. He's at his absolute best when he's batting at number 4 or number 5 or between overs 8 and 12 because you have to bowl spin to him. And he upsets your plans because you're terrified of bowling spin to him. And in this case, he's tried to slog that across the line. Missed it. Lost the top of his middle stump, I think. And here comes Tristan Stubbs.
So that was one where we kind of knew he had to go up a gear or two, Axar, and he just did. Like immediately, he just went. And if you watch enough cricket and you know your players, you're like, well, he's walked along to 15 now, and there's no other option. He has to go because Stubbs has got 6.5 overs to bat if he walks off at this moment, and that's a good entry point for Stubbs. They haven't given Stubbs enough ball so far, so that kind of the plan. However, it would have been nice if he had 6 before he dig it out.
Live top batter for Delhi, Tristan Stubbs. What is it?
So he's got to score more than 31.
Yep.
And he has to have KL. He has to score more than KL from this point as well. He needs KL to get out before him.
He's got to score more than 47.
So the price for him to score 47 is about 5 from here, I would say.
I bet he's higher than that on bookies for top.
The price for him to be top bat is about 8. because he doesn't have to score 47. He might have to score 57 or 67, or it might be impossible for him to win because the other fella stays there. So
I think it's possible he outscores KL Roll. Like, as in, if Stubbs just goes wild, it's not impossible that he could actually outscore KL Roll if KL Roll is not dismissed.
that is possible, but there's only 6 overs left. So he's going to have to face 25 balls.
If he was 12s, would you put the bet on?
Yeah, I think I would, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
I reckon if you can get 10 or 12s on Stubbs to be top bat, I think there's a lot of value in that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I would back north of 10, and I wouldn't back south. I think that would be about my cut-off point. Because KL's very good at staying in as well.
Yeah, no, he is, but you know, he also with KL, if someone starts going at the other end, he'll play for them.
That's very true. It was another wicket for Hazelwood, which is a good thing, though.
Oh, I hadn't even picked that up. So we've got 2 wickets for Hazelwood at the moment, and we've got him for top bowler. So who has 1 wicket? It is Yash has 1 wicket, so he will bowl maybe 1 more over, maybe not. And Krunal has 1 more, and Krunal can bowl again now because they've got 2 right-handers at the crease, and Akshar's not there. So Krunal might get a death wicket.
Krunal, yeah. So basically, they've all got very similar economies so far, and Hazelwood has 1 more wicket, and he's a better bowler. So he's in very good shape here. Boothie is going to have to take 3 to win in 2 overs, probably, because he's only bowled 2 overs and he's going for 25. That's very unlikely to see how Boothie wins. Yash probably needs to get 2 in his last over, which he could do. He could bowl the 19th or the 20th, where they're in full slog at him. We're now seeing Suyash to KL. And I didn't realise, Jarrod, but Stubbs very nearly got run out off the last ball of that over. Very nearly got run out.
I think he was in, though. That's why I didn't worry about it too much. I think he was just over the line. He wasn't?
I've just seen the replay. He was out by a yard.
As I said, I think he was out by a yard.
They didn't show that on the original broadcast, but yeah, he should have been out then.
Suyanch comes in, full toss, and KL Rahul defends the full toss back to it. He doesn't defend it. He tries to hit it, but hits it back to the bowler for no run.
Very well poised cricket match, this. This is one of those highly volatile last 6 overs, because if it all goes to plan for Delhi, they can still get the 180. But if they lose 1 now, they have to sub in Ashutosh, which gives them fewer options second innings.
Push to short cover, no run there. So that's 2 balls in this over. He started well. Just seeing Hazelwood just hitting at the top of middle stump again. He's been on a great run. I don't think I've ever seen him be on this great of a run taking wickets with white ball before. I'm trying to think of another time. This one's down the leg side, and he moves his feet and knocks it down to long on for 1. Like, I've seen him be frugal, but not, you know.
This is danger ball now when it's 1 off 3. So that KL, the guy that's going at 100 strike rate, is the one that fell out with his, the coach and the team owner at his last franchise. And his excuse today is that everyone's been getting out around him, or that it's a tricky pitch or whatever. But what it does do, that 100 strike rate, and what Faf's 80 strike rate do, is it puts the pressure on. They've got 33 balls left here, and Suyash is bowling his last 3. Stubbs has probably got to have a swipe here, and he's only faced 1 ball. If he does push it into the gap, which Suyash, if he's got any sense, will leave him a gap here, it's a huge win for RCB if this over is just sent for 3 or 4 runs, isn't it? That they've just gone, no, we're not going to attack your leggy, tough. They're a long way ahead here.
Can I give you a fun fact?
Yes.
How many wickets do you think Josh Hazelwood has taken in the Big Bash?
Oh, well, I can't remember him playing much in the Big Bash, Jarrod. I can't remember him playing very much at all, and I've watched every Big Bash. He would have turned up for Sydney Sixers a few times is my guess. Is that correct? Is
Yeah,
that
he used to play for the Sixers, didn't he?
I'm going to say he has taken 6 Big Bash wickets.
He's taken 26.
26 Big
Yeah,
Bash wickets.
but there was one in 13-14. He actually played 9 games and took 14 wickets.
Right, there you go.
But he's now got double the amount of wickets in the IPL that he has in the Big Bash. It's good competition in the Big Bash where you can't actually get your best players to play in your own competition.
Nowhere near the best players. I mean, some of those like third pacers for Big Bash teams are absolutely terrible, but they're often bowling against terrible batsmen, so it works out fine.
But yeah, it's just interesting. So I just having a look. He had a good year in where were we? He had a good year in 2013-14. He took 14 wickets in 9 games in the Big Bash. And then in 2022 in the IPL, he took 20 wickets. So, yeah, generally not. He's an economical bowler rather than a strike bowler. So this is probably his 3rd best strike bowling season ever, and he looks like he's going to kill. What's he up to? He's up to 19 wickets this season, and he took 20 last season, from 2 fewer games as well. So certainly, I think you make an argument this has probably been his best strike season outside of maybe that one-off year in the Big Bash, and he might go past that as well, as this one is flicked out on the leg side for 1. Last game, I talked about this before. So I told everyone to lump on Hazelwood in the 2nd innings, right? As you will remember. And then he bowled like absolute ass on a wicket that was suiting him. And I almost think that with Hazelwood sometimes, there's a bit of Jimmy Anderson about Hazelwood in that I don't think he likes getting things wrong. Do you know what I mean? Do you know there are some players, they get things wrong and they're like, well, I had to go today and it didn't work. Hazelwood's the sort of guy that, like, sometimes when he bowls a shit first spell, he's just going to be better in the second spell because he's a son of a bitch, right? Like this, do you know what I mean? There's just that element of like, no, fuck you all. I'm going to get this. I'm going to work this out now.
That's being and that's why Australia had a lot of success for years.
Yeah, but it's different because I don't think Cummins thinks like that. And I don't think Stark thinks like that. But you're right. I mean, there is an element of that's how we're taught in Australian cricket. If your first spell is bad, that's fine because you're about to bowl your great second spell, which has never actually worked out when I've played any cricket, Rob. But I've tried to keep the mentality without any of the talent. But I think Hazelwood is definitely that sort of person. So I was almost more positive he was going to be top wicket taker when he bowled shit. Now we're getting a sub here.
Interesting.
So Sharma is out, so it's just a fielding sub, is it?
Sorry, amazing middle here. Amazing middle, 15th over. Sorry, 17th over. We've just had 15th.
17th over.
You can back over 9.5, and you can back under 11.5 for the 17th over. We're in the 16th now. Cronell's going to go for 7 probably. Both of those are good bets. So the 9.5 gets better and better as this over goes on without a wicket, because you would definitely back over if they don't lose a wicket in these next 5 balls. So that bet gets better and better. And the 11.5 is a great bet unders right now and becomes a worse bet as we go on. But the right line right now is 10.5. So when the right line is 10.5 and you can get over 9.5 and under 11.5, we've got 2 numbers to hit for our 10 to 1. Those numbers being 10 or 11, maths fans. And that's what we're looking for. So these opportunities, if you've got enough betting accounts, you should be hammering, theoretically, as much as you can get on, as long as you do it exactly the same time, because if there's a wicket, you've done your money if you bat the wrong one. You should be hammering over 9.5 and hammering under 11.5. And if you don't hit the middle, you haven't really lost anything. And if you do, you win 2 big bets. So being on, basically, you're on 10 to 1 that the next over lands on one of the 2 numbers it's most likely to hit. That's a really, really good one. And now the 9.5 is the good bet because they've gone 3 balls without taking a wicket, and the 11.5 becomes less good. But I mean, it can easily. But
you're hoping for the middle there because you can't lose, right?
Yeah, you can lose tiny because you're backing. If you were backing both of them at evens, you'd have theoretically £1 billion on both because you can't lose. Obviously, you're probably only going to get 500 quid, or maybe a bit more if you've got good accounts. It's a great middle, really good bet. Away you go.
Krunel coming in again on the pads of Stubbs. Well, Stubbs' chance of outscoring KRL hasn't started yet. He's still just flicking the ball away. I'm assuming next over is when they go Kabonga.
Yeah.
So Delhi is 113 for 4 after 15.4 overs. Projected score is 163, slightly down on what my son Ezekiel said, which was 214. So if you're on the Ezekiel system, you're doing pretty well at the moment on unders. This next one is down the leg side and is flicked away, and they're going to get a couple of runs here. I'll come back for a second. Interesting, again, of where they are going here, because this is still very, very milky.
Yeah,
Milk toast. It's milk toast.
How happy RCB for this? Take one every ball if you want it. Like dot is a big price here. The dot versus non-dot. The dot is a big price because it's 1 and over type field and bowling, and Krunal is desperate for them to get a single off this last ball, which again, oh no, they could get two. They get.
They've got 3 2s there, which is fine.
Yeah.
For some reason, I think your feed has just fallen behind mine by about 5 seconds or something. But
Oh really?
anyway, that's a timeout. Hey,
Which one are you on?
I don't know. Right.
Okay.
Am I allowed to say the name of the website?
Don't know. Just message me. Probably not. Okay. Well, we've got a big cheer this over. 10 or 11, please. After the timeout.
Yeah, so that's the big over. Let's just have a look at some of our other bets as well. So let's have a look what we had from earlier. Yeah, where are we here? So we've got Padakal for man of the match. We'll worry about that one for later on. Kuldeep for top bowler. That's for the second innings. Akshar, we had over 20.5, but during the innings, we went under 30.5. So you ended up getting your money back on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Hazelwood for top bowler. He currently has not 1, but 2 wickets. Didn't want to double bubble that for me, did it? On the first over, we had Delhi over 6.5 runs. That one. We have where are we? Faf du Plessis under 30.5. That took an age, but won. I still really like my RCB most sixes. So at the moment, they need to beat 3 sixes. Am I right?
Yeah, they've only got 3.
Pretty happy with that. Oh, we had a bet on LBW next man out. I forgot that from a while ago. That did not win, but that was at 10s, and it was only a small bet. We went under 7.5 in the 7th over, and we won. And we are now, for this particular over, we need 10 or 11 runs.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Or 11 runs. Now, let's be honest, everyone. This is why I think a channel like this works, right? Other than the fact that it's like we're speaking from the future because we have a fast feed, right? And we can give you information a little bit quicker, and you can make your friends go, oh, I think he's going to hit a 6 next ball, and he hits a 6 next ball, and they think you're wonderful. But the other thing that is interesting with what we do is that this game is absolutely petering out to a dull, milky toast, crappy, shitty first innings here. And yet now, there's energy. There's a 10 or 11. You can cheer the runs, or if you hate Rob, like that one guy who seems to have got bored and left.
He's my favourite, by the way. The guy that keeps telling me to shut up. He's my favourite. Come back. Tell us why I should shut up.
He hasn't. But this is a very interesting bet. And now we've got 4 overs to come. So it's not going to be Hazelwood bowling this over. Is it going to be Yash?
Well, Suyash is done. Krunal's done. So it ain't going to be a spinner.
No, it's going to be Yash.
If they definitely want Boove bowling 2 at the end, then it's Yash. And then it goes Boove, Hazelwood, Boove.
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't think I would do that because Boove has already gone for 25 in his 2 overs. And those are his good overs. Boove is not anywhere near as good at the death as he is at the start. So I think having your only option is 2 Booves, I would go Boove now. But who are they going with?
It's Boove. It's full. It's straight. And it's pushed down to long off for 1 by Stubbs.
So the low intent ain't going to cut it, lads, because if you score 145 against RCB, you ain't going to win.
Can I just say I'm feeling less confident about my bet on Stubbs to be top run scorer at 10 or 12s if anyone managed to find those odds. He's 6 off 6. It's not even the fact he's 6 off 6. It's just he hasn't looked like hitting the boundary. But this is KL Rahul. He looks to hit a boundary. He's going to be caught at long off. He is caught at long off. Hits it straight to Bethel. And maybe this wicket's trickier than we think. I don't know. I don't know what to think, Rob.
It's I think they've basically just shot themselves in the head like throughout this innings by being extremely low intent. And then when they have Faf and KL are the most to blame here. But Faf, KL, and Axar, the first premeditated mega shot they've played, they got out. And that is how you lose T20 cricket matches, because they've all chewed up balls. To be fair, Axar wasn't in for that long, but Faf wasted the whole power play. And the first shots he played after somebody said to him, Faf, you need to start playing shots now, mate. You're 22 off 25. Played a shot, got out. Axar pootled his way to 15. He got off 14 balls with 1-6, so he really was knocking it around. Played a premeditated big shot, as we said he was going to, and got out the next ball. And then KL there has literally gone, I am hitting this ball for 6 wherever it is. And it wasn't there to hit for 6, and he's been caught long on. So between them, those three have faced 78 deliveries and scored 78 runs. Unacceptable. And now they've had to impact Ashutosh in at a pretty late entry point. So they've now got their team completely wrong again. They were batting as if they didn't have Ashutosh in the team, and now they've subbed him in when it's all gone to shit. So Delhi have totally messed this up, which is why they're 3.8 to win the match. It's quite an interesting phase now, because what does Ashutosh do now? Does he defer risk? And they say, well, we're going to hit the last 2 overs. And then what happens if they get out the first big shot they play again? It's just they've messed this innings up by playing low intent crap. Ashutosh is well beaten, not moving his feet even slightly.
Yeah, just gets absolutely caught on the crease there. Trishvia says, really good defensive bowling too. I think it's been fine, but it's very rare that we've seen. There's been a couple of bits. I think Krunal, when they were trying to attack him around when Faf went out, I thought was really good defensive bowling. Suyash bowled fine, but I don't remember them overly attacking him all that much. Like, a lot of the bowling hasn't. It's not like it's been great defending bowling when the opposition's been trying to score fast, right? It's being the other team isn't trying to score very hard. Let's just keep putting it in position for 1s and 2s.
And they're still doing that now. Did they get 2 there off that ball somehow?
Yeah.
Off the misfield.
So they've subbed Faf out, which means Faf can't field.
Right. So he must still be carrying that injury.
Yeah. So either he's injured, or because who else could you have subbed out? Yeah, you could have subbed out anyone else. So is this bowled? He's bowled him. Ashutosh subbed in, out. He's missed that slower ball. He just has. I don't think he picked that at all. I want to see it again. It just seemed to dip on him, and it was a ugly shot. I want to say he tried to hit it hard. I think he thought about it. It looks like I thought that was a slow ball. I think he's just played the wrong shot to the wrong ball. I think he was going to play the lap sweep, mate, over his shoulder, the scoop. And then at the last minute, he decided he wasn't in the right spot, and he just tried to play a normal sweep and missed it. That's bizarre batting, but Smashatosh is gone. And, yeah, that was not the impact they were looking for.
Right. So this is an example of how picking the wrong team, when you're the impact sub, when you bat first, you can have the extra bat in and get rid of him. And they picked a bat less and subbed one in when they spent the whole innings batting as if they didn't have Ashutosh in the lineup. And then when they did, he came in a bit too late, and now they've got Nigam coming in. We've definitely missed the middle here, which is disappointing. To not even be in with a shout of getting 10 runs off Boov's 17th. By the way, we're under it now for top bowler. Boov has come from nowhere and is threatening Hazelwood. Hazelwood is now level on wickets with Boov, and they've both got 1 over left each. Although Hazelwood's like 10 runs better off or something. Yeah, they just messed this innings up. This is a catastrophe of an innings from Delhi.
Next one comes in, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, so I think the ball was a leg cutter, But what I was looking for was the big dip, because the way he played it looked like it was going up and then came down, and that's what he was beaten with. You don't get dip off a leg cutter. Leg cutter basically, it's one of the reasons you don't see as many leg cutters. You get a little bit of sideways movement, but either way, he just was completely bamboozled by that. We have had 1 over in this innings of more than 10 runs. Does that sound right? Anyway, that last one, we didn't lose any money because you put money on both sides. So it's fine, but we got nowhere near our middle, that's for sure.
The third over of the innings, Perel smacked around and got 2 sixes off Boo, right, and hit him for 17. And they haven't scored more than 10 in any other over. And mainly, that is down to a lack of intent. And if you don't try hard to win cricket matches, you don't win cricket matches, basically. And they haven't tried. They don't deserve it.
All right, Yoda.
They're getting murdered. I may look like Yoda size-wise, and I may sometimes mix my words up in order, but I'm not like him. As Hazelwood gets around.
Oh my God. Yash Dial. Stubbs has done the scoop, and poor Yash has gone to chase this down to find leg. And he was close enough to it that it kept him interested. But when it comes down to it, he was absolutely nowhere near it. There's reverse, mate. That reversed, by the way.
Time to go bold. So what overs that? Over 19.
But yeah, there's but Yash Dial almost killed himself trying to go after that. He got in all sorts of a tangle. All right, yeah, he's definitely holding it for reverse by the look of that, Josh. So comes in, a little bit of reverse, but this time it's a full toss on the pads. So this is where the new batter is interesting for me, especially because it's a non-specialist batter.
What does he do now? Because the first ball he played coming in the 17th over was a forward defence, and that doesn't really cut it. His job really is to get Stubbs on strike and try and have Stubbs going completely mental.
$125 for 6 after 17.2. Expected runs about 160-ish. I don't think that's correct. 150-ish, sorry.
150.
I don't think that's correct. I think 143 is more likely here. Although Vipraj is just up and under that for 6. That's an odd delivery if I'm Hazelwood here. I think he's made a mistake there, and he's kicking the dirt on the way back. Maybe he was trying the double bluff. But I just don't see the point in bowling the short ball to the tail ender there.
I mean, it's
Make it hit it off the stumps.
Shot. Very well executed.
Beautiful shot.
Because if he doesn't get that, he's hit it over the man who stood on that boundary rope. So maybe Hazelwood is playing for that wicket, playing for the court on that rope. But the execution of the shot is absolutely brilliant because it's gone right off the meat of the bat. That very, very good.
And the next ball, he's bowled it where I wanted it to. He's hit it straight to cover, and there's almost a run out. Much better cricket, please. That's much smarter. But he has missed these Yorkers a couple of times here, Hazelwood. It's a couple of full tosses. You don't want to do that to Stubbs. That would have been run out too if that was a direct hit.
Yeah, another miss run out.
All right.
So Hazelwood has gone from certainty top bowler to now needing Boove not to get a wicket in his last over.
Yeah, but Boove could also go for another 10 runs.
Yeah, but if Boove gets a wicket, it's done.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Oh, he's bowled. He's gone for the wide Yorker here. There's still a little bit of reverse on offer, and he's almost reversed it back inside the line, but it's too wide. This is a very poor over from Hazelwood after he bowled a very good over the other night, around slightly later in the game.
This is where you try and get the guy out, right? And he's going wide Yorker to try and stop him from scoring. But if you get him out here, you're done.
He's 11 off 8. Do you need to go wide Yorker at the moment?
I'd just be trying to use that tail to bowl him on off stump.
Well, he might have it caught down the ground. He hasn't. He's tied this beautifully, Stubbs. There's another full toss. So 3 full tosses and a wide in this over from Hazelwood. He's been poor. And this one, Stubbs just holds his shape and just punches it down the ground, pass long on for 4. Good hitting, bad bowling.
Yeah, nothing to add to that. It really was.
What did KL roll end up with, mate?
41. 41.
What's just Stubbs on at the moment? 17? No, 13.
15. Split the difference.
I was close enough.
He can.
This is a good Yorker from Hazelwood. He's woken up. He spent all over trying to work that out. And this is clever because he surprised Stubbs there. And it was such a good ball that Stubbs couldn't get off strike. That could be a very important dot ball.
Yeah, top bowling. After bowling quite a lot of bad balls in a row, he did a good one there, didn't he?
So a minute ago, I was saying 145. Well, they're almost at 145 already now. That's how bad an over that was. We just did not expect that from Josh. I expected a wicket and a few runs.
Yeah, that is surprising. So do they go Booth again now from this end because he's just bowled a really good over, or they swap him and they go Yash, stay out? See, I wouldn't have done that. When a guy's just taken 2 wickets and gone for 3 from one end, leave him there. Let him do it again. Because if you're not, you bowl Yash here, do you?
Yash around the wicket. No, I'm with you. The full toss into the pads. There's almost a run out. They're going to get an overthrow though. Oh no! It's 4-0. No, it's at 4 overthrows.
Oh my god!
The run out was on. I want to see again if there was actual chance. I think it was Virat. There was one fielder to beat. It should have been backed up. This is not Virat's fault because it went straight to the sweeper out on the boundary, and he's missed it.
That's Patidar has just not long barriered. He's tried to bend down and pick it up one-handed. If he'd have put his foot behind the ball, he'd have stopped it.
And I'll tell you why he did it. He did it because they were going to run again regardless because they had to get Stubbs back on strike, and he knew there was a run-out chance.
Yeah.
And so because of that, he was like, oh, I've got a chance of a run-out here, and he's ended up giving 4. Good Yorker at the stumps. Just get off strike now, if I'm Vipraj. I don't think he needs to be on strike. Clementine, if you're going to be in here, either press the buttons to make Rob dance or be quiet. Those are your options. Okay, 142 for... So
my daughter used to do something similar called Dance Monkey, and I had to do extremely energetic dancing whenever she said Dance Monkey, and I used to do that, and then I had to restrict the...
You're going to break my bells, Clem. There you go.
Don't ever break Jarrod's bells. He gets upset. For fear of sounding like a broken record, bowled at 6 is too big.
Oh, well, I don't know what that is. Stubbs has just smashed that back straight. The timing, I still think he's an outside chance of being top bat here. I don't know if anyone got on.
He can easily take the rest of this over and then Booth down. Where are we? Line here.
Incredible strike, full straight,
164,
and just punch that back past the bowler again. They are punches. He's not even fully extending at the moment.
They should get 2 a ball from here.
He's on 19 off 11, and Vipraj has been great at the other end with his 6, but also he got the free other one. Reverse scoop up in the air, and that is 6 from Stubbs. Here we come. Here we come. I prefer fewer 6s, Rob, if I'm being honest. But other than that,
yeah, he's on one now, Stubbs, and he's in for 2.5 a ball for the rest of this innings until they get him out.
That is an incredible strike too, because that was a very low Yorker, and he's reverse swept it for 6. It's hard to get under that. It wasn't bad bowling at all. Yash did not miss his length by much. That's within the realms of a Yorker, and instead it's gone for 6. So 4, which was an overthrow, 1 to get him back on strike, and 10 runs off the last 2 balls. He's on 25 off 12.
So he needs 17 to get you top bat.
He needs 17 more runs to get the top bat.
And he needs to do it off. He needs to face 6 balls, really. And if he faces...
He's missed this next one, though. He's missed this next one. That is the full ball outside off stump. I think he looked caught between 2 minds there. He wasn't quite sure what his plan was. And it's ended up going through to the keeper for no run. There's a lot of fruit on that bench, Rob.
Which bench?
The team bench. The team bench has a lot of fruit.
Should be... should do the Suresh Raina fast food. Just loads and loads of burgers everywhere.
Remember that over. Does he go for the hit or does he go for the single? He goes for the hit. He smashes this down the ground. He's hit this beautifully, and it's 4. So he's backing Vipraj. He dived around the boundary. He's hit 3 boundaries dead straight. One just over the bowler and 2 on either side of the bowler here. And that is a very good over. We've got him to 29 off 14. As long as Vipraj gets him back on strike, Rob. And now there's a little bit of value in the Delhi price now at 280.
Well, they've got a score on a pitch that my problem with them is that they've spent most of the innings trying to score a single off every ball. And they've done the thing that I said they shouldn't do again and left Stubbs not facing enough balls. Stubbs has been awesome, right? He's faced 14 balls and he mucked about for the first 3 or 4 of them because everyone else was getting out. He's faced 14 balls. He's got 29 runs. Their 3 main batsmen in this innings got 78 off 78.
Now,
and that's why they're struggling.
Also, just to make it even harder, although this might help RCB in a perverse way, they've got a fielding penalty here. So they're going to have 1 extra fielder in the circle, which generally doesn't help. But when you have a non-traditional... Oh, wait. Yeah, but when you have a non-traditional batter, I'm not saying he can't hold a bat, Vipraj, because we've seen, I think you and I have commentated on a few of his games now. He can certainly hold a bat, but he's not a specialist batter. And so there is a possibility you might be able to steal a couple of dot balls out of him here with the extra fielder in the circle. So it can go the other way, this, and I've seen it before. 156 for 6. What's he going to do? First ball, he walks across his stumps, and he's done the right thing. He's got a little bit of pad on that. It's gone to short fine leg, and Stubbs is on strike.
Good batting.
So if they just get 5 more 6s here, they'll be 186.
So we've still got the cheer of Hazelwood top bolt. And what we need for that is 9 off this over and no wicket.
9 off this over and no wicket.
So we need them to get to 165 with no wicket. It's quite an intriguing game, but I do feel like the intent will ultimately cost them. It feels like they just didn't go hard enough for way too much of this innings.
Boovie to Stubbs. He smashed this, and there's a misfield. Oh, that's bad. It's going to be a run out, but it doesn't matter. The misfield allowed Stubbs to get back on strike. That's where the issue was there. That was exactly what they wanted to happen. They wanted to get Stubbs off strike, and instead they've got a single, and Stubbs is back on strike. Poor cricket.
Yeah, he is out, isn't he? Comfortably out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's not out, really. But yeah, he bowled well there, Boovie. He had mid-off up, and Stubbs smashed it, but straight to mid-off, and a very straight mid-off. Did you see that? It was almost behind the bowler, which is where he's been hitting it. So again, clever fielding position. They did everything right, except for whoever was at mid-off fumbled. I didn't see who the run out went to. Did you see who it was?
Kohli, I think.
Yeah, so mistake by Kohli there. Really, I mean, I want to have a look at it again. It seemed like to me that went straight into his hands. And he shouldn't have had an issue there at all. But anyway, Stubbs is back on strike here. They still need a big over here.
Come on, Stubbs.
We need Stubbs to score 12 more runs.
Yeah.
So he's got 4 balls. Stark is at the other end. I wouldn't have even sent Stark out at the moment. Well, I mean, I might have sent Stark out. What I was going to say is I would have probably just sent out the fastest runner.
Yeah.
Anyway, Boovie into Stubbs. He's reverse scooped and he's missed it through the wicket keeper.
Damn.
He's still on strike, though. Still on strike.
Come on, Stubbs.
Have you got any bets for the next innings?
So look. Well, we're on Kuldeep at 3.85 to be top wicket taker, which I like in a defence. I like him as a guy that they may have to attack and they'll use him well and all the rest of it. I like that. I haven't got much else, I don't think.
It's a bouncer. It's a top edge. It's going to go out. I don't think there's anyone on that boundary. I don't think he's got all of it. And it's gone for 4. Just got away with that. Did Stubbs there.
I don't know who's going to open for them, you see. We're assuming...
That's part of the reason I'm a bit confused as well.
I'm very much sitting on my hands until I know this sort of thing. Like Virat's run line is 33, and that's correct. So no bet there. I can't see a big price on Bethel top bat. Like I can't see bigger than 5.5, and I don't know he's opening, so that doesn't interest me at all. I can see over 3.5 for the last ball of this innings.
This is a length ball. He's hit this straight up in the air. It should be caught, and it is caught by, is that Hazelwood, I think, at backward point there.
Oh, Hazelwood has killed us for the top ball by taking that catch. That is upsetting.
Killed himself, really.
Yeah, so the Hazelwood top bowler bet is down in smoke. Or up in smoke, down in flames. You're up in smoke, but down in flames, which is interesting.
But you up in flames?
No, you're down in...
You're up in smoke and down in flames.
Smoke and down in flames, yeah.
Are you okay?
I'd be much more okay if Stubbs hit that ball for a boundary. Then it'd be a lot of fun going into the last ball.
So we needed Stubbs. We pushed that pretty far. The Stubbs top runs back. I think that's the sort of thing that shows you why Cricket 8 can be quite interesting, because that is not a normal bet to make. But we both sort of came up with that, and the idea being that there was a pathway for Stubbs to get best bet. And if you did get on at 7 or 8 to 1, or some people have messaged me to say they got on at closer to 9 and 10 to 1, that was a very good bet that almost came off. Anyway, Boovie in again. It's wide. It is. They're not running off the last ball, which is Rob Barron's favorite thing in the world.
Absolute disgrace. You utter disgrace.
Jamira's now reviewing the wide. I'm like, how about you just ran, buddy? Like, do you know what I mean? 162 is the probable score. We'll update it later if there is any change. The wide was not given. The odds are Delhi are 3.35 and RCB are 1.42. Actually, yeah, anyway, so we'll come back after the break. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes with more of this cricket nonsense while we both go and do a wee-wee. Is Rakshit awake?
Rakshit, come on, man.
Hello.
Extreme.
We want to do our wee-wee.
The 6 hours in broadcasters.
We really want to. You can watch the game.
Oh
my God. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favourite sport
terrible team
playing against
for
your
about
mate.
3 different
Think someone
reasons.
is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favourite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.
I think that they really did believe in starting slow and anchoring and all that sort of stuff, even when they had AB de Villiers and Chris Gale and all these sorts of things. So they had star-studded batting. I'm not sure they ever maximum. Some of those teams, Mega, they could have just scored 40 runs more than any other team in any games that they wanted. But they never played that way, if you go back and have a look.
Yeah.
The other big issue I think they have is they had a good batting wicket where everyone could make runs, but they weren't so set up, and partly, as he's saying, with the middle order and everything else. They weren't quite set up to score 20% more runs than every other team in the way that, say, the Sunrisers are now, right? And we've seen other teams be able to do that. You know, Brisbane Heat used to do that at their ground. And the reason this matters is we completely underplay home field advantage in T20 cricket. The best thing you can be in T20 cricket is be very, very good at home, which means you get in the playoffs all the time. And if you get in the playoffs all the time, one year you're going to win by accident, right? Playoffs are so random. One year you're just going to win by accident. You know, one player's going to catch fire, the opposition team's going to have an injury, whatever it happens, you know, Dew comes in a crucial game. And then the third thing is that through 2 different ownership groups, they have been run really poorly.
Yeah.
Right? With a couple of years ago, they had Jason Behrendorff, a really good left-arm bowler, and they sold him for peanuts to Mumbai. So Mumbai could have a backup left-arm bowler if Trent Bolt wasn't around. No. Take a good player from Mumbai. Take a young player from Mumbai, from the best scouting system in the IPL and take a run on that. Don't just give the player away. Look at their list and go, you want this player? Great.
Yeah.
What do you want him for? Right? And you look at it and look, obviously I have a unique experience because I was involved with RCB. It was a shit show. They had no idea what they were doing. There was like 7 different people who had 7 different agendas at all time. Vijay Mallya was an absolute nutcase when he was in control and didn't understand T20 cricket at all. The current, is it
involved was
DiMaggio? He was very involved, sadly.
But how involved was okay?
Vijay was really, really involved. I
What
remember
did it
when he
look
was still
like
running.
when we say, yeah. Sorry.
Well, his involvement was picking players that he thought he wanted to hang out with more than perhaps players that would win titles, would have been a big part. No, he was involved when he was overseas. You've got the current management, which is kind of, I would say, rudderless. And from my experience, they kind of want to do the right thing, but they can't. They've never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli, right? Okay. Never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli. And my memory of being a writer around that franchise and then briefly working for them was pretty much the same, which is, oh, we can't do that. Virat might not like it. And I was always saying the same thing, Mega. Have you asked him? Have you had a conversation with him? Have you sat down? And so often it would be, oh, Virat likes his players, we'll bring him in. It's like, no, that's not how this works. Is Virat out there scouting the best players? Is he watching the SMAT? Right? Like, Virat works about 29 hours a day. How is he out there watching the SMAT or the Tamil Nadu League or what's the other one? The one in Bengaluru as well.
Karnataka. Yeah,
Karnataka, that's what I was looking for. Do you know what I mean? He's not doing that. So if you're picking players based on what he thinks is good, it's basically going to be players he's played international cricket up against or IPL players, right? And then you're also hoping that those players played well in the games against him, so he rates them highly, or they bowl well against him, right? It's a nonsense system to have. So there weren't enough adults in the room making key decisions. They were trying to move towards professionalism, and I don't think they really knew what they were doing. And they haven't got home advantage, I think, is a massive, massive part of it going ahead. And I think that when I was at St. Lucia, we had a wicket where you could score about 200 pretty much every game. When it was a fresh wicket, you would score 200. And we had Rakim Cornwall, Warner, Pollard, Darren Sammy. Unfortunately, Darren Sammy was a little bit gone. But the next year, I was just going to load up on guys who could just whack it, right? So that we had 8 guys who could whack it. And we would have won all of our games at home, because even if the other teams went absolutely crazy, they weren't going to be able to whack it at the same level that that's what you have to do. You have to set up a team that suits whatever your home pitch is going to be. And you either have to change your team or your home pitch if that isn't the case. And I know there's a bit of a problem with that at Chinnaswamy, because it's maybe one of the few places where the curators still have a little bit of sway, and it's sometimes that can be tough. But then you have to change the team, and you have to understand exactly what you're going for. So I don't know, maybe it's the best 5 bowlers who take the pitch out of the equation. Maybe that's what they could have gone with, right? But one way or another, that's what you have to do. But then my memory is, and it's what we call in T20 cricket, Frankenstein's teams. When I was involved, one guy wanted these 2 players, one guy wanted these 2 players. Like if you go back and you look at the auction that they had when I was involved, which was 2018, 2019, whatever, there's like 2 players that I've picked in that side, right? That I don't think everyone else fully believes in, right? There are Moeen Ali and Washington Sundar. Washington Virat just did not rate him, right? Like it was a complete waste of my time picking that player. But he did rate Moeen Ali, but he didn't use him very well. Then you had a look at Dan Vettori brought in Corey Anderson, right? Like his old teammate. Yeah. Ashish Nira loved Corey Anderson, and I can't remember, there was someone else. So you could go through all these different picks and see which person in the organization they were linked to. It was usually 2 people, if I remember correctly. But that's not how you pick a side. You come up with an idea. How are we going to win here? What's the best side to be able to make that maximize? And then 1 or 2 people go off. You have a scouting network and you have a general manager network. The coach and the captain and the player. You've already told us how you want to play. Now we're going to do the best we can to get those players on the field. And then when you get them, you're going to have to accept that you wanted Mark Wood, but we can only give you Nathan Coulter-Nile, right? Or you wanted Andre Russell. There is no Andre Russell like other player. So we've gone with Ben Cutting, right? Like you have to accept that because that's how these things work. You wanted the best 4 spinners in the league. Well, okay, so we've given you the best 4 spinners available. Can you create something from that? That is how these smart teams do things, right? That is what they do, and RCB has not been very smart. This comment from Yash is really interesting. He says, if it becomes India versus that league, the rebel league point of view, we have to remember that cricket is the only sport in which nationalism plays a huge part. It's not the only sport where nationalism plays a huge part. It's the sport where nationalism is at its highest, though. You're right there. I think it's really interesting at that point, though, Yash, because if I'm a Saudi, if I'm the Saudis and I have this $1 trillion bucket, and I go to Virat Kohli and offer him $150 million a year, right? Is there any way the BCCI can match that? And what if it's 300 million, right? Like you can just buy pretty much all the world's best cricketers. And that's what cricket was worried about for a long time before, right? Because they were worried that someone would, because cricketers are massively underpaid. For the money that cricket makes, cricketers are massively underpaid. And so it is not that hard to come in as a rebel league. That was the issue they had with the Lalit Modi-led Essel Group, which was 2014, 2015.
Subhash Chandra. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the...
Well, he was involved as well. Like, I mean...
This one as well.
Oh, you're talking about the ICL one.
And then Subhash Chandra was involved with this as well, yeah.
I think he was involved with both of those leagues, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But yeah, so it's not that hard. I remember having the conversation with a major person from a players' union, and they were the one giving me the story at the time. And I did the maths, and I was like, that actually makes sense. Like I even thought to myself, if I could find a billionaire, couldn't I just buy cricket? Like, it's not that hard because players are so underpaid all the way through. But it'd be really interesting, Yash, if it does become that. I don't think it's going to become... I think the Saudis, because they're talking about 500 million in this initial investment, I think they believe they can't get the Indian players now. But I don't think they would be starting this if they didn't think they could get them eventually. And, you know, I've had these conversations with lots of people before. The IPL owners would not be buying all these teams around the world if they didn't think eventually they could get Indian players into some of these leagues. May not be the stars, but Indian players into some of these leagues. And I would think that the Saudis, if they're starting smaller, are hoping through their partnership with the BCCI that they can do something there. But in future, I think there will be I think they would be thinking that they will eventually be able to do that. They were looking, the numbers that they were looking to pay to the IPL were staggering. I think they were looking at paying like $30 billion to buy a stake in the IPL, right? That is so much money.
And what was the nature of the involvement?
They wanted to buy a percentage of the IPL and own the league.
Of the IPL per se, because that has not happened. That has never been diluted.
I don't think so. I mean, the BCCI still own it, and the ownership and how all those things work. But that's the kind of group that you're talking about here, right? So if they wanted to, have a look at what the top golfers are earning, right? So the top golfers are on at Live Golf are on about $200 million a year, right? If you went with the top 10 cricketers in the world and offered them between $50 and $150 million, you would get a lot of the best cricketers in the world. You might not get all of them. Some would be like, it's not worth me going. Some golfers didn't want to be involved with Saudi Arabia. Some golfers didn't want to live in Saudi Arabia. All right, like there's all different things. But yeah, it's changing. That whole thing is changing, and the money we are talking about here is and we're used to IPL owners, right? This is well above IPL ownership money, right? This is legitimate wealth on a level we've never seen before. If they want to throw it around, you know, I remember Michael Holding said to me once, when it comes down to it, players go where the money is, right? Like black players from the West Indies went and played in apartheid South Africa, right? And not average players, like some great players went over and did it. When the money is there, people will do things. And you are talking about, let's say you are, I'm trying to think of a really good cricketer for this. Sky, right? Okay. Let's say you're Sky and how old would Sky be now? 32, 33?
Yeah, more than that. 33 for sure, at least.
Yeah. Saudi come along and say, you can run your own franchise, you can do whatever you want. He's $150 million a year for the next 5 years. Right? His family never has to worry about money again. That's the kind of money that can be on offer if they go down that route. I don't think they want to go down that route though, Mega, for two reasons. One, it's a lot of money to spend that they probably don't need to spend because they already have all these relationships. And two, I do think then they got bad press when they did it for golf, right? Exactly. I think they've learned from what they did with the golf and they're like, we don't want to do that again because when we did it with golf, everyone was like, oh, they're buying the game, they're ruining golf. They can do a soft takeover in this particular way. You're talking about when England had the first 3 ODI World Cups.
Yeah.
So the issue with this is, and it's funny that you say no one talks about it. I mean, it's literally it's brought up all the time. It's brought up in every
so how
second
was it
comment
exactly?
section.
I just want to understand, how was it exactly?
Yeah, you actually have to remember that we look back at it from our view, which is World Cups are huge, right? And they're the biggest thing in the world. I don't think there was a serious conversation for any other country. Welcome back to the Cricket 8 Watch-Along. Somehow in the... as we've been off air, Rob's actually got smaller than he was before. Wrapped himself in plastic and gone down. That's Rob Barron. This is Jarrod Kimber. We're on the Cricket 8 channel. You also can find us on the Good Areas channel. We're doing a podcast at the end of this day as well. So like, subscribe, do all those things that everyone tells you to do. Clementine, stop being loud. My daughter is around as well. We just played some basketball.
There is a Bethel opening the batting.
There is Jacob Bethel. Now, I still find this surprising. This is not the way I thought about it. Is that where you were leaning?
Yeah, I didn't know what they do. I assume Salt is injured because he's been fine. And the way Salt plays, you can't just drop him if he gets a low score. So I assume Salt's injured. I've not heard anything. I thought Bethel was the Livingston replacement and they do something else. But let's see how he goes. You know, he's not a T20 opener, is he? Never has been.
2 overseas fast bowlers. Who else is going to be bowling for Delhi? Who am I missing? The other seamer. Why can't I find his name on the list?
I thought the 6.5 quote was interesting for the first over.
Sorry, what was that?
6.5 interesting for the first over because, again, if you can't really look at stats because Bethel's never opened the batting before in T20s. But as far as Bangalore go, their first over this season, they've got overs 7 times out of 9, and their lowest score in the first over has been 6. So I would have been 7.5 this first over.
Would you have opened the bowling with Akshar Patel though?
They did last time. I think
twice in a row, isn't it?
I think Bethel being the guy he is, I think Bethel tries to blast it. That's what I think.
Anirudh says Salt has a fever. Oh, he's hot, all right.
Good.
We do have Jacob Bethel, and I'm assuming Jacob Bethel has been sent out to smash it. But I was going to put a bet on Delhi, and I'm not now that they've started with spin, because I want to see what's happening. First ball's on the pads. Flipped away for 1 at deep square. Jacob Bethel has scored a run in the IPL.
Good for him. I'm sniffing around for second over run lines. I have no big position here. So you say you can't hear me, Jarrod?
No, I can hear you sniffing.
Oh yeah, I'm sniffing around. Second over runs line 7.5 is fine.
Oh, we didn't take the loss either. We lost on Hazelwood, top bowler. Yeah, we took that all the way to the end, and Kohli is almost bowled.
Oh, that's close.
Completely over the top of this one.
That's
how many sixes do I need for my most sixes bet to win?
6 you need.
6 sixes.
So you probably want Bethel to be a very attacking man.
I want him to slog like a crazy man. There's a little bit of purchase out there for Akshar so far. Even this one, which Kohli drives pretty routinely down the long off, I felt like did a little bit off the surface. So I think most sixes, and we've got Kuldeep for for top wicket taker for Delhi as well. And Bethel knocks this one back to the bowler. So 2 singles, 2 dots to begin with. So we assumed Bethel was going to be sent out to slog. He was probably being sent out to slog quick bowlers, not the spinners. Is he going to have a go at this one? He's not really, as he turns this again for a single.
This is where Axar bowls the ball to get out of the over, isn't it? The one into the pads to try and go for 1.
Virat has 8,395 runs more than Jacob Bethel in his IPL career. Rob?
It's unlikely that he catches him.
He didn't bowl the ball for the pad. He bowled the ball for the wicket, and instead it's been knocked down to mid-off, and they take 1. So not the first over I was expecting. I don't know what you were expecting, but what did they start the odds here?
Yeah, like 1.4, and it's now 1.42, so fine.
Oh, I've got 1.37. Am I looking in the wrong place?
Hang on, let me refresh mine then. Might be oh yeah, 1.37. They think that's a good over for RCB, do they? I don't think it's good. I think it's okay. It would be a big surprise if they didn't chase this, because I do think they spent, genuinely 2/3 of the innings. They weren't trying to score any runs. They were trying to score singles for 2/3 of the innings. So they need wickets, and they need them now. Because if you don't get Kohli, he's going to make this chase look so simple, isn't he?
But I'm quite interested of Bethel versus Mukesh and Jamira and Stark. Like that, how does he go against these sorts of players? Like, we just haven't seen him in this kind of situation all that much.
So here comes Stark, who is hot
Stark to
or cold,
Kohli.
isn't he?
Is he hot? Is he cold? Pretty good ball, and it hits a short cover, and there's no run there.
That was on target, that first one. No bets are jumping out to me at all.
Maybe you're dead.
Top batsman, Bethel, 5.5, no interest. Just Jitesh, 9.
What would you have to back Bethel at? Where would you have to feel to back him?
6.5.
6.5.
I mean, I could make a case for backing Krunal at 71 to be top bat, and I'll tell you for why. He has been used in the past as the firefighter. So the way Krunal wins this top bat is if they lose 2 right now and they go, Krunal, can you just knock it around for a bit? And he does the KL Rahul type innings of just nudging it about, right, and gets 35 and wins.
Yep.
He doesn't win by blasting some runs at number wherever he's carded in this, which is 7. Like, he's not going to win because he's got Tim David and Jitesh and Romario and all the others around him. But he could be number 4. And if I had to have a bet on the prices that I can see right now for top bat, then I would back Krunal at
Kohli backs away, slashes this. Oh, I wonder if there was fingertips at cover point. I'm not sure, but eventually it's just gone to the boundary for 4. I'd like to see that again. It was a very acrobatic effort in the ring on the offside. I felt like he got it high enough.
Let's have a look.
He defended the ball before.
I think it's over him. He's been given a bit of width there, hasn't he, and just freed the hands up. I think that's a legitimate fault.
Next man out.
It's very short, isn't it, Bethel? Let's see what we can get here. Hold the line.
Kohli. Again, this is a much better ball from Stark. He's turned this down to fine leg, but I'm not sure that's where he was aiming. Swung back in.
1.45 next man out, which I could not back, even though it's obviously going to happen. 1.5 is close to a bet, but it's not exciting.
You can get 1.5 when Kohli's on strike, if that is your jam.
You can get 1.5 when Bethel's on strike. You can get Bethel right now at 1.5 next out. It's okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's shortened where I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm looking somewhere else who don't pay attention to things like that, but they also don't really lay bets. So 1.5 is fine. It's probably a tiny bit shorter than that 100% price. wonder what's going through Bethel's head now. He's a very confident bloke, isn't he?
He is. It's one thing I really like about him. I think he's definitely a player who thinks to himself, I've got a lot of confidence here. I understand what I'm doing. I'm going to go for it. As he's facing up to Stark, and he flicks this on the leg side, just over fine leg for 6.
That's a very
hello.
good shot. Is that 6? Bloody hell. He timed the absolute pants off that.
Yeah. It was almost like he stabbed at it rather than hit it fully.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's proper talent, that. That is really, really good. I mean, Stark's erred, hasn't he? But that's a really, really good shot.
But it wasn't a dog ball either. It was an ordinary one. But the execution was way better than what we've seen so far. So 15 without loss. 1 ball to come in this over. This one, he's played the same shot again. This time, it's in front of square, and he's picked up another boundary.
Well played.
So that's a big over against Stark. The Akshar Patel gambit was paid off. The Mitchell Stark hot or cold? Cold.
Yeah, that was a whole load of rubbish from Stark there. And it's broken the back of this already. What that is very good for is core deep top bowl, because Stark is the most likely guy other than core deep to get wickets, because they share the overs around, a lot of them. Like Stark and Cordeep are the guys that basically are down to bowl 4 overs, and you might get some Axar here and there, and you might get some this, that, and the other. Like, are we going Axar again? Yep.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they're double Akshar.
If
I mean, they did it in the last game, didn't they? He bowled 3 overs on the fly, I want to say, in the last game.
Yeah, I now think that 1.5, having seen what we've seen, next out is good, because Bethel's clearly batting like we thought he was going to bat.
And he swings this away, and he's caught. So that 1.5 looks really good there, Rob, but no one had a chance to back it, because the next ball was into the wicket a little bit from Akshar. He decided to pull this away violently. Instead, didn't get much on it, clothed it, and it has been caught out in the outer there at deep mid-wicket. I didn't see who the fielder was. I don't know if it was Naya or someone else, but decent take in the outfield, and we have to mention those because we don't see that many of them.
Yeah, not too bad. It wasn't that good, but it was good. That ball was there to be hit, and he just, as good as that shot was for 6 off Stark, he just didn't get anywhere near timing it. It was probably a bit too slow for him, and he couldn't quite get the muscles behind it. But the ball was there to be hit, wasn't it? It just stood up and said, "Whack me," and he whacked it straight to the fielder, and off he goes. In the context of this tournament, he's unlucky because no one's caught anything, and that was probably a kind of should be caught 8 out of 10, and none of those are being caught in this IPL. So unlucky, and off you go. And here comes the man of the match, 18-1 shot, Padikkal, who's been excellent in the last few games. Proper excellent.
Padikkal. So we'll bring that up in a second, but let him face the first ball. He just pokes back the ball, and there's no runs there. But what Rob is talking about is 18-1 shot, 19s. You can get Devdutt Padikkal as your player of the match. We weren't sure if he was going to open or not. He's in the third over. He might as well be opening.
Yeah, I previously...
Oh, he's bowled! He's
No,
bowled!
wait.
He's out! Wow, this game just completely changed. Akshar's got him to drag back onto the stumps. His feet didn't move there, and he's pulled that back on, and they've almost come back into equal favourite, or even money here, Delhi. That's dramatic. You've still got Kohli at the other end, so it's not the end of the world. But it looked like the arm ball to me outside off stump. It didn't bounce much, and it was a lazy shot. He just didn't really think about it all that much, and he's dragged it back onto his stumps. And I think I'm just going to say, unlikely he's going to be player of the match now.
I don't think he's going to win man of the match, Padikkal. So he's been great for 3 innings, and then my cash goes on him and he does that. I don't think either of those balls were particularly wicket balls, the 2 that he's just got. I think that the 1.67 is a bet, for the chase. And I'll tell you for why. It's because the pitch or the bowler hasn't got those two batsmen out. It was a pie that Bethel got out to, and that's a drag on first ball. I don't think it was trouble with the pitch, and I don't think it was great bowling. So I think with an excellent player of spin wandering through the crease now in Patidar, and the best white ball chaser in the history of the game.
Oh, he's just spooned this up in the air. It's like every time Rob says something, the universe is just giving him, just doesn't want him to finish his sentences at the moment. As Patidar just gets on the front foot and just spoons that up. What is happening here? Different kind of spinner, perhaps taller. I don't know, but this is not what we saw from Krunal Pandya or Suyan. So not that they bowl poorly, just they. As you said, I'm not sure these balls have been particularly good, but the previous ball seemed to me kept low, and that one seemed to me took off. And I'm not expecting any of those things. Anyway, end of the third over, 21 for 2, Rob.
Interesting cricket. And it looked like, this is going to be a boring old chase when Bethel smacked that 1 for 6. You're like, all right, yeah, where's the wickets coming from? It's Axar, he doesn't take wickets. Axar's now 2 for 6 off 2 power play overs. So Mitchell Stark has bowled in this power play and gone for 15. And then the other guy, who doesn't take wickets, has taken 2 for 6. And we have a game all of a sudden. But I do think that RCB are probably a little bit big at 1.68 to chase these. But
Jason Adams says, Rob, are you even watching the game? Clearly there's something in this pitch. That's not what he said. What he said was that the 2 wickets did not come from there being something in the pitch. One was a fairly ordinary ball outside leg stump, which was heaved out to the fielder. And the other one, as we said, was a little bit of lazy batting that was dragged back on the stumps. We've said that there's something in the pitch for quite a while. That's exactly what Faf du Plessis told us. So we were there for a long time. I love that P Singh thinks you don't like Dali. I love this. P Singh's lost his mind. His ball's down the leg side, and it's turned for 4 by Patidar. That's a mistake from Mukesh, unfortunately. They've had the pressure on here. Patidar's almost gone out first ball. Don't just give him something. And a lot of teams now are not having a short fine leg at all. Especially early on, they're just going with the deep backward square. If that's the case, you just can't bowl that line.
Yeah, that is a top class batsman, which Patidar is. Will get 4 off that ball, 100 out of 100, won't he? 100 out of 100. You're not
P. Singh says, Rob's knowledge of cricket is as good as the kid sniffing cheap diluter on the streets of Bihar. Well, if that kid can make a consistent profit year on year betting on cricket, P. Singh, you should really have a go yourself. Oren, you asked that question before. It's not the new Wisden. It's one of the old Wisdens.
Yeah, I've got lots and lots of Wisdens, but I don't have the new one. I think Harry Brooks on the front, isn't he?
I don't know. I don't pay any attention to Wisdom. But if Lawrence Booth is listening, obviously I do. And shout out to Laza.
His brother was at my school. That's my claim to fame.
There's some facts.
I played
Patidar, 5 of 3. He's facing up again to Mukesh. Good ball. That swung. I don't remember Stark swinging the ball all that much at all.
Yeah,
but that one
away,
definitely swung. Yeah, he just pushed that into the covers. That's interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
See, that ball that got Padikkal out did nothing. It didn't deviate even slightly. He's just not bothered moving his feet. It's the kind of slightly away swinger, isn't it, that he bowls? He didn't spin. And he's
Delhi
just
are 3s at the moment. They're 3.1. If they're people like Jason Adams talking about this pitch, if you really believe in this pitch, there is plenty of value in here as we get another dot ball. So Mukesh really pulled this back after a very poor first ball.
So I backed that 1.68 then, and I'm now closing out at 1.48. That's 20 ticks made for doing nothing, really. Like he just put a terrible ball away for 4. And all of a sudden, the market's like, well, they're definitely going to chase this then. So as quickly I was on that 1.68, I am off at 1.48. And you don't often get 20 ticks with nothing happening, really, because basically they've got 4 or 4 balls since I had that bet. And what good is that? I mean, the 1.48 must be short if the 1.68 was right. So I think the 1.68 was too big and the 1.48 is a bit short. So happy to make 20 ticks for very little happening. He bowls another one on the pads, which is a bad plan, but there is a man there.
He's got 2 men there now. So He's got deep backward square leg, obviously, which is almost an automatic field if you're going. And then he's also brought the short fine leg up. So not as bad as when his original mistake. But it's been a good over from Mukesh so far.
I mean, that doesn't happen very often. Back 1.68, they score 4 off 4 in the power play, and you can close at 1.48. Nothing happened. And if anything, you'd think the pitch was doing a little bit more than it was for Stark, because one of the balls did swing.
Good timing here from Virat. Oh, there's a run-out chance. This might be out. I think this is out. It might have also gone for 5 runs or 4 runs for overthrows, but I'm pretty sure he's out. He's hit this ball beautifully, Virat, to mid-wicket. And Patidar thought there was a chance of a run. Kohli's told him no. It wasn't Kohli's fault at all. And there was a direct hit, and I want to see it again. Have you seen it, Rob?
I can't tell. The camera angle didn't. Excuse me. The camera angle didn't show me. Market thinks it's out. I'm not sure. I think it's one of those that's.
He's out. He is going to be run out by a foot and a half there. That is a huge wicket, and still Delhi are not favourites, which just tells you how much the market is still believing Kohli in the chase here at the moment, because 26 for 3 after 4 overs is not the start that you would have wanted here. So great start by Delhi, and this game has become a lot more interesting now. And Patidar is gone. And not only, I think Patidar is a doubly important wicket for this particular chase, because you're in a situation where spin looks like it's going to play a bigger part. And that's their best player of spin got.
Yeah, comfortably as well. Yeah. I mean, Virat's all right at it, isn't he? Who have they sent out to bat here, Jarrod? I didn't see. I did not see who came out to bat. So I can't bet right now. I mean, it's not Romario time, is it?
It's Krunal.
Is it?
Did you get on him at 70s?
Yeah.
Well, that 70-1 shot suddenly looks a lot better. That's a very interesting choice.
That's what I said, didn't I? He can come out if they lose a couple. And they did. And he did. So that's nice. So, yeah, I would like him to do something good. At least stay around for a bit and get the old heart rate going.
Chitag says, I don't understand. Jarrod doesn't understand shit. I do understand shit. It's the thing that comes out of your body after you've eaten. Chitrak, I hope that helps you, mate. You seem like you have some issues there with shit. And I'm hoping for the rest of your time you're doing okay. 26 for 3 after 4 here. And it's a very, very interesting start to this game. As I said, when they were 3s, Delhi, thought there was some good value. I don't think I would have backed on the thing. I just seeing something with Roll having a conversation with the field as well. But yeah, brilliant fielding there. Just Patidar over committed. I think what happened, I'd like to see the replay. We haven't really seen a good replay of it yet. I'd like to see the replay of where the Kohli took off. Because I saw the ball go out to square. But I just thought Kohli timed it really well and was waiting to see if it went past the fielder, whereas Patidar looked like he overcommitted, thinking it was going past. Here we go. Here's the angle we want. Kohli takes a couple of steps. Yeah, Patidar just gets on the wrong side. That's just brilliant fielding. To be honest, the amount of times I've seen a non-striker do that over and over again, and generally you don't get run out from that.
It's not really just batsman error, is it? It's just a good bit of fielding from Karen Nair, of course, who has taken one good catch and affected a very good direct run out.
He's on fire with his fielding. As Krunal comes down the wicket and the ball hits the pads and is knocked out.
How much of this market love RCB, by the way? They were 2.02. They've just gone single dot, which is definitely not good, and they're 1.89. So the market loves the chase, and it loves Virat Kohli, and I think it's wrong to love it as much as it does.
Krunal's a really interesting one. So obviously, VK said Krunal guessed by Rob is mind-boggling. So 70-1 chance for top bat. He's a long way away from top bat at the moment, and against Virat, he's always going to be a long way away. But because he's in, that was the guess that Rob was making if they did lose any early wickets, which is why he went with that one. Is this one's turn on the leg side? But from a game position, I think it's quite interesting too, Rob, because the problem with Krunal is the dot balls. Right, he's probably going to get a few dot balls, and also he doesn't always go for as many boundaries. And so you can be in a situation where you're stopping the rot because you've lost a bunch of early wickets. But the other issue that you get with Krunal Pandya is he might get you behind the rate. Now, it's not a high rate, so it's not as if that's ever going to be a huge issue, but it's something that could become very important if they do lose any other wickets. So just having a look at his batting, forget about this year. He's only batted in 4 innings and made 24 runs. Last year, his strike rate was 126. The year before, 113, 126. 100, yeah, so he hasn't, it's, outside of those 2 early years for Mumbai when he was peak Krunal batting, we really haven't seen the power from him. Even as the IPL's become quicker, he's actually become slower.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But he had a job last year and a bit more the year before of coming in and being that firefighter guy. So the lower strike rate.
Oh no, it's become his main skill, hasn't it?
Yeah, which is interesting because he was used as more of a blaster.
Beautiful shot by Kohli down the ground for 4. They brought Stark back on, which is an interesting move. I'm not sure it's exactly where I would have gone, but I think they're thinking to themselves, well, one more wicket here can change things. And Kohli has just effortlessly pushed this down the ground for a boundary. And he's got 4. And that's changed the odds a lot. They've gone from almost evens to 1.67 in a couple of dot balls and a boundary.
It's crazy, isn't it? The market loves Virat Kohli in a chase, and Indian punters generally love the chase, and they love Virat Kohli. And so you put those 2 things together. And they love RCB. Stark is making batting look very easy at the moment, but the others aren't. You've got to have a lot of faith in Virat to be piling into 1.68 now. I'll say that much, because you don't want any of the bats that are left coming in now, which is why Krunal's batting. You don't want Jitesh in the 6th over. You don't want Romario in anywhere before the 15th, really. And Tim David cannot play spin. So David can't come in now. Not possible. And then you've got 3 number 11s, really, in terms of being able to score at a quick rate. Like Booth can hold an end up fine, but he can't whack it anymore. So they have got to take very few risks right now.
Oh, that's a good bouncer by Mitchell Stark there. Krunal Pandya is like, what the hell? Where did that come from? Everyone else is smacking Mitchell Stark everywhere, and he suddenly got a beautiful bouncer.
Well, Krunal bowls bouncers at everyone, so he should know that the bouncer's coming. But that was a very, very good one. It was straight at his throat, wasn't it? And he played it well. Like if that was a test match, you'd say brilliantly well played, because he's got well out of the way of it. He ended up on the floor, but yeah, good leave. If there is such a thing in T20 cricket, Jarrod. But when the other team spent 2/3 of their innings knocking it around, they have the luxury here, RCB, of the rebuild.
Yes. And they're going to need it because Krunal has got another dot ball. So 2 dot balls here. So chances are they're not going to make 40 off the power play. It wasn't as if Delhi was going nuts or anything. But the wickets are quite interesting as well. Like looking back, Jacob Bethel was sent out to hit. That ball was a little bit down the leg side. It was probably the right ball to have a go at, but he didn't execute the shot. Was caught. Devdutt Padikkal was just a little bit early in his innings, sort of playing half a shot. And then the great run out by Karan Nair. As well as is it out? Well, the wicketkeeper likes it. Stark didn't even appeal. KL Raul's up. He can't believe everyone else isn't cheering with him. It looked out to me live. I thought there was a call behind. I thought he tried to whip it away, did Krunal. Well, the market's given this out, Rob.
So earlier in the season...
And they didn't review it.
Earlier in the season, they did one of these where Stark was like, that's out, that's out, that's out. And they didn't review. It was for a tickle down the leg side. Do you remember? And it was out. And they were like, well, why didn't you review it then? Because you told everyone it was out and you didn't bother. And that might have just happened again, He's very close to it.
Looking back at that replay, I feel less confident. That part of the way is the way that Krunal played that made it, his bat sort of twisted, and it twisted in a way that sometimes when you get an edge, your bat moves.
It's not out.
That was not the case.
To Snicko, but it was bloody close as he's trying.
I love the next ball. Mitchell Stark comes in, bowls a short one, play and miss. This time he appeals and KL Rahul doesn't appeal. They've just got to synchronize their appealing, these two at the moment. Rahul's saying there was an edge, but there wasn't anything that came up on Snicko. So, when we did it, it looked pretty close to the bat. But there is a bit of an optical illusion caused by the fact that the bat is moving around a little bit as well. So, anyway, they're behind the rate at the end of the power play here. So not the end of the world, and Virat Kohli's still there, so I wouldn't be too worried from that perspective. I think the bigger issue is that Kuldeep hasn't bowled an over yet.
And Kuldeep is a master of if you need to attack him and knowing where to bowl. And so they've got to keep an eye on the run rate here because they've only got, they're not even run a ball, are they, after the power play, which is a big deal here. So they do have the master of the chase in Virat Kohli, but the market is suddenly thinking, well, actually, they've got a lot of good overs up their sleeve here as they go to Vipraj for the 7th. This is where I'm sniffing around again for the LBW, because the LBW happens in T20 cricket when the rebuild is on, the intent is low, they're not whacking the ball in the air for the caught, and they miss a straight one or one turns a bit. So if you can get 9 or bigger, which I think you can, it's worth a small bet on LB, because even Kohli there, Kohli gets bowled more than he gets LB because he tries to score. But even Kohli there is playing around his pad a bit, isn't he? Because the intent has dropped right down. Because Virat knows he can't get out now. So his intent is low. And Krunal hasn't looked very good at all since he's come to the crease.
He's gone. That was a short ball. And again, this, as we said, the pitch isn't coming on brilliantly. And so Kohli's tried to pull this way, got a bottom edge, I think through his legs, or certainly past the wicket keeper. They're going to pick up a couple there down to short, fine leg.
This is a very good game.
It's a very good game. It could definitely still go either way. Yeah, right. That just hit the underside of his left nut, Kohli, and on the way through to short, fine leg. He whips this one away. Timed it beautifully, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Now, this is interesting because this is interesting to me, I was going to say, except I didn't say that at all, because Krunal Pandya is going to be going up against a leg spinner here. And you really, what is he, 2 off 8, Rob? Is that going to bother him?
Well, his job, he's okay with his job. His job is to elongate the batting order, avoid the collapse, get the rebuild. But 2 off 8 gets in the mind of a lot of people.
He has gone for him, and he smashed him down the ground for 6, I think. Very, very close. It was over-pitched, and it was in the slot. It was probably not the ideal ball, but he maybe didn't think that Krunal was going to come for him so hard first ball. And he smashed that through the line, and it was a beautiful strike. It's weird. This is what I don't understand about this wicket. A minute ago, we saw Virat Kohli get an inside edge to a pull shot. That might be a 4, by the way. I think they might change that. We saw Virat Kohli get an inside edge to a ball that didn't come on. Since then, it's a no ball.
Oh, hello. That changes things a lot. So they were 2.08, and they're now 1.68. Bloody hell. That's a big old move. He's not.
There's not much in it. I think it's a no ball. I've got the tiny screen on. You might have the bigger screen there, but I haven't looked at the boundary. I'm pretty sure the ball bounces before the boundary. That bit I am sure of.
They have an unnecessary check, don't they?
Yeah, but you hate it when they don't check and you want to.
That is true. An inch. So it's a no ball by an inch, and it's a 4 by half an inch. And you want 6s, Jarrod, don't you?
We haven't had any, have we?
We had the one Bethel.
No, we had one Bethel's. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might be struggling on my 6s. I take the 1. We might get one this ball, of course.
Yeah, come on, Krunal.
I was actually going to put my money on Delhi, but I wanted, when Kuldeep didn't come on, I was like, I'm going to wait an extra over. I want to see what Krunal does to the right arm wrist spinner first.
Intriguingly poised game.
What's happening here?
Vipraj is being told to wait by Krunal. This is where Krunal loves the nonsense.
Well, I'm wondering if they didn't move the field. And that's what Krunal was pointing about. I could be wrong, but it looked like he did. Anyway, free hit. It's fast. It's in the slot, but unfortunately he just mangles that out to deep mid wicket and he gets 1. What pace was that at? It looked pretty quick to me. There's lots of talks between Carroll and his leg spinner here. So Kohli's back on strike. 9 runs off the first 4 balls. They were 2.48 a minute ago. I know that was before the free hit was taken. The market really just doesn't know where to settle on this game, Rob.
It is very jumpy, isn't it? I'm going to ask my modelling friends what they make of this.
It's pushed out on the leg side, and they're going to get 1. So again, not off the middle of Virat Kohli's bat. So we've seen Virat Kohli a couple of minutes ago play a couple of shots right off the middle of the bat and fly away. We've obviously seen Krunal do it once, but we've also seen really mistimed balls. Like we're talking about balls that have, really been mangled, mishit. So lots of different things going on at the moment. Last ball to Krunal. He's got to go again. And he's hit this out in the gap. They might get 2, but it was the big slog sweep. And yeah, they're going to pick up a couple there. So interesting first over after the power play. I kind of felt that's when Delhi would put the squeeze on. And instead, we had runs. 47 for 3.
Yeah, it's a weird game. It's toing and froing a lot, and nobody seems to want to keep the momentum for very long. Like, I think Delhi buggered about way too much in that first innings, but they have posted a score that is now looking 50-50-ish, isn't it? Like, I'm much like now it's just crashed to 1.65 the market on the back of that 2. I'm laying because I think the wicket here is huge because the entry point is just vile for anybody else. Like, you probably have to go Jitesh next, who's very capable and is a really good bat, but he never comes in the 8th over, does he? So if
and you don't want Romario, you don't want David.
You can't have Romario or David, so it has to be Jitesh next, and you don't really want him coming in before about over 13. So this is the game here, Kuldeep, to Virat and Krunal. Now, Virat can get 6 singles off. If he faced all 6 balls, there'd be 6 ones this over. It'll be interesting to see what Krunal does against Kuldeep, because I'm not sure how long he keeps going with the run of ball stuff, Krunal. Maybe 2 more overs.
He's 9 off 11. He certainly showed intent in the last over, didn't he? He's gone for the sweep, and he's almost been bowled.
Yeah.
So just take an outside off stump. Is the wrong end? I wonder if he's picked this. It's hard to tell when he's sweeping. Oh, it's a really checked shot in the end there. So a single and a dot. He comes down the wicket and he pushes this back to the bowler. This just doesn't look solid to me, what he's doing at the moment. And the market has dropped from 2.46 to 2.2 based on those last dot balls.
Yeah, I think that 1.66 was a good lay. I think if you're watching this market closely, like, there's 23 ticks made there in those last 2 balls. 23
Oh, they've
ticks.
appealed here. They're reviewing straight away for an LBW. He played that ball so late. I just don't know if he didn't pick it. They're going for the review now.
Maybe outside the line. I'm going to see it again on the big screen now.
It's touch and go for line. I will give you that. It was a weird one. It was like he was thinking one shot, didn't get the ball he wanted, and sort of got stuck.
He's not done for height. That's for sure. If this has hit him in line, he's out.
I think it's outside the line, isn't it?
I think it is just.
Yeah, I think if I'm putting money on this, I'd put it on the RCB side, not his side.
Excuse me. It could be umpire's call for impact. It's very hard to tell from this camera angle that we've got. I say not out.
Yeah, good bowling though. As I said, he's got this big wide base, and he's ended up almost defending that, Rob. Like, he's confused. Let's have a look. Yeah, just outside the line. Worth a review. They're going to lose it, but I can see why they thought at the time that was a little bit closer, because it hit him on the back foot, and where it hit him, I could see there why they thought it might have been why they thought it might have been slightly closer on that one. Wow. Krunal, 9 off 14. What's that, 3 dots in this over?
Something's going to
He
happen.
almost let him off the hook there. Krunal got a ball outside off stump spinning away, but unfortunately, he's hit the bottom of the bat and dribbled to short cover, and there's no run. So the current run rate is 6.13. Something's got to give. Will he go for this over or just try and get out of this over and go for the next one? I think that makes more sense. It's a poor ball, actually, by Kuldeep. 2 in a row. He had him on toast, and they're going to get 2 good running by Krunal coming back for the second one there. But yeah, Kuldeep had him absolutely set up. Either way, 3 runs off that first over. 113 off 72 suddenly seems like a very, very big chase for a team who is the favourites, Rob.
Yeah, although it moved a lot in that over, didn't it? This is a good market for micro traders, is what it is. It's in and out, in and out. It's not one where you go, I think this team's going to win, so I'm going to have loads of money on them, because it's swinging this way and that. It's if the market jumps, which it's done 3 times in the last 3 overs, for nothing happening. Like I was lucky to get out just before the wicket, because I was on at 1.68. And then it moved to 1.48 with 4 off 4 happening. Now, that's an overreaction. So one of those prices must have been wrong, or both. And so I'm like, right, I'm backing it, I'm laying it. I actually think now I couldn't, if I had to price this myself, I don't think I'll be far away from 50-50 as Chimera comes into the attack.
Yeah, Chimera's
So-
on there. I just want to talk about something. Lilesh has just said, bro always wants to review it. Kuldeep, I mean. If you look back at that, what you'll see, Lilesh, is something that's really important. And we see it on the super slow-mo, but we'll let Chimera bowl to Kohli here. Length ball outside of stump, punched beautifully. Like, that's what I mean. How do you go from timing a ball like that to dribbling the ball along the ground like everyone seems to be? If you go back and you have a look at if you go back and have a look at Krunal, what happens is, because he's so off balance, after he's hit on the pads, he stutters back in front of middle stump. So he's hit outside off, but he stutters back in front of middle. That's what usually tricks people. It tricks umpires, it tricks batters, it tricks us as fans and everything else. So it's always worth looking for those sorts of things. And that's why, it's a really hard thing to know when you're having a look at that in real time. And so I've got no problem. I thought that was a much closer than it was in real time as well. I mean, would never listen to a bowler, but that's a different point. Chimera to Krunal. He spooned this up. 1 bounce to long on.
This is such an intriguing game. Like you just said, Jarrod, it's a lot. They've got a lot to do here. And the reason why the market's so twitchy is because you've got the greatest chaser of all time at the crease. Yeah. And if he hits a 6 here, Virat, or a good strong shot again for 4, because he's looked really good, the market is going to go, right, they're chasing it. And I'm probably going to end up being on the defence because I think the price is too big. And Kohli can make you look really dumb when you're on a defence, because he can do these sort of chases as what he's made his whole career out of, isn't it? But I think right now they're a bit short of the 1.7 range to knock him off, because Krunal doesn't look very good.
I like this matchup too for Delhi. I like Chimera versus Krunal. I think that's an interesting one. He's already played the big shot and hit it down to long on. No run there. 1 run there, I should say. There's a lot of risk for a shot that kind of looked like it was only ever going down. So I think there's a lot there. Just seeing Chimera come through. Been an almost player for a long time, Chimera. International cricket, IPL, he's always around. This is hooked, it's up, and it goes nowhere again.
He's very
just for a minute.
Clothing it into the gap, isn't he? So it's unlikely that they would be due this run line, like much more than this run line, if this was the first innings, right? With the cricket that we've seen now. Do you think that they would be due much more than 160? Is the line going to be much more than 160? I don't think so. So 1.
I mean, I suppose if you're in the first innings, you think these guys can knock it around and they got 3 hitters to come. The issue with that, of course, is if one of those hitters has to go too early against the chase. Good bowling by Chimera. There's a run out chance, and they're going to get an extra run? No.
Yeah, Kohli pressurising the fielders again.
5 singles for Chimera. I think absolutely taking that if you're Delhi at the moment. We've had 2 balls spooned up in the air. I kind of feel like Krunal is going to hit a boundary here or go out in this ball. I'm not saying sick it. It might be a 4, Rob, but
I quite like under 7.5 next over at 2.1, because they were very, very watchful against.
He has got the top edge, and it is flown away again. Couple of bounces down to third this time. Well, it felt like an awful lot happened in that over, and we got 6 singles. So every time Krunal was on strike, in fact, that wasn't a top edge, mate. That's hit him in the head.
Yeah, it has.
Wow. Jeez, that explains why third got around, although third was very fine. That's a timeout as well. 56 for 3 after 9. I reckon both teams have taken a timeout at roughly this period. It'll be interesting to see if we see Virat talking with any of the coaches as well and what he's saying. Andy Flower's out there with him at the moment.
Good game, this, isn't it? It's very, very, very intriguing game. I don't think I would have a bet if it was evens. So I am on Delhi for the time being, tentatively on Delhi for the time being. I'm also quite happy to be on Krunal, lucky Krunal at 70 to 1 top bat. That is, you're getting a lot more of a run for a 70 to 1 shot than you normally do, aren't you, at this point?
Well, he's 14 off 19. He's looked ropey of recent times. You really just need Kohli out very soon for that bet to come off. But at a 70 to 1 chance, you take it. Now, what was the bet you wanted for the next over? I never got to write it down. Was it under 7.5?
At 2.1, which is there right now. You can have it right now because we're in a break. And
what's that? The 10th over, is it?
Yeah, 10th over. So it has to be Kuldeep, right? Who's just gone for 3 off his first. And he's the guy they must respect because they still don't want to lose a wicket this over because you have to bring Jitesh in the first half of the innings. And you are getting ever nearer to putting Tim David in against spin, which you cannot ever do because he's rubbish against it. So I think, although we did take Axar down in the last game, if you remember.
Now, do you want a tactical one here, which I think Hawkeye has said this one. They might retire Krunal hurt and bring Jitesh in. Now, from a tactical point of view, that's almost perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you haven't lost the wicket and you've still got Krunal later if you need more firefighting.
I like that. Yeah, you should obviously never retire anybody out. You should always retire everybody hurt.
Well, you just got hit in the head. So you can take him off and say, we just need to have a look at him.
Good shout. I like it. Very, very intriguing. Do you think it's a certainty that the next batter in is Jitesh? Unless it's 4 overs to go or whatever.
You can't bring David in next, can you?
Not unless it's 4 overs left.
You can't bring Romario in if it's next, can you? With 2 wrist spinners bowling so many overs?
Nope. It's fun.
So, yeah, I would say that Jitesh has to come in next. Unless there's a concussion substitute or something for Krunal here. Not that we're saying he has concussion. He looked fine. He looked absolutely fine. Yeah.
They didn't even check him, did they?
They checked him at the drinks break, but yeah, there wasn't a break in play. So he's going to be facing Vipraj, I think. Just having a look. No, it's Kuldeep again. Bowling wide, very wide. Might get a couple here out to deep point. They do. He's attacking off stump, and he had Krunal in a bit of problem when he was attacking off stump, and he's just bowled a couple of deliveries a little bit wider now.
You can get 12 on LBW here, and I still quite like it because I still think it's reasonably low intent bowler who can bowl at the stumps. I know he didn't bowl at the stumps there. But I can see the LBW happening here. We've already had one review for LBW from Kuldeep to Krunal, and 12 feels quite big.
All right, so that is 12, and on LBW. LBW for both batters, right?
Yeah, just next wicket. Yeah, I think Kohli is probably a bit too good to not hit the ball. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's probably not going to get beaten by Kuldeep, but he might. He might
squeeze one, though. There's always a squeeze.
Yeah, it'd be great if Virat was to get out now. That'd be nice, Virat. Why don't you get out?
Now, you're on under 7.5 runs.
Yeah, 2.1. It couldn't be favourite that they get 8+ off Kuldeep when his previous over's gone for 3. It can't be favourite to go for more than 7.
Hawkeye said, is that on next ball or next wicket? That's next wicket. So anyone goes out LBW from here on in, which has not happened in the next 2 balls, but there's been 2 dots, which helps the other bet. Yeah, at that point, you're in. So if we get an LBW for the next wicket, Rob gets his 12s there. This is an interesting period now. So it's been what?
If Kohli
2-1
goes now,
dot, dot.
you will never see a market move more in a T20. If Kohli goes right now, it's going to go from
He's got a
183.
4 away. It was short and it skidded a little bit. And he's managed to help it on its way as much as anything. That still didn't get up. It's not the imperious boundary. But again, Kuldeep's just bowled after a great start. And he's bowled a couple of good balls in this over as well. But he hasn't been completely on the spot here. He's pulled that from very low. It's not the first time we've seen the ball just keeping a little bit low.
It's a very good shot from Virat as well.
And he's going to push this one down to long off and take the single.
Boring. 8 off the over, so losing bet that over. Was in very good shape, and then the 4 ball got done. What price would you back Jitesh top bat at? It's quite hard to see how Kohli doesn't win it, isn't it?
I just think that didn't we cover a game where Jitesh made 40 odd and it was the highest score he'd made in an IPL game? Or am I confusing him with someone else?
No, that sounds about right. I think he's got 150 lifetime, hasn't he? That was probably that game.
The thing with Jitesh Sharma for me is he feels like a 20 to 35 scorer.
Yeah, he is.
Like intentionally. I don't mean he can't make more runs than that, but I just mean that he that's kind of the headspace he's in. I'm just having a look here. He made 40 not out. 49 is his top score. So yeah, he's never made a 50. This is a beautiful shot, but it's straight back to Chimera, and it's misfielded. I mean, I say misfielded. It hit him more than anything, and they take a single. So 98 off 59. Krunal facing Chimera again.
Come on, Krunal.
We've got the fan parks. I haven't seen as much footage of the fan parks. They've been showing me a robot dog a lot, Rob.
It's going off at the fan park for a league game in the IPL. Wow. I am
Sunday
surprised.
night. All right. Pandya again. So last over 3 times he went for an attacking shot. Got hit in the head. He spooned the other 2 up in the air. What's he going to do here? He's whipped this up in the air. Has it carried? It has carried. That's 6. That is a big, important moment in this game, I feel.
Huge deal, that 6. And the market folds, basically, at 1.4, all the way into 1.4.
Good shot.
It's good batting, isn't it? They were 1.83 a minute ago, and now they're 1.4. And this is a extremely twitchy market. It's not a good ball, but it's a very good shot. It's the shot of a set guy. So now, like, Krunal becomes very dangerous because he stopped the poodling, and if he does that a few more times, he could bury them.
Yeah. This is also the time you feel like a player like him is in danger of going out very soon after. He's 23 off 22. He's gone for, I don't know what that shot is, man. That's a sweep hook. And I think that's hit his gloves. He's unlucky there because realistically, if he got anything on that, it flies over the wicketkeeper's head. And he's ended up punching that back into the turf, I reckon. And he's got no runs off it.
Yeah. Did that hit the back of the bat, or did it? He definitely didn't try and hit it like that. I don't know what happened there.
It's very possible it hit the back. I thought it hit the gloves, but it hit something on the way up and came straight down.
Yeah, this is funny cricket.
Chimera just needs to get back of a length on-off stump here and let Krunal play the big shot off the ball that's in his favour. He's now gone for he's got the first one wrong down a little bit too straight. This is the ball he wants. And yeah, Krunal just sort of spoons this up. But for a safe single, no issue there with that shot at all. Yeah, you're right. The market is all over the place. They're back to 1.55 here.
Yeah, so again, if you're a micro trader there, you go, well, that's a bit of an overreaction to the 6. I'm laying the hell out of this 1.4.1, and you're backing 1.52. It's 12 ticks with very little happening again. And I think that's the way to trade a game like this with a twitchy market is in, out, not just sit there and hold a position for too long, because Kohli goes now and the prices flip completely. Kohli hits a 6 this ball and they're back to bloody 1.3 again. It's so volatile, this market.
Now, that was spooned back, or did he hit that into the ground? But it was fielded by Chimera that time. No one seems to be saying it was close to a caught and bowled, but again, not timed, I don't think, perfectly by Kohli.
Let's have a look. I'm just going to see it on the HD screen here. Yeah, it was a bump ball back to the bowler. just a very good game of cricket, as 165s on not great pitches often are.
Yeah.
Because this isn't a dog, this pitch.
No, but it's also not easy, right?
Yeah, there's enough in it to keep them interested here.
Chimera, full toss outside off stump. Again, just not timed by Kohli. It dribbles down to long off and they take a single. 90 off 54. You can hit sixes. How many sixes have we had in this innings? 2? Is that
2?
Say, or was it 3?
2.
Yeah, because I was screwed over by one by an inch, wasn't I? Earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very unlucky that.
So I think my chances of getting 6 sixes is pretty unlikely, right?
I think that's fair.
I thought that was a good bet too, Rob. I was quite happy with that at the time.
I don't know. Like, what you want is a quiet over or 2, and then the button gets pressed. I don't think you're out of that by
You've still got Romario, Jitesh, and Tim David who can all hit sixes if they get in. That was what the bet was based on, right? Like, it wasn't really the top order as much. It was more Patidar and the guys beneath them.
Yeah, you're not dead there. It's only 4 sixes.
They're just changing the film. Kuldeep's bowling again. Interesting. I thought we might see Vipraj come back on. And this one is full. And are they going to find 2? Kohli wants it. And they get back. There's a dive. But that's good running by Krunal. I think he was stuck in the crease a little bit and didn't realize that the 2 was on. He managed to get back. I think they were pushing the 2 there. Hawkeye said before, you said 70s. 70s means 70 to 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a nice.
If you put on $1, you get 70 back. Or one of anything, really.
It would be a nice pickup. You don't get too many 70 to 1 winners in top bats these days. They tend to close the books before the models get that stupid. But that was purely because whoever priced that up had put Krunal down as the number 7 or the number 8, more likely, which says, they probably said Krunal's a guy that scores at 120 strike rate and he's batting 7 or 8. So when they're chasing 160, the model says, well, he can't win top bat then, so he's 150 or something, and then it spits out 70. Now, he's only 8 runs behind here, which is amazing shape, but you do need to get the best guy ever out when he's nudging very easy ones. I'm trying to find a price for Krunal next out because he's very, very likely to be the next out.
Well, I wonder what happened here. He's got 4 balls in this over. I think Kuldeep just needs to almost risk the wicket here and say, look, if he gets one over deep mid wicket or straight, he's been trying to hit him straight or trying to hit the wrist spinners a little bit straight. Either of those 2 options is fine, but you actually want him now to come down and actually play a big shot, right? Like you want Krunal to play a shot that is slightly out of his comfort zone against the ball potentially spinning away. He hasn't picked the wrong one earlier. You've got a few different options in that. So, yeah, very, very interesting. What is he going to do? Is he toss it up? No, but it's a very good ball on off stump. And it comes from the inside part of the bat and goes out to deep mid-wicket. And they just take a single.
But Krunal has done his job really, really well here because he hasn't got stuck. He's run a ball 25, which is basically exactly what he was meant to do when he came to the crease. He's elongated that batting order. He's made sure that the entry point for any of them isn't too scary. Which makes a big deal. That's why they're 1.5 to chase these, even though they haven't broken the rate. So the question is, when does Krunal just go all guns blazing?
It's not really in his nature anymore, is it? That's the thing. But I think he comes down here and there's almost a stumping as this ball spins away. Again, mistimed a little bit, back to the bowler. There's no run. I was about to say, I think you get out of this over and then you say to Krunal, there's more use in you hitting a couple of 4s and going out here than there is in you just batting like Virat at the other end.
Yeah, I think so.
He's gone for the big slog sweep onto his foot. He might have hurt himself here. He's dropped his bat. I reckon that is... He might have hit that back onto his foot, onto the inside part of his ankle. He's on the ground. Again, Krunal just... 2 balls in a row and attacking. And he's ended up with 2 dot balls. That's the problem with the non-traditional batter in this sort of role. Is it the wrong end? No. Inside edge. Oh, it's the bit under the thigh pad that is usually covered by the pad, but because his leg is bent, it isn't. And so probably just hit him on the knee or just above the knee. He's taking a pill. And Mukesh, I think, has the ball in hand, Rob.
Wow. Okay.
Didn't have that on our bingo cards.
Yeah, that's
I don't
interesting.
even play bingo.
Bingo's really fun. Should play bingo more often.
I like Yahtzee. Do you play Yahtzee?
Yeah, not much. Do you ever play Shut the Box?
No.
Good. Find Shut the Box. You can get it for like £1. It's fun.
Shut the box. Current run
Yeah,
rate
it's
is
like-
6.5 and required is 10.62. There's a lot of boundaries required on a wicket that you can get boundaries. I don't want to say there's none available. Virat looks in control though. To be fair to Virat, he doesn't seem worried about this run rate getting to that.
I'm laying this team at 1.59 that need nearly 11 and over. And
So
I don't mind.
Barron saying they need 12.5 boundaries from here to win in
Okay.
8 overs.
It's quite a lot. It depends on how good Stark is, I think. I think if it's a good Stark,
Akshar left, don't they?
at least 1, if not 2.
So if there is a wicket and Krunal's facing up to Mukesh, he goes to the scoop and then he goes for a scoop. He's played some magnificently ugly shots and got to give him that.
I love that.
He's-
I love that.
he
What
was
a
about
fun
to
70
scoop.
to 1 shot this is.
Yeah. He then thought, oh no, that's not the right ball to scoop. So he then tried to play a glance down on the offside. He middled it. I mean, middled being he hit his bat. And it dribbles out to short third for no run. Beautiful batting though. That's 3. I reckon he's faced 3 dot balls in a row now. What's the odds on Krunal going out here next?
Yeah, this ball feels like about 7 that there's a wicket, and that is sure. Because, like I said, the 25 off 25, you've done your job, but the 25 off 28, you're starting to be more harm than good. So big shot is coming now.
He's got the big shot, but he's got it away for 6. Good on him. It wasn't a great bouncer by Mukesh Kumar. It was probably a little bit too leg side, and but it's a beautiful connection by Krunal, who, as I said, 3 dot balls, had to play the big shot and probably got the wrong ball. If you're a Delhi fan, that's not the ball to be bowling to a guy who's been struggling. You want him to at least be trying to hook that from off stump. You don't really want him to be playing.
Mukesh needs to be smarter than that, because we know from here, Jarrod, that he's going to play the big shot on that ball.
Yeah.
So you don't bowl the ball that allows him to free his hands and hammer it over square leg for 6.
But it was a 6, and we did need a 6.
Oh, it was a
Is that
6, so
our
that's the third.
six?
Krunal popping up with a couple of 6s. That wasn't on your bingo card either, was it?
I didn't. No one has ever printed a bingo card with that on it before.
This
78
is
to
fun.
45. Now, is he going to go again? Because I reckon he keeps going here.
Yeah.
And
Where's that
he
gone?
has. My screen crashed. But I think he's hit that for another 6.
Stop the count. Stop the count. Krunal's ahead. Top run scorer. That'll do. Walk off.
Oh my God. We might get a 70 to 1 shot and our sneaky 6s bet that would give it up on. Oh, that's a beautiful strike. Length ball, outside off stump, and he's played it with almost like a straight elbow.
It's very good. Krunal.
Really good hit.
My lay of RCB did not work. Next 2 balls, 12 off 2.
I was thinking about it as well. I probably would have gone in if there was 1 more dot ball. So I didn't quite go in. Mukesh coming in again. It's a full toss. And it's hit straight back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Okay, so this is where, if a model somewhere has gone haywire, I can close my top bat, because I'm in for a few grand here, top bat, right? Because I got a few quid away at 70. So what I'm looking for now is one of these run score and match bets, because I'm confident that no one else is winning top bat from here.
Yeah, it's these 2, isn't it?
Because there's only 72, so there's 77 runs available, and they've got 37 to beat if Krunal was to get out this ball, and they've got to get past Kohli. So I'm looking for the match bet Kohli to beat Krunal
Oh,
at an
Bruno played
inflated
another
price.
beautiful shot here, just for 2. But sorry, continue.
So if I can get something anywhere near evens Kohli to beat Krunal here, I'm home. And I could, I can't find it anywhere though. Come on, you sod.
So just while you're doing that, someone else has asked what 3.5 means. That means if you put down 1 rupee, 1 peso, $1, 1 dinero. I'm running out of things. What's the one in South Africa? Rand. If you put down 1 rand, you would get back 3.5 rand. That is the bet.
Yeah, or 5 to 2 in old money. My brain still, despite working for a company called Decimal and dealing with decimals all day, every day, my brain still tells me fractions.
So
match bet
RCB
1.53
1.3
Kohli's,
here.
no thanks.
What was that, mate?
I can only get 1.53 on Kohli to outscore Krunal, and I don't want it. So
What were you
I'm
looking
sticking
for?
in.
What would you have bet on?
I think I would back 1.8 Kohli.
They're going Kuldeep again. Interesting. Leave it all out on the field, Tally. 70 off 42. Kohli just works this on the leg side. Are they going to come back for 2? They are. That's unfortunate for Delhi. It's good batting, but he did put it in the gap. But
he's too good at those twos.
Yeah, they just needed a single there. Really good.
And if they
batting.
score 7 off this over, Jarrod, they're miles in front because they've seen off the biggest threat.
Yeah,
Stark
exactly.
has to earn his money today.
Next
And he
ball, a
gets a
little
lot
bit
of
too
it.
wide, but he's going to get away with this and gets Krunal back on. Now, what? Just quickly, can you get me any good odds on stumping?
Krunal to be stumped is 22 to 1, but you're going to have it pretty quick, aren't you? Because you've got 1 Axar over, and Axar doesn't get stumpings, and that's your
I
lot.
didn't want that. I
On Nigam,
wanted it at 30s or 40s. I wanted something.
Nigam could affect a stumping. Couldn't he?
I want it for this over, though, because I just think that Krunal's going to go.
Because he's an
I mean,
actual...
if you're a smart cricketer, and he is a smart cricketer, that is the job, right, for him now.
And he had a run down at him last over, didn't he? He got
Correct.
the bat on it, but he did have a run down. Yeah.
For a bloke who gets some stumpings himself when people running down, he doesn't mind a run down himself.
Okay, yeah, 23 is not the worst price, Jarrod.
Instead, he's just slapped this over extra cover for 6 in what is a beautiful strike of a cricket ball.
Come on,
Slightly
Krunal, you
overpitched and a
absolute
little bit
lad.
wide, but wow. And you are on for your 70 to 1 shot.
I mean, I'm in the best shape I've been in for it. And that was called pre-innings, was it? Or very early on in the innings when they were none down?
I don't know if they'd lost a wicket when you said it, yeah.
I don't think they had. I am a long way offside with my match winner, so it'd be nice if Krunal was to get home. See, I want to back next man out Krunal, but I cannot get a good price. And so, because it's for a few £1,000, I am looking for a way to sort of guarantee myself some money. But I can't find the price, so I'm not. I'm just riding it. I just hope I win because I can't find a way. I'm not having a bad bet just because I'm in a good position with this bet, right?
Yeah.
I just hopefully Virat gets out, but I'm not having a bad bet. I'm just going to say to the bookies laid me a bet. To be fair, I've got a decent few quid on it.
Now, with this last ball, do you go or stay if you're the batter here?
You
Krunal
try,
facing. You go
you try
for
and
it?
get one. It's the only way they lose now is losing wickets. And even though Krunal's a bit of a luxury to have at this point, there's no need to let the panic set in right now.
He has. He's just hit this. He's hit it hard, to be fair. He's almost got 2. He's picked the gap on the leg side. But yeah, he'll just come back for 1. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think usually I would have said, Krunal, put your foot down. That's the one ball I would have said, just don't put your foot down. We don't need you going out to Kuldeep off his last ball of his spell. Let's just stay in here and see how we go.
This is a great top bat bet, a great top bat market right now. To score the most runs is available. And I can back Virat at evens, who is 8 behind. And that feels okay. That feels like all right. Like I should probably have like 500 quid on Virat to score the most runs. And if it's a tie, I get half my money. So I get my money back and I will get paid out 35-1 on Crunal. I don't think that's a terrible bet, Kohli, to be top bat here at evens. And now we've got to the stage where it cannot be somebody else. So I don't need to worry about that.
Looks like they're changing the ball.
With Aksar
58
with the ball in his hand again.
Yeah.
You need one more six, Jarrod Kimber.
I have equal sixes at the moment, yes.
That would be an appallingly bad beat if you don't get one more six in this innings with them loads of wickets in hand.
What a Krunal Pandya innings, though, isn't it? He's 47 off 35 with 4 sixes.
Yeah, he's it's really funny, isn't it?
They're just having a look at the box to see which ball they're going to take. So slight delay here. Innings summary, 31 dot balls in this innings. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I wonder how many Virat has had compared to Krunal.
This is Krunal's highest score in a T20 since 19th of October 23, where he got 60. Oh no, 23rd of October, where he got 64 not out in the SMAT.
I reckon he got a 70 a couple of years ago, I want to say.
So IPL last year, he got 143, batting number 7, 43 not out. And the year before, he got a 49 not out, batting number 4, a very similar innings to this one against Mumbai.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Year before, he got a 42. So he gets a 40 odd once a season in the IPL. And you just hope when you're on the top bat that that's good enough to win as he goes for another quite expansive shot. I would say that Krunal is in hyper-aggression mode now. And Krunal knows he's more than done his job here. Like, he's been superb here, Krunal. He's more than done his job. He soaked up the pressure early. He got to his runner ball. Do you know what it was, Jarrod? The whole of this match was when Krunal went from 25 off 25 to 25 off 28, and he got that ball down the leg side from Mukesh. It has been a total switch of momentum since that. And Kohli, how happy is Kohli to play second fiddle here and just go, okay, on you go. You're doing all the hitting. I think the next man out, Krunal, is as close to a certainty as you're ever going to get in next man out. And I can see
Virat opened the batting, right?
Yeah.
And has faced 37 balls, and he's had 9 dots. Krunal come in at number 5 and has had 15, and has mostly been batting after the power play. It just shows you just how much he's got stuck, but he's got those sixes away. There's a wide here from Akshar. I think they need to go to leggy again too, don't they? I think they need to up the volatility on this game.
100%, you up the volatility.
Because you should be able to score a single off every ball off Akshar here.
Yeah.
And Virat's going to get a 2, and there's a wide already. I don't know if we celebrated the under 7.5 runs and over, by the way. In what over was that? The 10th over. At 2.1?
I thought we lost that. I thought they got 8.
Oh, did they? I take that back. I don't think we said we didn't get that one.
Yeah, I think yeah, sorry. I think what happened is that it went like ... 1, and then they hit a 4 and a 2 or something, and it snuck over.
Siddhartha said, Rob, do you bet based on belief or on odds only?
Odds only. Occasionally you get the 2 align, and it's like, I think this is going to happen, and I'm getting a good price, and that's when I really whack stuff. That's when I really have big bets, is when those two things align.
Krunal just sweeping that away easily, bringing up his 50. He's 53 off 38. Oh, on our most sixes bet, if there isn't another 6 scored, do I need most sixes? So if it's a tie, do I get my money back or not?
Depends who you bet with. At the time, when I told you it was 2.1, that was with most of the betting companies in the UK who offer a price for the tie as well. So you do your dough. Some it's the difference between two-way and three-way. So if you're offered a price for the tie, if it's a tie, you lose. If they don't offer a price for the tie, it's an important one for if you're betting on highest score first 6 overs and highest opening partnership and stuff like that, right? Because if they don't offer a tie, then you get half your winnings or half your stake at the odds that you've backed. But if they do offer a price for the tie and it's a tie, you just lose. So for those markets, you're way better off backing without the price for a tie. But for something like that, you should get much better odds on the sixes if they're not offering a tie. So I think you need another 6, Jarrod, is what you need.
I need another 6.
But they need 49 or 30, and you're going to get one.
And Mitchell Stark has come on.
They need the wicket.
So we thought Vipraj, but Mitchell Stark is the other version of that. He's the fast bowling equivalent, right? Of just, it might go for runs, it might take you a wicket. And also, what are we? 15 overs in, but they've changed the ball, so there shouldn't be much reverse. And he's just been absolutely belted down the ground for a single by Kohli, who almost killed Krunal Pandya. The only way your Krunal bet couldn't get up is if Kohli knocks him out. Have you now gone in on Virat as well though? So you're fine on that bet.
No, I didn't. But I might do now. I don't know, like the thing is, these ones don't come up very often where you're in a position to win, like a proper position to win. I am favourite to win now, this 70-1. And it feels like, so some people hedge these every time and they go, well, I'm in a position where I can guarantee myself, 1,600 quid or whatever. So why don't I do that? It all depends on whether you think the price is good to close at. There's only point in closing or hedging if you're at least a reasonable price to get out. Now, if Krunal gets out this ball, I'm dead. Kohli's going to get another 12. So I think backing Kohli at odds against is fine. But I want a nice big whack if I win my 70-1. So I'm just going to make myself a few quid. Hopefully he doesn't get out this ball right now.
He's hit this one to cover, and there's no run there. At's back says Krunal's only batting like this because of Kohli. Yes, and all the other times he's batted like this for other teams when Kohli wasn't involved in the game at all. I mean, he's been batting like this for quite some time now, man. I don't think we have to give Kohli the credit for this one. Krunal knows this role. He's used to it. He did it a lot for Lucknow. He was basically a top order batter for Lucknow at times, wasn't he?
Yeah, so he came in 3 a few times for them. But tended to play this type of innings, the soak it up and then go. But he doesn't get 50 very often. No,
that's also got away as Kohli gets this pull shot away for 4 off Stark there. That's also the over against Jamira where he hit 2 balls up in the air where he would have been caught and then was hit on the head. Generally, he probably goes out to one of those 3 balls, or he gets hit on the head and goes out the next ball after. Right? And instead, those things didn't happen. And as you said, the Mukesh ball was the next big thing where they built all the pressure on him and they got the bad bouncer down the leg side and absolutely hammered it beautifully for 6. People are using Schrodinger's Kohli again, one of my favorite terms. I should get a t-shirt made. Of that one, actually.
I would buy that. It's just too easy for Kohli now. You can't bowl on his pads when he's 46 not out, lads. So Stark has been the rubbish Stark again today. And he tends to either be superbly good or absolutely terrible. And I don't think you want that from your overseas big money bowler. I don't think you want that. You need a bit more consistency. Even though for KKR, he did just do nothing the whole season and then boss it in the knockouts. I think you need... you can't get to the knockouts if he's rubbish all season and no one helps him. Do you know what I mean? He's not been good today, has he, Stark? His power play over was awful. And he's giving Kohli exactly what he wants here. Easy balls on his pad to just shove away for 2s.
41 from 26. That's what's required. 48 off 42. He's hit this straight to cover, and they're still taking a run.
Too easy, Mitchell. And Stark, the radar's gone here because he's going wide outside off and then onto just outside leg in successive balls. No good. And he's not even finding a length. Do you know what I mean? He's missing his line and length at the moment, Stark.
How do they lose this game from here?
Crunell hits this ball straight up in the air or chops it on. And then whoever comes in can't adjust to the pace of the pitch and runs Kohli out or something. Like they're so nearly home here.
Because 1.15. Oh, he's hit this up in the air, straight up in the air. And he's dropped. Of course he is.
Thank God for that.
Of course he is. I know. I think there's a missed run out as well. He's dropped the catch and missed the run out. And now there's going to be an overthrow. What the hell has just happened on this ball? He's got the short ball into the body. He's trying to pull it away. He's absolutely clothed the ball off the top of the bat, I want to say. I want to see the replay to see exactly where it hit. Went out to deep mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket came in. I haven't even seen who the fielder was yet. Whoever it was.
Perel.
Okay, Perel comes in, drops the catch. It goes in front of him. He's so upset that instead of going off to get the ball, he doesn't realize that I want to say Krunal went for 2 and Virat didn't. But didn't even see. All we could see is Mitchell Starc wasn't worried about the drop. He was literally sitting there screaming, going, "Throw the ball! Throw the ball!" And of course, he doesn't throw the ball. And when he does, it looked like to me, Rob, again, from the millisecond of replay we saw, that the throw was terrible. So Starc had to go get the throw, and then he had to flick it back at the stumps. He misses the stumps, and it goes off, and they end up getting their second run from the overthrow. Just absolutely some of the hilariously most shit cricket I've ever seen. I'm all for it. This is the kind of cricket I want.
Me too. However, the funniest bit of all that, I've just seen it again, was Starc has missed the stumps from under an inch away from them. He's missed this. He is basically trying to put the ball onto the stumps. I'll try and get you a freeze frame of it and put it on my whatever it's called, the screen. That's it, the screen. Okay, that's perfect. Right, I'm going to take a picture of how close Starc away is from the stumps, and look how far away he is from the stumps. And bear in mind that the ball ended up 4 yards away from this. So just using all the technology. That's how close he was to the stumps, and he missed them.
Do you know what's funny about that? Because all things considered, that's actually worse than the drop.
I mean, it was like a competition of who can do the shittest bit of cricket off this ball.
Go back to your photo.
Yep.
Look at where the I think it was Krunal at that stage. Look at where he is.
Oh yeah, 40 yards past him. You know,
so he's given an overthrow away. He's given an overthrow away when the other fielder's not even in the shot anymore. I mean, just.
You don't get this on Sky, do you? This anyway, basically, shit ball, shit shot, shit fielding, shit backing up. Absolutely
shit running. Absolutely shit running.
Oh, terrible running. Awful effort from Starc at throwing the ball onto the stumps from zero meters away, and an extra run, just comedy everywhere. That was great. That is what I come to watch when I come to watch cricket. And the 70-1 shot is still alive, and I know it's going to lose, but it's been a great run. And there is nobody doing top bat now, and they bloody well should be, because it's a totally open market. It's about...
So he drops the catch, right? So he runs in. He should have taken the catch. It was a sit-up. He's dropped it. He then puts his head down. It hits his leg, and it goes sideways. And of course, they're not going to show the rest of the run-out chance.
Oh, the rest of it with all the best bit, guys. Come on now.
It gets funnier afterwards. Anyway, Kohli's on strike. He's on 49 or 43. He is quite close to Krunal's score now, Rob.
Far too close for my liking. I think Kohli's now slight favourite to win.
Full toss, and he hits it straight back to the bowler, no run.
That's good. Now hit the next one in the air. The thing is, Kohli is going to get to 50 almost certainly with a single, because he almost always does. But then Kohli becomes a monster, and because he's got his 50, which is one of his favourite things. Bear in mind, if they keep mucking about here, 38 of 23 is not a certainty in this IPL.
They just got themselves into a spot now where they should win this easily, but they only need one banana skin here to cause some issues, I think, for them. He's bowled two full tosses in a row here, Mukesh, and I tell you what, he's gone away with these. The first one was hit the cover. The second one's hit the fine leg. Kohli probably should hit both of those for 4. He's brought up his 50. So that makes him more dangerous because he's much more likely. I don't know what the percentage of his, as you said, his milestones come up from boundaries, but I reckon straight afterwards is probably the worst time to want to bowl to him.
Yeah, Kohli getting out on 49 to a bad ball is 1,000,000 to 1, and Kohli getting out on 102 to a bad ball is about 8 to 1. Do you know what I mean? They are very different things. I just want Krunal to get a couple away because he's going to get a bad ball here because Mukesh doesn't know how to bowl to him, and I don't want him to get out straight away. Which feels like it's one of those type where they need 10 and over, and Krunal is proper ticking here. It feels like boundary or out time for Krunal massively, doesn't it? With Mukesh bowling,
doesn't it? He has to go for it. He does go for it. He did it straight up in the air. This might be safe. I think it is going to be safe. Oh, Akshar tracking it back at cover, who has then injured his leg as well. Oh, no, it might just be a stretch. Just for a second, I thought he'd done something there. So he's gone for the big swipe across the line, got the outside part of his bat, and it's gone over covers, and he's gotten away with it again. Krunal is... Yeah, I don't know what the odds are, mate, but I would be backing Virat here.
I just can't get out. I can't get out anywhere. There's no opportunity for me to get rid. I mean, I can see the big green machine, the big company in England, are 1.67 for Krunal to be out next, and that is a terrific bet. That is an absolute belter of a bet. So back that if you can.
So I'll just get that in a second. As Krunal,
that's a great bet. 1.67 Krunal out next. You've got to be on that.
He's flicked this away for 4. It was ungainly and accidental. We really wanted it to go for 6. But he's got it away for a boundary. And that's an important boundary because they just got to a point where it was about, 1.24? Which means that everyone was starting to feel the same thing, which is, we've got to get a boundary here. It's not a bad ball from Mukesh. Maybe a little bit too straight, but it's incredible whippage. The whippage factor was quite high. So the bet on Krunal is...
Krunal next out 1.67 is absolutely huge. It's absolutely huge.
6.7. We've given you that bet if you need it. Of course, if you've got the Krunal top batter at 7-1, we've still got an LBW bet floating out there, Rob.
Yeah, I don't like that much anymore. I'd say the bold is way more likely, but the court...
Oh, you might have got another boundary here. This is good batting. It was full on off stump this time, and Rob's bet suddenly looks a lot better. My 6s is starting to look a little skinny. If someone could give him a knee-high full toss and a free hit, I'd be a little bit happier. One of those bounces they gave him before is what I'm looking for. But 2 4s in a row, and that should ice the game, realistically.
Yeah, they can't really muck it up from here. You need to be Rajasthan to muck it up from here, or South Africa in a knockout game. And they don't have Bumrah lurking, do they? They don't have anything like that, and they've used all the Kuldeep. You have to go to your leggy now, don't you? You have to go to your leggy and let Nigam toss a couple up and tempt the wicket.
Good clip out here by Krunal Pandya, but he's hit it straight to long on, and they're just going to get a single. Siddharth says, IPL commentary feels so bad and useless. Is commentary in other leagues like the NBA, NFL also this shallow and on site for? What about PSL, Big Bash? I haven't watched much PSL. You watch a lot of Big Bash.
Yeah, all of it.
The commentary can be very up and down. I would say the NFL and the NBA, one of the reasons why the commentary is better is because they get there before the game and they talk to all the key decision makers and the players and the coaches and the GM and everything. And then even the people who are paid a lot of money who don't like stats will look at stats. And also, they're all professional commentators. A lot of cricket commentary is not done by professional commentators because they spend the other 8 months of the year not commentating. So it's a very different kind of situation that you have. You get that a lot in the Big Bash. You get a lot of people who turn up to commentate in the Big Bash who haven't done commentary for the rest of the year. I find that baffling, and it's been going on for years. Anyway, Kohli, 26 off 18. Krunal is facing 27 off whatever he's off. 67 off 44. That's what I meant to say. Chameera back on. And he's gone for the wide Yorker, and he's beaten him with pace here. Krunal today, the only time he's really looked terrible has been against the extra pace of Mitchell Starc and Chameera. So a little bit early on with Starc, although I don't think he faced too many of his balls, but Chameera certainly had him rattled. I think go into the wicket here and make him force away one of those pull shots that he's been spooning up in the air. Don't give him anything too short he can get under because he likes that. And I'm not sure that you want to keep bowling wide of him. He's just hit a boundary from a wide ball. He's good, you know. I think you want him to try and force the ball against your pace.
I agree. I really do think that 1.67 next out is tremendous. Like, Cody is just desperate for the red inker here, isn't he?
If there's no wicket, do you get that back?
You do. You do.
So
yeah, next man out, there must be a result. So if you get to the end of the innings and neither of them are out, you do get your cash back there.
So the wide wasn't given. We're just reviewing this.
It's fine. Fine.
The blue line. I like it when you get to see, like, it's when they pinch it in, like it's a person with their phone trying to get a better look at their photo.
Yeah.
I think they're going to give that as a wide. They are going to give that as a wide. I think that's unlucky on Jamira. Probably not going to affect the game. What we really need now is Krunal to hit 2 sixes, and we're both happy, Rob.
Yes, we are. 1-6 does you, and 1-6.
Yeah, but I wanted the second sixes for you, big honey.
No, you're all good. One's fine. He's one top bat if he gets another one.
He smashed this down the ground to mid-off, and it's been misfielded for 4.
Yes, good stuff, lads.
I don't think you can lose now, mate.
I've lost from ask Colin de Grandhomme. I've had worse beats than this, mate.
Did I tell you I was commentating on an England-New Zealand test match, and I mentioned that Colin de Grandhomme played as the spinner for New Zealand, and he contacted us to talk about it.
It's funny. I lost one of my best top bat positions ever when I knew that they would declare when Colin de Grandhomme got his 100, and they randomly and he got his first 100 ever in a test. And I was on at like 50s, 40s, 33s, 28s, 25s or whatever. And then they randomly, and I was like, well, when he's got 110 or whatever he's won, because they're going to declare. And they stayed out for
in again. Ball on off stump, dug out just for the one. Sorry. Yeah, continue.
Stayed out for like 4 more balls or something. I'm going to find it. And might have been Blundell got 109 or whatever. It was absolutely disgusting. Test 100. Let me find the scorecard. 71 ball 100 it was.
What are the odds on Kohli man of the match and Krunal man of the match at the moment?
It's a good one. But Krunal got...
You know where I'm going with this. Because you know who should be man of the match.
Yeah, I mean, Krunal is an absolute and complete certainty if it's done fairly, because Krunal actually contributed with the ball as well, 1 for 28. Yeah. And got rid of Faf too. Before he could do any damage whatsoever. So it should be like 1.02 Krunal. But the way they give these out, Virat gets way more than he should do. No, he can't be given this one, Jarrod. But there are 24 runs.
When you say he can't be given this,
he can't be given this, can he?
Because he shouldn't be given this
ball. So let's say,
you really think he's a 0 chance of getting it, though?
No, I don't.
That's all I'm saying.
I think anyone else is a 0% chance.
I'm just saying, is it too late for you to put on a 70-1 bet for him to be man of the match and have? Then you're covered in both directions.
1 minute. No, it's not. Well, it is too late because I can't get a bet. 120 runs partnership. This is, by the way.
It's incredible. Do you remember how much trouble they were in at 3 down? It doesn't even feel like that anymore. That was when we were being told that we were silly for thinking that RCB still had a chance to win. This ball's on the leg stump and it's being flicked. I don't know what happened to that guy or the other guy.
Yeah,
they seem to have gone quiet. Funny that. It's funny that cricket doesn't always go in one pattern, and people aren't always talking about for or against your team. They're actually trying to look at the cricket and analyze it.
And those same people have given you a 70-1 winner during this innings, and you don't get them on any other channel. I promise you that.
Kohli, 51 off 40. Green is glitching again.
46.
He's going for the 6. Has he hit the 6? Please hit the 6, Kohli. Go! Oh, he's been caught in the rope. Oh, the long off has come around and caught him.
No,
disgusting behavior. I think he stood on the rope. Let's go back and have a look at that, everyone. Let's go back and have a look at that, Rob. If I don't get this bet, something has gone horribly wrong. Imagine betting most sixes for RCB and Krunal Pandya hitting 4 of them and you not winning.
As if Kohli was next man out, by the way. Is that the slower ball that he's just not got?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, dear. Well, anyway, it hasn't changed the game at all. They're still huge favourites. In fact, they're 1.10. Is this a... What do they need?
Well, they still need 8 and a bit and over, but it's only 13 balls left. It's really hard to mess this up. It's really hard. It needs that Hazelwood over from the other day.
But that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
At 11, there's some value in Delhi at the moment.
Well, 70-1 winner, Jarrod.
Hey, well done, buddy. And well done to everyone who followed Rob in on that bet. It was, at the time, it was a really, really good bet. And we did, you know, the collapse happened perfectly for Rob. But it made sense on this kind of wicket for that kind of player to go up the order. We've certainly seen him do it for other sides before. It's part of his versatility as a cricketer. And well done to Krunal Pandya for batting so well. Because I think when if I would have said that Virat Kohli made a 50, what percentage chance would you have given that bet of winning?
Yeah. Less than 1, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Tim David, I mean, he's the perfect man to come in if you need a 6 for the rest. I mean, we're still...
Yep.
Now, if you're watching this game on telly, you're bored. You watch this game here, we've still got Mr. Kimber waiting for a 6, which we've been waiting for 20 minutes. He nearly got one, but Stark is the only person that can field on the boundary in this match. Krunal, the 70-1 shot, is obviously 73 not out, his highest score in about 100 years. This is lovely, isn't it?
So that was just a single from David, trying to go for the big swing there. So he'll be on strike. It's 17 off 12. They don't really have a Hazelwood to pull this back. Who else? Someone else pulled out off a pretty good one this year. Was it off 9 off the last over? Was that was Stark? Was
Stark can do it. But when he bowled 3 overs for 30 or whatever it is, 3 overs for 31, do you go Stark next over and try and win the game? I think you do. And then you save your leggy for the last, rather than Mukesh, who's probably going to go for 10, whatever happens.
I would bowl Stark as the leggy now. That would be the over I would do. I would just go for it and just be
you
like...
bowl Stark now or the leggy now? You've got 2 overs left.
Yeah, I mean, I would be one or the other. You're not going to get any reverse swing.
I think they're going to bowl...
probably go Stark. But the problem with Stark compared to Hazelwood is, are you going to... You want there to be, what, 9, 10 or 11 off the last over to be scored.
They're going to bowl Mukesh, Jarrod.
They are going to bowl Mukesh.
Which
I mean...
I definitely wouldn't. I would bowl your overseas that gets paid loads now.
What was Mukesh's last over? I just think to Tim David, if you've got Tim David on strike, is it not worth trying the wrist spinner? And just, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. They need 18 off, or 17 off 12 anyway.
Mukesh got like 2 of his last 3 balls got spanked for 4 by Krunal. Krunal quite happy.
He's hit this down the ground. How far is that from long off? And it's gone for 6. You beauty.
Hey, there you go. That's it. Winners everywhere. What does Tim David want when he's 1 off 1 with a game on the line? He wants pace and he wants a full toss right in the slot, which is what he got. And he can hit that ball for 6 in his sleep. What he doesn't want early in his innings is some leggy that he's never faced before bowling at him. He hates that. So they've given him exactly what he wants.
Also, if you put the leggy on there, he's still a chance of hitting a 6, but he's also a chance of going out next ball.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right now, it just doesn't feel like that anymore. He could smash a 4 along the ground if he needs to. They're 60-1 now, Delhi. They shouldn't really be 60-1.
Yeah. Completely right.
I mean, I say that. I am putting money on them at 60s, because if people are going to lay them at 60s, Rob.
Well, what a load of fun it's been, Jarrod. Winners everywhere at all prices. Gave you a 7.5 dismissal method earlier. He's
hit this up in the air. Is this going to be caught? Oh, he's got away with it.
Absolutely rank full. Well, and what is Mukesh bowling here, by the way? This is how you lose a game. But there was the sensible options. There were 2 that you back your overseas gun, who's done it for you this season already, and give him the 19th. Or you go, Tim David is absolutely crap against spin, particularly early, so we're going to our leg spinner. You don't go for the guy that's just been whacked in his previous over. You don't do that. So
Did he get whacked in his previous over? I'm trying to remember what that over went
he
for.
went for 12 and 2 of the
Oh, it
last
was the 2 fours at the end, wasn't it? Yeah.
Right? So
yeah. He bowled 2 full tosses to start that over and got away with it because Virat hit one to cover and hit the other to find leg. But one of them should have gone for 4.
Yeah, he's entirely messed it up. And that's
they're just challenging. Sorry, just to let you know, they're challenging for the review. Tim David's tall. It is a very high ball, a very, very high ball. But it's one of those ones where you think it probably could be a no ball just based on the fact that it really shocked David. That's why he hit it in such a weird way. So it's very high. But Tim David's I know I've stood next to him at the breakfast counter. He's about 6'4", I want to say. Does that sound right?
What was your question? Sorry.
Is Tim David 6'4", 6'5"? It says here.
Oh, okay.
So that's a lot of waste to get over.
He's also braced the back leg here.
Yep.
No, I don't think
it's a very high ball. To be fair, there's no doubt about that. $440-1 Delhi are at the moment. 1.03 centimeters, and it is a no ball. Wow, that's a tough guy to bowl a no ball to. I was pretty convinced there, Rob, that wasn't going to be a no ball, so I put £1 on them at 440-1. I mean, they probably weren't going to win, but I figured, okay, maybe the next ball after this long break, he just goes out and then something happens. But I'm not going to get that 440-1 back.
This is very, very dumb captaincy to give Mukesh the ball here. He was by far and away the worst answer that they could have bowled.
And another 4 wide outside off stump. David just waiting for that, not trying to overhit it. Clever batting, actually. Knowing that he'll probably go for the wide Yorker, waited for it and was like, if I can hit a 4, and then smash the crap out of it as well. There were 2 fielders out on the offside, I think, and he managed to get between them.
We spoke earlier in the season about what a great job David's got. Just turn up, bat for 5 minutes and on to the next one. And, I mean, how good does it feel when you're Tim David and you just gone, oh, right, that was a good ball, I'll get a single. And now what have I got? Oh, bad pace, brilliant. Smash, 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 game over. I'm a legend. See you later. It's just a really fun job. I'd much rather do what Tim David has to do every day than one of the bowlers or someone that has to actually bat properly. And this is very likely to be over this ball.
Should be over this ball. 6, 4, no ball, and then 4, and he whips this away for another bat. It's like, I love how at this period of the game, after all that, it's like there are no fielders left on the field. Like he's just hit one on the offside that's gone for a boundary. And now he's whipped one on the leg side. Well done to Tim David for finishes up. But Krunal Pandya, certainly the man on this game, bowled well, came in at a difficult position. He had Virat Kohli, so he knew that there was chances were there won't be wickets at the other end, but he got himself into a couple of holes at certain points. But some great strikes managed to get him over. And of course, Rob Barron getting him at 70-1, at which you put, what, about $100,000 on?
I put what they let me have, but it's nice. Yeah, it's going to be spent on things like curtains and floors and rubbish stuff.
That's what everyone wants to hear. So I'll just go through some of the bets that we had in this game. Delhi first over 6.5, so we won that one. Kuldeep, top bowler. He didn't take a wicket. Akshar over 20.5. He actually didn't do that, but during the game we also bet on him under 35.5. So that one was get your money back on that one. Josh Hazelwood, top wickets. We that should have paid off, but Josh was the reason that he didn't. He took he ended up taking the catch off of Bhuvi. Devdutt Padikkal, obviously not player of the match. Under 30.5. Under 30.5 on Faf du Plessis was one. Most sixes was one. Who cares about your 70-1 nonsense? LBW next man out. Does that get
no, Coda got caught, didn't he? So done. Done. You done.
Oh, it was. So yeah. So we lost that one. We had a couple of unders and overs throughout the game that came off and didn't come off at various times. I won't go through all of those. We had Krunal next man out. That one failed. And we had LBW, as I just said. But Krunal Pandya, 70-1 shot. So if you've been sitting here for 7 hours and 52 minutes and you managed to get that bet on, it was absolutely worth your time. We're going to have a podcast, but it'll be on a different stream. We have to get off the stream and come back in a moment. Thank you to everyone for coming on board and staying with us the whole time. My entire family was involved with the stream at various times there. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes on the other one. But please, before you leave this one, like, comment, do all those things that help us out. And we'll try and come back for every single Sunday. And a huge shout out, especially to those who send us a super chat. That is Rob Krunel Barron. And I am Jarrod, most sixes, Kimber. We'll see you again in 2 to 3 minutes on the other feed. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.